Chapter 651. This time for the Soulscape, I recreate the elven village. At least what I have seen of it. Then, I fill the clearing with tables full of snacks, treats, and drinks. After that, I invite Saronia and Krenosha. Then I just wait until they arrive. Saronia says, "Do the elves have some mages to help you?" "Nope, not a single one." Krenosha says, "That is a problem. What do you plan to do? I haven't decided yet." "Do either of you have any ideas?" Saronia says. "I don't." "Sorry, Ash." Krenosha says. "I do have one idea, but it would be exceedingly dangerous." "Oh, what is your idea?" Krenosha says. "If you gate into the underworld, I can try to help you cross it. Then you could gate back to the peninsula. Maybe crossing the underworld? You are right, that would be dangerous. I think I will keep that as a last resort." Saronia says, "I think crossing the mainland would be better than the underworld. It only takes time. The underworld could take your life." Krenosha says, "I could protect him. Some." Saronia says, "If he gated from here, would he even be in an area you control?" Krenosha says, Saronia says, "I thought not. Ash, choose a different path." "All right then. I guess that just leaves by land or by sea." Both say, "By sea?" "Yeah." "It should be faster to sail around the main continent than to cross over it." Saronia says, "How? You don't have a boat? I can either steal or build one." Krenosha says, "Do you even know anything about boats?" "Some. A little. Enough to know the bigger ones are called ships. To distract them from all the questions I am sure will follow, I create a movie screen and play Moana for them. It works, and the two of them are completely distracted until the movie is over. Then, when I see that they are hungry for more, I show them Pirates of the Caribbean. The main reason I am humoring them is to refresh my knowledge of ships. While I have some idea of how ships are built, there is no way I can build one that way. However, I do have an idea, something similar to how I made the canoe back when I first found Core's City. The only problem with that is going to be finding a mana-rich tree that is big enough. If I can't find one, then there is a possibility that I can grow one, but with my mana that will take time. Speaking of time, I guess it is time to face the music, so I pause the movie. Saronia says, "Hey, what did you do that for?" "So you could help me invite the others." Saronia says, "Oh, all right. Be quick about it. Miria, Lizzie, Kachara, Asuna, Eckhard, Haku, Windy, and Jekka, I invite you to my soulscape." Saronia says, "All right. They should have received it. Now unfreeze the movie." Krenosea says, "So impatient." Krenosea's comment only manages to make Saronia turn to glare at her. Before they can start fighting, I unpause the movie, and they both instantly turn their attention to it. A few minutes later, Kachara and Asuna appear. They both look relieved to see me. As the others appear one by one, I move the group away from the goddesses. As absorbed by the movie as they are, I doubt they would be happy with us talking over it. Once everyone is gathered, I explain the situation I have gotten myself into. Miria says, "Ash, you idiot." Lizzie says, "I agree with Miria. Why didn't you summon me to help? I am not sure if it would even work at this range. I also don't know if the carriage would be brought with you. If it was, whoever wasn't on it would end up stranded." Lizzie says, "Oh, that makes sense," Miria says. "So, how long is it going to take you to get back?" That is a good question. The problem is, I don't know yet. If I am able to find a decent ship, then a couple of months. If I have to build a ship or go over land, then it would take longer. Windy says, "That long. Just where is this island?" Instead of trying to explain it, I just directly create a map showing the main continent. They all stare at it as they try to figure out just what they are looking at. All except Eckhard and Haku. They have gotten bored and joined the goddesses in watching the movie. Miria says, "Okay, so this is the island you are on." "Yes," Miria says. "Then where are we?" "Right here. You see this little bit that looks like an L?" Windy says, "That little thing is where we are." Lizzie says, "You may as well be on the other side of the world." "Now you understand my problem," Miria says. "What if we all pile onto the carriage and then you summon Lizzie? Maybe we can join you." "What if it doesn't work?" You would be stranded and wouldn't have Lizzie to hunt for you, Windy says. That is true. Not having your pouch has been an issue, Kachara says. I have been helping Lizzie with the hunting. That is good. Have you been taking good care of your little brothers? Asuna says, yes, we both have. Miria says, if we can't join you, what are we supposed to do? Return to the tower. Kachara can lead you to one of the entrances to the Elven City. Miria says, then what are we supposed to do? Well, you can resume your Mage Knight training. Windy can go with Jekka to rejoin his people. She should have a lot in common with them and be able to learn their magic. I had planned to keep Jekka around longer, but he has at least seen what the outside is like. Asuna says, what should I do, Dad? Asuna, I want you to take your brothers out onto the mountain and start teaching them how to hunt. Asuna says, I can do that. Kachara, you too. Kachara says, sure thing. Miria says, anything else? Tell Celine what is going on and send her to pass it along to Muon. I will use the Soulscape to keep in touch, although it won't be every day. We spend a while just chatting. It is pleasant except for the idiot comments. From the looks of things, I am not going to live this down anytime soon. Even though I want to move on to other plans, I have to wait until the movie finishes. Not because of the goddesses, but because Eckert and Haku are totally caught up in the movie. Once the movie ends, I say goodbye to everyone and gently chase them out of the Soulscape. Saronia and Krenosha remain, but once everyone else is gone, I simply start the next movie in the series. Can you two boost my signal one more time? Krenosha says, sure, go ahead. Saronia says, make it quick. Kor, I invite you to my Soulscape. Chapter 652. Unlike Yue, Kor is still a living being, so I am hoping this will work with her. Since I am dealing with the elves, I really want to get her opinion about everything. Luckily, after a few minutes pass, she appears. But she is naked, so I quickly turn my back. Kor says, Ash, what is going on? Where is this? First, I teach Kor how to create clothes by thinking about them so that I can turn around. Then I explain to her what the Soulscape is and some of how it works. Only after that do I explain to her where I am, how I got there, and what the elves are like. Kor says, elves? Real elves, like me. Yes, as far as I can tell. There are also 4 elves I met that lived in your city. They are elemental spirits now, though. Would you like to meet them? Kor says, yes, absolutely. All right, Lynara Eckertan, Farish, and Slispera, I invite you to my Soulscape. Kor says, so, where are they? Give them a minute to respond. Time moves differently here. About 10 minutes later, the 4 of them appear and I introduce them to Kor. As soon as I am done introducing them, they start talking rapidly in Elven. They are talking so fast and over each other that I am lucky to catch 1 word in 5. They just keep going on, so eventually I just turn and start paying attention to the movie. Eventually they realize what is going on and stop talking to turn and look at me. Once I see they are looking at me, I turn and explain to them the circumstances of the elves on the island. Lynara says, that is sad. To think they have fallen so far. Yeah, I agree. Wait, I didn't think you knew the common tongue? Lynara says. After our last conversation, we decided to learn it. Your pronunciation of Elven is rather painful to hear. Ah, sorry. So I take it you would be okay with me helping the elves? Farish says yes. Absolutely, Eckertan says. If you can help those that are enslaved, that would be even better, Slispera says. If you can help the elves, we 4 will find a way to reward you. A reward isn't necessary. I would have helped them out regardless, just because I hate slavers. Kor says, yeah, Ash is like that. So, what can we do to help? Well, the easiest way would be if there is a way to repair the gate. Lynara says, not a chance. Even during our time, I doubt it could have been done. Our mages would have just made a new gate. I don't suppose you could teach me how to make a gate, Eckertan says. I know how to build one, but it is advanced Elven magic. Since I don't know Elven magic, I am guessing it would take a while to learn, Eckertan says. A couple of years at least? All right. Traveling by sea is still my best option. Do any of you know anything about ships? Lynara says number our people never tried exploring the oceans. Slispera says, however, once you have a ship, Lynara and I can bless it. That would be really helpful. Thanks, Kor says. I wish there was something I could do to help. You will have plenty to do if I am successful. You will have to help them settle in and start teaching them magic, Lynara says. Speaking of, we should teach Kor how to summon us. Leaving them to teach Kor and talk. I move a distance away and turn part of the soulscape into a vast ocean. Then, I start playing with my idea for a ship, since I can create it easily here. Once created, I can see how well it works, even making the ocean stormy. In the end, I spend quite a lot of time working on the design of the ship. After all, it has to be big enough to carry all of the elves, plus any I manage to rescue. Making the ship bigger creates several problems that I have to solve. The two biggest issues I run into are the stability of the hull and the sails. The stability I fix by adding pontoons to either side, but the sails end up being a real pain. I can't make them too complicated since my only crew will be a bunch of elves who have never sailed before. Yet if I make them too simple, then the ship is going to be really slow, and there won't be any point. After over 100 experiments, I find a sail configuration that I think will work. It is only a single sail, so the ropes for it are simple enough. At least I hope it is. The problem is, the sail is really large, meaning it is going to be hard to make it. That is a problem that I will have to figure out later if I even make it that far. I am still hoping to find a decent human ship that I can steal. Making one will be much harder. However, with the size of ship that I am thinking I will need, the odds are against me. Especially since I have no idea how advanced the human shipbuilding is. So, I keep working on the design so that I have it ready in case I need it. Saronia yells, Ash, next movie. I am sorry, Saronia. That is all that had come out by the time I died. Krenosha says, What? Then how do we find out the rest of the story? Use your imagination. The result of my comment is that I spend the next few minutes being chased around the soulscape. The elves are all laughing as they watch me being chased by two goddesses. Eventually, the two of them give up chasing me and just leave the soulscape. I should probably avoid asking them for anything for at least a little while. Seeing that the elves are still happily chatting away, I go back to playing with my ship design. I start hitting it with rocks in various areas looking for weak points to the design. Just because it looks sturdy doesn't mean it actually is. This method lets me find areas that need fixing. The fact that the hull will be made of one piece is a big advantage, but it still needs internal support, especially at the back end of the ship where the hull is wider and taller. For this design, I added 2 decks on the back of the ship, like on the ships in Pirates. This gives a lot more room for people, but it also adds a lot of weight to the back of the ship. This extra weight means I need ballast in the front of the ship to balance it. It also means that I need to add more supports to the back of the ship to hold the weight of the cabins. These supports also add more weight, meaning I have to increase the ballast again. All in all, I am having to do a lot of trial and error, but at least it is easier in the soulscape. If I had to do this normally, it would require a massive amount of time, resources, and manpower. All 3 are not something I currently have, so I need to do this here. As I am trying to figure out the weight problem, I find myself wishing I had kept the drake bones. They would make better supports. Chapter 653. When I leave the soulscape, I will have to ask Stillwater about large beasts on the island. If I can find one that has light but strong bones that could solve the problem of the supports. My main worry is that if the ship is too heavy, then it will be slow unless I add more sails. Especially since I have to consider the weight of the elves and their belongings. Since I doubt I am going to be able to convince them to leave everything behind, it is already going to be hard enough just asking them to leave the only home they have ever known. That, however, is a problem I am going to leave up to Stillwater. They are his people. Now that I have the design mostly worked out, the next objective is to check on the humans. I need to figure out if they have a ship that will work, or if I need to build this one. If they don't have a ship that will work, I at least need to see what kind of ships they do have. There is a distinct possibility that I am going to have to fight them once we are out to sea. So I need to check out the competition, mainly what kind of weapons their ships have. If I was on the peninsula, I could just walk into the human fort, but the humans here don't know beastmen. Although, from what I remember Krenosha telling me, my body's race is from the main continent. Still, it probably isn't a good idea to try just walking into the fort as I am. My best bet to sneak in would probably be to use shapeshift and turn into some kind of animal. The problem is most of the animals I turn into are larger than normal. Wait, there is an easier way. That is, if shapeshift can be used to turn into a human. Now that I have thought of it, I want to test it out, so I turn to check on the elves. Luckily, it seems their conversation is winding down, so I should be able to end the soulscape soon. I am glad I did this, though. Kor looks really happy, happier than I have ever seen her. After seeing her like this, now I have to bring the elves back no matter what. Seeing her so happy, I decide not to interrupt their conversation and just wait. While I am waiting, I rack my brain trying to think of other movies or anime about ships. Unfortunately, the only anime I can think of is One Piece, and I never watched it. Other than that, I can't really think of anything else that would be useful. I know there have to be more movies about old-time ships, but I can't even remember their names. It looks like I will just have to go with the design I have and hope it is good enough. Fast enough is also a concern, but I won't be able to tell that until it is built. I have thought about adding a rowing deck, but the pontoons would be in the way. Not to mention, I doubt the elves would make good oarsmen even if I could convince them. The thought of using human prisoners does occur to me, but then I would be just as bad as them. It is too bad I am not a necromancer. Then I could just use the undead to row. Thinking of the undead makes me think of Bones and the fact that I forgot him with Thacker. At least Bones will have been getting training this whole time, which is good. If I need help, I can probably summon him. If the range isn't too far away, he would probably love it if I summoned him into the Badlands and just left him there to hunt orcs. However, leaving him with Thacker should also be fine. Who knows? Maybe he can become a swordmaster. I guess I should get someone to check on him and see how he is doing. Since Kor is here, I can ask her to pass it along to Yui, or whoever goes to Ilium next. Getting the response might take a bit longer since I don't know if I can invite anyone without the goddess's help. If I can, then this will be a good way to stay in touch, so I may as well try it out. Pole, I invite you to my soulscape. Pole quickly appears and says, Lord Ash. Pole, good to see you, Pole says. What is going on? Where is this? Sitting down, I start explaining everything to Pole and get him caught up on my situation. Once he understands, he immediately reports what is going on in Ilium and the progress of the various plans. Since I am going to be gone for a long time, we spend quite a while discussing the plans. We also discuss the beasts that will be living in the Elven City and the possibilities of trade. Unfortunately, I can't answer most of his questions, so I summon Jekka back. When Jekka returns, he and Pole have a long talk about what the beasts need and what they can trade. While I don't pay attention to the details, the excitement on Pole's face tells me it will work out. Jekka leaves when they are done talking, but Pole stays to get further orders. The last thing I tell Pole is to visit Vacker and check on Bones. Then he leaves as well. When I turn around to check on the elves, I find that Kor is the only one left. The others have left the soulscape, and Kor is walking over to where I am sitting. She looks different. What she is wearing has changed. The new outfit looks distinctly elven. Kor says, Ash, thank you. I have enjoyed this more than I can say. You are welcome, Kor. I am glad to see you so happy. Kor says, it is just really good to know I am not the only one. Yeah, I can totally understand that. Kor says, your situation, while different from mine, is just as unique. The thing is, since I am the one who woke you up, I feel responsible for your situation. So I am glad I have found a way to help fix it, assuming I can convince the elves to leave and get them there safely. Kor says even if you can't do it, just the fact that you are trying means a lot to me. I will do what I can, just don't get your hopes up too much. Kor says I will try. Is there anything I can do to help? The others will be returning to the city and the tower. Anything you can think of to help them grow stronger would be awesome. Kor says, all right, I will do what I can. You be careful. I will be as careful as the situation allows. With that, Kor and I say our goodbyes and I am finally able to end the soulscape. Then I immediately seek out Stillwater to discuss the possibility of the elves leaving. To my surprise, he jumps right on the option and agrees that the elves will leave. That is it? I was expecting you to argue, and that I would have to convince you, Stillwater says. If our situation wasn't so dire, then I would argue. But as I already said, we won't survive here for long. Even if the humans got wiped out, more would just come. That is true. All right, then I will leave convincing the elves to you, Stillwater says. Then what are you going to do? I will go sneak into the human fort and see if any of their ships will work? Stillwater says. What if none of them will? Then I will just have to build us a ship. Chapter 654. Stillwater says all right. But how do you plan to sneak into the fort? You are fairly easy to spot. I won't go in looking like this. I have an ability that allows me to shapeshift. Stillwater says, how useful. All right. While you are gone, we will begin preparing to leave. Where exactly is the human fort? Stillwater says, well, if you go across the mountains, it is pretty much straight west of here. However, I would suggest going around the mountains, since it is faster. I will just fly due west then. Stillwater says, wait, you can fly too. Yes. I take my wings out to show him. Stillwater says, well, that was unexpected. You are full of surprises. I will wait for your successful return. With a nod to Stillwater, I leave his hut, take off, and start heading west towards the mountains. It is already dark out, but that doesn't really bother me. I can still see just fine. As I fly, I start thinking about how to approach the humans. I can't just walk up to the gate. All the humans arrive by boat, so they will be suspicious of anyone that doesn't arrive that way. While I could fly out to meet a boat, it would be hard to come up with a believable story. So, a story that will get me past the gate, a shipwreck is probably the best place to start. Now, north or south of the fort, there is nothing south of the fort as far as I know. North of the fort would mean coming through the Orcs' lands, meaning I can't claim to be a sailor. That is probably for the best. Sailors tend to talk differently from normal people. So for it to be believable, it needs to be someone who can fight. A mercenary is probably best. That way I can gloss over the fact that I don't know the kingdoms or cities on the mainland. Of course, first I need to verify that I can shapeshift into a human. So I land to test it out. Finding a nice, quiet-looking clearing, I land and start building a mental image of a human. Without even thinking about it, the image takes on my features from my first life. I leave that as it is, but the body is in much better shape than I ever was. Shapeshift formatted. Human taking a look at myself, I am glad that for once it didn't change into something else. My skin is normal color, and taking a look at my reflection in a mirror freaks me out a little. Seeing my old face is definitely going to take some getting used to. Even moving around as a human feels super weird, like my skin doesn't fit properly. At least with this form, I don't have to worry about any strange side effects. Now that I know it works, I drop the shapeshift and decide to rest until dawn. It ends up being several hours after dawn when I wake up, but it has been a few days since I slept. After some breakfast, I continue flying west towards the human fort. I plan to take a look at it from the air before I finalize my plan to infiltrate. Once I cross the mountains, I land again, just long enough to shapeshift into eagle form. After all, the humans are bound to notice a humanoid flying over their fort. Besides, the eagle's eyesight is still stronger than mine, perfect for scouting. As I take off again, I find myself enjoying flying. It is much harder to fly in my normal form. With the eagle form, it is much easier, and I have a lot more fun. Tail feathers make a huge difference. It only takes about an hour to reach the fort. The eagle form is also faster in flight. What catches my attention first is actually just north of the fort. It is a defensive line. A long wall with trenches full of spikes in front of it. This must be where they are fighting the orcs. It is all quiet right now, but I can still see about 1,000 humans manning the wall. Next, I turn my eyes to the docks, where there are currently 7 ships. They are all small two-masters. They are called either sloops or caravals. I can't remember. What is important is that they are all too small for my needs. I would need at least 2 of them. 2 would barely handle the elves I have right now. If we rescue more, we would need another one. I am not even confident of managing 1 ship, let alone a small fleet. So it looks like I am going to be building a ship, which means the fort can get wiped out. The harbor only has docks. There are no shipyards or dry docks, so there is no reason for me to protect it. Just as I am about to turn and fly away, I spot a group of elven slaves. They are in chains and are currently moving crates, doing manual labor. So I stay above the fort and circle as I watch to see where the slaves are kept. From what I can see, there seem to be about 50 slaves, and they are being kept in the fort. this complicates things. I need to plan out a way to save them during the orc attack. The elves are being kept at the end of the fort closest to the docks, making it easier to make them work. Since that is the case, I am thinking that the easiest way to save them would be to move them onto a ship. I would need to clear the ship out first, but that shouldn't be too hard. Then, the elves will be safe on the ship until the battle is over. Hopefully. Besides, I want to get whatever charts the ship might have, otherwise we will be sailing blind. Not that I know how to read sea charts, but I can at least give it a try. Having seen everything I can from the sky, I turn north and fly along the coast. Now I am looking for a believable place to have come ashore after being shipwrecked. I plan to walk back once I find a good spot, so that it is more believable and so I can kill some orcs. When I come across a rocky beach with debris and corpses all over it, I know I am lucky. As I move into land, I can tell there has been an actual shipwreck sometime recently. Once I land, I drop the shapeshift and start looking through all the debris. The name of the ship that went down is the Argante, and from the looks of things, it was headed to the fort. I get really lucky and find some clothes in a crate, so I don't need to rob a corpse. Now that I have everything, I shapeshift into my human form and get changed. My tabard and my angel armor go into my pouch along with Blitz, though I keep the new sword out. Since I took it from an orc, it shouldn't draw too much attention from the humans. In fact, it is fairly recognizable. It may end up helping to validate my story. After changing into the clothes I found, I walk inland for a bit before turning south. It only took me a few hours to fly this far, but I expect it to take days to go back on foot. That is all part of the plan. This will help my disguise look authentic. Chapter 655. It doesn't take long for the first group of orcs to find me. I have only been walking about an hour. The only problem I have when dealing with them is that my reach is shorter in human form. It mainly means I can't kill them as easily as I am used to, and the fight takes longer. 44 orcs defeated, 44,000 XP gained. After collecting their ears, I start walking again, but I don't clean myself. Normally after a fight, I use the cleaning stone, but I think dried orc blood will help my disguise. It is really uncomfortable, especially after it dries and starts flaking, but I resist the urge to scratch. By the time I reach the fort, I expect to be filthy and to smell absolutely horrible. Since my story will include trudging through the orc lands for days or weeks, that should be expected. After all, if I show up to the fort perfectly clean, anyone with any brains will be suspicious of me. As I am walking, I stumble across a small camp of orcs, about 30 from the look of it. Half of them are asleep, but the ones that are awake quickly kick them awake. Then, all 30 orcs come charging at me only for me to cut them down. 29 orcs defeated. 29,000 XP gained. As I am retrieving their ears, I come across a crude backpack which I quickly empty. The contents are fairly foul-looking, but I don't take a closer look. I am not that curious. However, I do use the cleaning stone on the backpack. It will get dirty again by the time I reach the fort. However, the backpack is necessary since I don't want anyone seeing me use my pouches. No matter how different the humans of the mainland might be, I doubt bags of holding are common. Definitely not something a mercenary would be carrying. At least that is what I think. For all I know, I could be completely wrong and magic items could be very common. However, until I know that for a fact, it is safer for me to hide my pouches. Now that I have the backpack, I have everything I need for my disguise. However, I am in no rush to get to the fort, not when there is so much easy X roaming around. Now that there is no gate, it is going to take months to get home at least, so a few small delays won't mean much, especially since I was able to talk to everyone so that they won't worry too much. Besides, I am hoping to rile the orcs up after all. My plan won't work if they don't attack. It also needs to be a fairly serious attack. A small attack won't be able to break through the wall. Even if I manage to sabotage all the siege engines, the orcs still need enough numbers. So for the next few days, I wander back and forth as I make my way south. Each day, I run into several small to medium groups of orcs and wipe them out. It is not enough to seriously reduce their numbers, but I am hoping it is enough to enrage them. 381 orcs defeated. 381,000 XP gained. Since I am pretty close to the fort, I stop to make sure my disguise is complete before I continue. The main part is taking out all the ears. Then I put my belt and pouches in the backpack. After that, I use the ears to cover them up and fill the backpack. Then I head for the fort. The soldiers manning the wall give me quite a few looks as I pass, but none of them move to stop me. The soldiers manning the fort do the same. That is until I walk through the gates. As soon as I am inside the fort, I find myself surrounded by over a dozen guards. Guard captain says, "Stop right there. Identify yourself." As ordered, I stop. But instead of answering the question, I ask for water instead. One of the guards hands over a canteen of water, which I drain in one long drink. After handing back the canteen with a thank you, I turn my attention to the guard captain. "My name is Ash, and I am a mercenary." Guard captain says, "Where did you get that sword?" "Looted it off an orc I killed." Guard 1 says, "That means Sir Keith is definitely dead, right?" Guard 2 says, "Probably." Guard captain says, "When you killed this orc, were there any other bodies around?" "Only more orcs. I am guessing you know the previous owner?" Guard captain says, "He led an expedition into the orc lands. Were you not a part of it?" "No, I was shipwrecked." Guard captain says, "Where? How long ago?" "What ship?" "Quite a ways to the north of here. Days or weeks, I lost track." "The Argante." Guard captain says, "If you are a mercenary, where are your weapons and armor?" "Had to ditch them. If not, I wouldn't have made it to shore." Guard captain says, "What happened to the Argante?" "No clue. I am not a sailor. It wasn't a storm. But other than that, I can't tell you." Guard 3 says, "If you ditched all your weapons, how did you kill the orcs?" "The first one I killed with my bare hands. After that, I used their weapons." Guard captain says, "We don't allow vagabonds in the fort. Do you have money?" "That depends. Is there a bounty on orcs?" Guard 1 says, "Of course there is." "Then I have plenty of money." At that, I take the backpack and drop it on the ground. Then I open it and show the ears. All the guards, except the captain, just stare at the backpack with open mouths. The captain looks impressed, but not as much as the rest of the guards. Guard captain says, "Okay, can you tell me where the bounty office is? Also, where can I get a meal and a bath?" Guard 2 says, "The bounty office is over there." Guard 1 says, "The only place that has a bath is the Silver Griffin, but it is expensive." "I don't care. I want to be clean." The captain ignores me, but the others laugh as they all return to their duties. Then I pick up my backpack, head over, and walk into the bounty office. When I enter, I find the clerk sleeping with his feet up on his desk until I make some noise. Clerk says, "Oh, welcome. Whew, you stink." "Yeah, sorry. Need money so I can get a bath?" Clerk says. "Right, what have you got?" As soon as he asks, I take the backpack and dump the ears onto his desk. His eyes go wide as he sees just how many ears there are, but he recovers quickly. He starts counting the ears, and he is quick and professional about it. Clerk says, "That is a total of 454 ears." "What is the bounty?" Clerk says, 10 silver per. "So that is a total of 45 gold and 40 silver." "Sounds good." Clerk says, "Give me a minute. I don't keep that much money at the desk." "No problem." The clerk leaves for a few minutes and returns with a guard carrying a locked chest. The guard puts the chest down and unlocks it, then watches the clerk count out the money. Once my money is taken out, the guard relocks the chest and takes it with him when he leaves. Clerk says, "Here you go." Chapter 656. "Thank you." "Oh, is there a place to buy new clothes? These need to be burned." Clerk says, "You can either get a set of basic clothes from the fort provisioner, or there is a general store down the way." "I think I'll go with the general store." "Thanks." With a wave to the clerk, I leave and head for the general store, which is past the inns. As soon as I walk in, the shopkeeper covers his nose and asks what I want. When I tell him I want clothes, he finds me a set and throws them to me. He doesn't even charge me. I get a similar reaction from the innkeeper when I walk into the Silver Griffin Inn. The innkeeper chases me out the front door and takes me around back. Luckily, there is no one else in the bathhouse, which in reality is just a shack with a wooden barrel. However, the wooden barrel is large and filled with water, cold water. Then, to my surprise, the innkeep casts a fire spell to heat the water for me. He casts another to burn my clothes as I climb into the tub and sink into the water. After being filthy for days, it feels amazing to be able to get clean again. Once I am clean and in the new clothes, the innkeeper is finally willing to let me into the inn. He even brings me a big meal and waits until I am finished eating to talk about money. Innkeeper says, "It is 2 silvers for the bath and 5 for the meal." How much is a room? Innkeeper says 10 silvers a night, which includes 2 meals and the use of the bathhouse. Hearing that, I take 40 silvers out and put them on the table, which the innkeeper snatches up. Once he verifies the coins are real, his attitude improves quite a bit. He quickly fetches me the key for my room and tells me where it is. While I am not tired, I decide to head up to my room to rest, since that is what a human would do. Once I am in the room, I lay down and take a nap for a few hours until the sun goes down. Once it is nice and dark out, I get up and take a look out the window. The fort isn't dark. There are torches all over the place, and the taverns are doing a brisk business. It would seem that the humans of the fort have no fear of the night and are out in force. This makes my plan of sneaking around to take a look at things very unlikely to succeed. For now, at least, things may quiet down later once the drinkers have had enough. It just means I need to sit here and twiddle my thumbs for a few hours before I prowl around. It is just a habit of humans that I didn't think to account for, so I take another nap. When I wake up the second time, the night has gotten a lot quieter outside. After taking a look around to make sure no one is watching, I go out the window and up to the roof. The inside of the fort is nice and quiet now. Only the soldiers on the walls are still moving. However, they are carrying torches, so they won't have any night vision at all. Seeing that it is all clear, I drop down from the inn's roof into an alley that runs alongside it. Using the alleys, I move to the harbor and take a look at where the elves are being held. They are locked in a pretty basic shed. The only thing keeping them in is a simple padlock. Of course, even if they got out, they wouldn't get far. They are all chained up. They have shackles at their neck, wrists, and ankles. No way can they run away. Luckily, from what I can see, they are just normal restraints. No magic symbols, and I can't sense any mana in them. That will make it much easier when it comes time to get them out of here. From the shack, the nearest ship is only about 100 feet away, which is fine for my plan. Now I just need to get everything ready for the orcs' next attack, which could be any time. So I move down to the end of the harbor and find a narrow stretch of rocks between the water and the fort wall. It is barely wide enough for a person to slip through, but the humans must be aware of it. Even though it looks unguarded, I take my time and check it out thoroughly. It is a good thing I do. I find several magical traps set along the length of the path. A couple of them are simple alarm traps. The rest are explosive traps. While it would be difficult for a human to cross it, for me, I can simply jump over the entire thing. Once I am on the far side, I am outside the fort, between the fort and the defensive wall. The soldiers on the wall are only paying attention to the north. Looks like they have gotten complacent. The orcs are straightforward. They only ever attack openly, so the humans aren't worried about sneak attacks. This means that the siege engines behind the wall are not being guarded. As I sneak away from the fort, all I have to worry about is the soldier on top of the fort's walls. Thanks to them all carrying torches, I am not too worried about them being able to spot me. Since the soldiers on the defense wall aren't paying attention, I make it to the siege weapons easily. The first one I reach is a ballista, but I have no idea how to sabotage it. Sure, I can destroy it easy enough, but I want to make it so it fails when they try to use it. That way, they don't know ahead of time that anything is wrong, otherwise they can fix it. The crank mechanism is probably the best thing to sabotage, but I am not sure how to. Instead, I decide to mess with the string, since the ballista isn't loaded right now. I figure if I cut halfway through it, it shouldn't be noticeable until they try to load it. Once that is done, I search the area around the ballista. I find a box with extra strings in it. Once I cut all the strings halfway through, I carefully make my way over to the next engine, which is a catapult. It seems the humans alternated the siege engines. A catapult is much simpler than a ballista, especially these that are just wooden arms that they bend with ropes. All I need to do is weaken the base of the arm where most of the pressure is placed when it is loaded. That way, everything will look fine, right up until the humans try to load the catapult. To weaken the arm, I simply drill a couple of small holes near the edges of the arm. They are at the base of the arm and small enough that unless someone looks closely, they will be missed. Of course, I am no engineer, so I can't be sure if this will work, but it is the best I can come up with. It may not break the first time it is used, but it will sooner or later, so I head for the next engine. Hiding congratulations. Skill Stealth has progressed to level 7. Stealth level 7 DP cost 15 Agi plus 7. You are very hard to locate when hidden. Oh yeah, I forgot I had that skill. As I think about it, I realize that it really has been a long time since I last tried to be sneaky. These days, I tend to just walk out and cut down everything in my path. I could probably even do that to the humans, but doing it this way is also kind of fun. Chapter 657. As I am thinking about things, I move on to the next siege engine, another ballista. Now that I know what I am doing, it is a much faster process to sabotage it. Even with that, I am in a race against time. I need to finish all the siege engines before sunrise. If I am not done by the time the sun comes up, I am sure to be spotted by the soldiers. In fact, the soldiers will probably have a shift change before dawn, so I need to keep an eye out. A group of soldiers going from the fort to the wall is much more likely to spot me. Then again, if they just got woken up, they might not be paying attention. However, that is not something I can count on. Better to be safe than sorry. While I could possibly handle all the humans on my own, I couldn't save the elves at the same time. If it comes down to it, I consider saving the elves as the most important thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be going through all this effort. As fun as it may be, I managed to dodge the soldiers during shift change and just barely finish the sabotage before dawn. With the job done, I move as quickly as I can to get back inside the fort before it gets too bright. Luckily, dawn creates a lot of shadows that I can use to move back to the fort. My speed allows me to cover a lot of ground quickly, which saves me this time. A few soldiers manage to spot me, but all they see is a blur, making them think they are seeing things. A blurred shadow moving through the shadows. Who could blame them for doubting their eyes? I managed to get back to the fort and into my room at the inn without anyone else spotting me. Once I am safely back in my room, I lay down and get another 2 hours of sleep. Then I head down to get some breakfast, just as if I slept through the night. There are no suspicious looks or anything out of the ordinary as I eat. The food isn't as good as what I can pull out of the pouch, but it is at least edible. There are only a few other patrons eating, and they all look to be officers. The prices here are probably too high for the common soldiers, except for special occasions. The problem now is that I need to keep from raising suspicions until the orcs attack. Since I don't know how long it could be until they attack, I need to keep acting like a mercenary. That is where the problem comes in. I don't really know how mercenaries act. Well, I don't know how they act here. If I go for movies, then I should spend all my money on booze and women. However, that is something I have no intention of doing, so I need to think of something else. What I need the most is information. But I need to collect it in a way that won't be suspicious. Innkeeper says anything else I can get you. Number thanks. Oh, is there somewhere that sells armor? I am feeling kind of naked. Innkeeper says the fort smithy is the only place. Thanks, I'll head over there. As the innkeeper goes to check on the other patrons, I get up and head to the fort. It takes a bit of wandering around, but eventually I hear the ring of hammer on metal. Following it leads me to a courtyard, and from the smell, the stables are here too. The smithy is off to the side, and when I enter, I find an old, white-haired human. He is currently making a horseshoe, but with one look I can tell that it is shoddy work. He either doesn't have any skill, or he just doesn't care about his work. Smith says, "What do you need?" I am looking for some armor. Chainmail if you have it. Smith says, "You aren't a soldier, are you?" Nope, I am a mercenary. Smith says, "If you open that cabinet there, that is all I have." When I open the cabinet that he points to, I find a beautiful set of plate and chain. It is a full suit. The helm, breastplate, bracers, and leg guards are ornate and engraved. The rest is finely made chainmail. The whole thing is very well made. "Did you make this?" Smith says, "Not a chance. I don't even make armor. I am just here to make horseshoes and do minor repairs." All the armor is ordered from the mainland. This suit was ordered by Sir Keith, but since he is dead, I can sell it at a decent price. This is a little ostentatious for me, especially as a mercenary. Do you really not have anything else? Smith says, "Nope, that is all I have." "All right, how much?" Smith says 20 gold. So little. What is the catch? Smith says, Sir Keith paid for the armor when he ordered it, so you only need to pay for shipping and storage? All right, I'll take it. Any chance you can blacken the armor? Smith takes my coins and says, Nope. With a shake of my head, I take the armor down from the cabinet and put it on. As expected, it is very shiny. On a battlefield, it would just make the wearer a target. If it wasn't for the fact that this is temporary, I would never wear armor like this. Although, right now sticking out and looking like a fool could be useful. If I look like a fool, then people are less likely to suspect me when things start going wrong. As I walk back through the fort, everyone I see stops to stare at me. This continues all the way back to the inn, and when I walk in, the patrons all turn to stare at me. It is a different group than when I left. These look more like sailors than soldiers. They all stare at me for a few seconds before busting up laughing at me. Ignoring them, I head up to my room and take the armor off, then leave again. I try to waste some time by wandering around the fort, but there really isn't anything to see. So I decide to make my way back to the bounty office and talk to the clerk again. Clerk says, Don't tell me you are already back with more ears. No, actually, I wanted to check if there are any other bounties available. I am kind of sick of orcs, Clerk says. Well, the best paying bounty is a capture bounty for elves, but good luck finding any. Nah, I am looking for a good fight, Clerk says. Are you any good in the mountains? Sure. I fought in every type of environment this world has to offer. Clerk says, Well, there is a bounty for a beast in the mountains, but so far no one who has tried it has returned. Oh, sounds interesting. What is the beast? Chapter 658. Clerk says, It is unknown exactly what it is. All I can give you is a rough description. Okay, I am all ears. Clerk says, Well, it flies and has leathery wings, but a scaled body. He better not be describing a dragon, Clerk says. It has 2 heads on long necks and a poisonous tail. It is about 30 feet from nose to tail if the reports are to be believed. Okay, not a dragon. Sounds more like a wyvern. 2 heads? That is a new one. Clerk says, Right? I think it's people just making things up, but the bounty is real enough. How much is the bounty? Clerk says, 100 gold per each Eid. So if it is 2-headed, then it is 200 gold. Sounds good to me. Any information on where I can find it? Clerk says, Not really. It flies, so it has been spotted all over the place. Then are you sure it is in the mountains? Clerk says, Not 100%, but that is where most of the reports have come from. A flying creature is probably going to nest up high. That means I will need climbing gear. Can you help with that? Clerk says, Sorry, no. We only have what the mainland sends us, and they don't think we need climbing gear. What about the shops then? Clerk says. The only shop is the general store. You can check there, but I doubt it. All right, I'll give it a try. While a 2-headed wyvern sounds fun, I am just using this as an excuse. Preparing for such an expedition will take some time and will be an excuse for me to hang around. So to keep up the ruse, I leave and make my way over to the general store. As expected, the general store doesn't have any climbing gear. They don't even have rope, mainly because the ship captains that are in port recently came in and cleaned him out. So it seems that if I want to even have any rope, I need to talk to them. Luckily, I know where they are. They are all at my inn, or at least they were earlier. Since it is getting to be lunchtime, I was heading that way next anyway. Unfortunately, when I get back to the inn, the common room is completely empty. Where did all the captains go? Innkeeper says, Oh, they only eat breakfast and dinner here since it comes with the room. They eat lunch somewhere cheaper. Any idea where? Innkeeper says, One of the taverns most likely, but no clue which one? All right, thanks. So instead of staying to get some lunch, I head out to check the taverns. After all, this is a small fort. Just how many taverns could it possibly have? The answer is a lot more than I was expecting, at least 20 from what I can see. Luckily, I find the captains in the 3rd tavern I check, saving me a lot of time. The food they are eating doesn't look very appetizing, which might be why they are chugging beer with it. However, when I approach them and ask about buying some rope, they all just laugh. It turns out that what rope they were able to get isn't even enough for their needs. From what they tell me, they try to replace the ropes they use for their rigging after every voyage. It makes me realize I might actually need rope if I am going to build a ship. Hopefully, the elves will have some rope, since it seems there is none to be had here. If not, we will probably have to do something like use vines or something similar. Come to think of it, I don't know if any of the remaining elves are craftsmen. Craftsmen should be more likely to stay in the village, so I would think there are some left. It is something I will have to worry about later. For now, I just need to buy some time. So I say farewell to the captains and return to the inn to have my lunch. As I eat my lunch, I try to think up another way to waste time without arousing suspicions. While I can still wander around looking for rope or climbing gear, the longer I do that, the more suspicious. I need to find another reason to delay leaving the fort that will not be suspicious. Unfortunately, all my planning and thinking ends up being wasted time. Just as I am finishing eating, all hell breaks loose as alarms throughout the fort start sounding. The noise is loud enough to wake the dead, and I am suddenly glad to currently have human hearing. What is with the alarms? Innkeeper says, "Oh, it is just another orc attack." Honestly, I have no idea why they still bother sounding the alarms. Is it normal for them to attack in the middle of the day? Innkeeper says, "No, not at all. They normally attack during the night, and being woken up by the alarms is really unpleasant." In that case, I think I will go put my armor on and then take a look at the situation. The innkeeper just nods and waves me off as if nothing about the attack even matters. If my plan works and the orcs win, he and everyone else in the fort will die. It makes me feel a little bit guilty, but there is nothing I can do about it now. By the time I get my armor on, the alarms have stopped sounding, which is a relief. Yet, as I walk to the fort's walls, I can see the soldiers are really nervous. It doesn't look like this is just a normal attack, and I doubt they know about the sabotage just yet. Every single soldier, no matter what they are doing, stop to stare as I pass. It is the armor. Luckily, I have gotten used to being the center of attention, so it doesn't bother me too much. When I reach the walls, I head for a spot close to the main tower of the fort. That is where the fort commander is, and from here I should be able to listen in on him. As I look out from the top of the wall, I can't even see any orcs. They haven't arrived yet. That should mean that they were spotted by scouts, so the humans have time to prepare. Turning towards some shouting, I see groups of soldiers being led through the gate by their officers. It looks like they are reinforcing the wall. This must be a large attack by the orcs. It works out well for me if it is. It means I don't have to wait around anymore. One of the soldiers on the wall near me pulls out a collapsible spyglass and takes a look. He must be able to see the orcs because I see his face turn completely white. I quickly work my way through the crowd until I am right next to the soldier. "Can I take a look?" The soldier wordlessly hands over the spyglass, which is a little surprising. As I take it from him, he just continues to stare into the distance, as if in shock. Even before I bring the spyglass up to my eye, I can feel the mana coursing through it. Chapter 659. When I take a look through the spyglass, I am surprised at how good the magnification is. With the spyglass, I am able to see the orcs clearly, or at least some of them. From the dust cloud behind them, it looks like there are still more coming. Just from what I can see already, there are several thousand orcs headed this way. It looks like this is indeed a major attack, and the humans are probably doomed. I can't help but wonder if it is because I stirred things up or if this would have happened anyway. "This is a nice spyglass. Where'd you get it?" Soldier says, "Huh? Oh, I bought it from a retiring ship captain." "How much?" Soldier says. "I paid 5 gold for it." "I'll give you 10. Soldier says. "What is the point? We are all going to die. Why would you say that?" Soldier says, "The largest attack to date was about 3,000 orcs, and we barely stopped them. This attack is double that, if not more. Sell it to me. No orc is going to kill me." The soldier's expression suddenly brightens, and he accepts the coins from me. Then I see him abandon the wall, and the last I see of him, he is headed for the harbor. As I watch, I notice other soldiers sneakily making their way towards the harbor. It looks like they are going to try and get on the ships, but that creates a problem. If all the ships leave, my plan of keeping the elves on one to keep them safe is done for. That means that I need to go secure a ship now before it can leave the dock. No one is really paying attention to me, so I simply jump down from the wall. As I leave the fort and head towards the docks, I see a lot of people heading that way. Mainly the people who work in the fort. They must have spotted the deserters and figured out the situation. When the harbor comes into sight, I am distressed to see that 2 ships have already departed. Another is currently being boarded by passengers. But the last is not showing any activity. Luckily for me, the one not showing any activity is the one closest to the elves. Since that one was the goal all along, I head straight for it, only to see the elves being loaded onto it. It would seem that the ship is owned by the slavers, or has been hired by them. Before I reach the ship, I see the 3rd ship finish boarding and start to depart. That actually helps me, since it means that soon there won't be any witnesses left. The people on the 3 ships are going to be the only witnesses to this event. So as long as they don't see what I am about to do, then no one will know. The only reason this is a concern is because I don't know how long building the ship will take. It is highly likely that the humans will return to reclaim the fort before I am done. I may even need to interact with them, so having them looking for the human trader would not be good. By the time I reach the last ship, the elves are already aboard, and the crew are trying to cast off. The gangplank has already been taken up, but I am able to leap up to the ship's deck easily. As soon as I do, the sailors move to stop me and throw me off the ship. Ignoring them for the moment, I check on the status of the other 3 ships. The first 2 have cleared the harbor and are almost out of sight, but the 3rd isn't too far away. While they may be able to hear the sailors shouting, I doubt they can see anything. Still, it is better to be safe than sorry, so I don't immediately kill the sailors. Instead, I wrestle with them and make even more noise, trying to draw everyone to me. I am mainly trying to avoid having anyone think to use the elves as hostages against me. My plan works. As the 3rd ship gets further away, all the sailors gather around me. Even the slaver and his people come up on deck to see what the noise is about. As soon as the 3rd ship leaves the harbor, I draw my sword and use whirlwind attack. The sailors that were surrounding me all die after just 1 attack, and I charge at the slaver. They also die with just 1 swing, leaving just the captain of the ship and a couple of sailors alive. I quickly chase them down and kill them, then I head below decks to find the elves. 17 level 1 sailors defeated, 1,700 XP gained. 12 level 2 sailors defeated, 2,400 XP gained. 11 level 3 sailors defeated, 3,300 XP gained. 8 level 4 sailors defeated, 3,200 XP gained. 5 level 5 sailors defeated, 2,500 XP gained. 1 level 14 sailor defeated, 1,400 XP gained. 1 level 6 merchant defeated, 6,000 XP gained. Huh! I got XP from humans. That has never happened before. It takes me a minute to realize something even more important. The humans have levels. The humans on the peninsula don't, but that is because the god in charge of it died. The humans on the mainland follow other pantheons, so it makes sense they still have levels. That means that there are probably high-level humans that I am going to have to be careful of. Even a human can become powerful if they gain enough levels, especially mages. I have gotten in the habit of not really worrying about humans. I am going to have to change that. While I doubt that there is a human out there that can come close to matching my stats, that doesn't make me immortal. My high stats just give me an advantage, but that is not a guarantee of victory. From here on out, I am going to have to keep in mind that the humans around me might have levels. As I enter the ship's hold and find the elves, I find myself wondering if they have levels too. The elves show signs of fear as I approach, but they don't try to resist. The fear quickly turns to surprise as I start ripping their chains and manacles off with my bare hands. Elf says, "Why are you doing this?" "I am here to free you. Stillwater sent me." Elf says, "Why would Stillwater work with a human? I am not a human. This is a magical disguise." Elf says, "So you are really here to help us. What is the plan?" "Yes, I am. The plan is for you to stay on the boat while the orcs wipe out the humans." Elf says, "Okay, then what?" "Then I will wipe out the orcs. After that, we will leave and rejoin the elves." Elf says, "Just like that." "Yeah, pretty much. By the time we are done talking, I have removed the restraints from all of the elves. Then we make our way onto the ship's deck and find that the ship has drifted into the middle of the harbor. It is a good distance from the docks and should be out of reach of the orcs. Chapter 660. After a little searching around, I managed to find the ship's anchor and release it. That should keep the elves safe, as long as the orcs don't swim out to the ship. I explained to the elves that they need to keep an eye out, and that I will come back once the fighting is done. Since I don't feel like swimming and I can't see any humans watching, I fly back to the docks. As soon as I land, I put my wings away and start walking back towards the fort. Just because I plan to let the orcs wipe out the humans doesn't mean I will sit around and watch. If thousands of orcs survive, I might have trouble slaying them all by myself. While I use the orcs to wipe out the humans, I also plan to use the humans to thin the orcs' numbers. I plan to let the outer wall fall, then help the humans hold the fort until the orcs are weakened. When I reach the fort, I once again climb the wall and take a spot near the tower so I can listen in. At this point, I don't need to use the spyglass to see the orcs. They are already attacking the outer wall. From what I can see, there are around 12,000 orcs in total. Commander says, "What is going on? Why aren't the siege engines firing?" Lieutenant says, "Sir?" When the soldiers tried to load the engines, most of them malfunctioned. Commander says, "What? How long until they are repaired?" Lieutenant says, "At least 5 minutes, maybe 10. Commander says, "That is too long. The wall won't hold. Take the reserves and lead them to the wall now." Lieutenant says, "Yes, sir." After that, I watch as more troops leave the fort and rush to the outer wall. The fighting has started already. Without the siege engines, the orcs didn't even slow down. The defenders are doing what they can, but it is already obvious they are going to lose. In a normal fight, they could maybe hold on, but the orcs will not stop for anything. They don't know fear, so they won't pull back to regroup. They will just fight until they win or die. It only takes about 3 minutes before the first breach of the wall happens. After that, it is like a domino effect. And within another 5 minutes, the wall falls. The human reinforcements arrived just in time to be wiped out by the advancing orcs. None of the siege engines got fixed in time to fire before being overrun. Now the orcs are heading for the fort, and the morale of the soldiers here is at rock bottom. About 3/5 of the human soldiers were on the outer wall and are now dead. From what I can see, the orcs have only lost about 2,000 or 3,000 so far. If this keeps up, then the humans will be wiped out, and there will still be 7,000 or so orcs left. That is a rather high number for me to deal with alone, but it might be doable. However, the battle isn't over yet. I may still be able to thin their numbers a bit more. The best bet would be to somehow raise the troops' morale, but I don't know how to. The only thing I can think of, based off of movies, would be a rousing speech. But that is not a skill I possess. Besides, I am not their commander. The soldiers have no reason to listen to me. So the only thing I can do is to kill a lot of orcs. But defending a wall is not really my style. When I am fighting, I move around a lot. And a two-handed sword is not meant for small areas. If I fight on top of the wall, there is a good chance I will end up killing humans as well as orcs. After looking around and thinking about it for a few seconds, I decide my best bet is to fight in the open. Seeing as the orcs are almost here, once I make up my mind, I just move. I jump off the wall, drawing my sword as I do, and easily land on my feet. Behind me, the soldiers that notice my action let out sounds of shock and surprise. Meanwhile, the orcs that see me come running over, eager for more bloodshed. Unfortunately for them, the only blood being shed is theirs. As I cut them down easily, seeing this, the soldiers on the wall behind me start cheering. Maybe I can raise their morale after all. They keep cheering as I kill the next wave of orcs. The more I kill, the louder they get. It looks like I might just be able to accomplish 2 goals at once, just by swinging my sword. Forgetting about all that, I lose myself in the fight and the enjoyment of it. I am aware of orcs passing me by to attack the fort, but it doesn't matter at this point. The only orcs that matter are the ones that come within reach of my sword. Even though the orcs just keep coming at me, it isn't fast enough, so I start moving towards them. The soldiers have stopped cheering. Now they have their own fights to worry about. As I am fighting with no one else to worry about, everything else fades away. Ding, congratulations. Skill Whirlwind Attack has progressed to level 2. Whirlwind Attack level 2 speed cost. 55 damage. Weapon X 1.5 attacks all enemies within 12 feet. It comes as a shock when I run out of orcs to kill, waking me from my battle trance. When I look around, I realize that I haven't run out of orcs. I just cut my way through them. I am now behind the orcs, and when I turn around, I can see them assaulting the fort. 1183 orcs defeated. 118300 XP gained. It would seem that I killed a lot more orcs than I expected to, but it is not over yet. The orcs are assaulting the walls, but so far they haven't been able to get a foothold. There are still plenty of orcs left, but the humans are putting up quite the fight. They are fighting for their own survival, so I am not too surprised by them holding on. With the current situation, all it will take is one mistake, and the orcs will be able to take the walls. For now, the orcs are just wasting their lives, so I don't plan to interfere. Even though all the wounds I took while fighting have already healed, I still feel tired. Whatever place my mind went to during that period of time seems to burn a lot of energy. I don't mind, however. Even though I am tired, I still feel great. It was a lot of fun. Taking a few minutes to catch my breath, I casually watch the orcs continue their attack. It hits me that if I hurt the orcs before they get into the fort, that I will have to kill all the humans. So I sit back and relax a bit longer. I will move once the orcs breach the fort. Taking my belt out of the backpack, I strap it around my waist and then pull some food out of my pouch. As I eat, I continue to watch the battle, waiting for the orcs to make some progress. The humans are putting up a really good fight. They might even win with a little help. Chapter 661. Since I want the humans to lose, I just keep sitting and watching the battle. It is actually kind of hard for me to sit and watch the fight without joining in. The longer I sit watching, the more twitchy I start to feel. Patience is not my strong suit. The idea of running over and breaking a hole in the wall crosses my mind. While that would speed things up, I feel that the humans deserve the chance to fight things out. If they managed to win, I would still kill them all. But they don't know that. Then, finally, the orcs manage to create an opening, and one gets onto the wall. He basically ran up a pile of bodies. It makes me think of a scene from a zombie movie. He only manages to kill 2 humans, but more orcs manage to follow him up and onto the wall. This is the beginning of the end for the humans, as the breach keeps widening. Soon, the orcs have taken control of the wall, and the fighting is moving into the fort. At this point, the battle is pretty much over, so I get up and start heading for the fort. The orcs have made several more breaches, and most of them have moved into the fort. There are still some orcs waiting for their turn to enter, and I charge right into them. As I cut them down, I focus on being efficient and not losing myself to the joy of combat. Some of the orcs turn to face me, while the rest continue pushing into the fort. After I cut down all the orcs outside the fort, I follow the rest into the fort. Inside, there are already a lot of corpses lying around, both humans and orcs. There are living orcs inside when I enter, but they quickly join the corpses on the floor. Once they are dead, I continue moving through the fort, killing every orc I come across. I am hoping to kill enough orcs to gain another level. I should be pretty close to it. As I move through the fort, I avoid the areas where I hear sounds of fighting. Only the groups of orcs that are wandering around looking for a fight are the ones I go after. This way, I won't end up saving any humans and having to deal with them. However, when I come out into the fort's courtyard and see dozens of orcs, I get curious. The orcs are all gathered around one corner, and I can hear sounds of combat. So I jump up to try and get a look at who they are fighting, which turns out to be a woman. My first thought is that it is a human, and that I need to just leave her to die by the orc's hands. Then just before I lose sight of her, she turns her head, and I see her long, pointy ear. As soon as my feet return to the ground, I charge into the orcs and cut them all down. Once all the orcs are dead, I take a closer look at the woman. She is definitely an elf. She is also in pretty rough shape. She didn't hold off that many orcs completely. A single healing spell is all it takes to restore her completely, to her surprise. 388 orcs defeated. 388,000 XP gained. Brightfire says, "Just what kind of human are you?" "I am not a human." "What are you doing here? I thought I already rescued all the elves." Brightfire says, "What? You did? Yes. Now who are you and how did you get here?" Brightfire says, "Oh, sorry. My name is Brightfire and I am a scout. When I saw the orcs attacking, I thought I could sneak in and rescue the slaves." "Are you one of Stillwater's scouts?" Brightfire says, "Yes. Wait, how do you know Stillwater? There is no time for that right now. Follow me. Leaving the area with Brightfire following me, I head straight towards the harbor. Plenty of orcs get in the way, but I happily cut a path straight through them. There are quite a few orcs at the docks, killing the humans who tried to run. Brightfire says, "Why are we going to the docks? The ship's already left." See that ship floating in the harbor? That is where the elves are. Brightfire says, "Why are they out there?" Because I figured the orcs would have a hard time swimming. As we reach the docks and I clear the orcs there, we are able to see the elves on the ship. They have armed themselves and are currently killing the humans that swam out to the ship. They don't seem to be having any problems. They just stab the humans as they try to climb up. A few orcs do make the attempt to swim out to the ship, but when they drown, the others stop trying. This leaves the orcs with nowhere to go. All they can do is die under my sword. Brightfire just stands and watches me as I chase down and kill every single orc. 121 orcs defeated. 121,000 ESP gained. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Level 17, HP plus 200, DP plus 100, stat points plus 5. Spells, Holy Shock level 4, Mass Bless level 3, Resurrect level 2. Yes, I love leveling up. Brightfire says, "You are certainly skilled with a blade. You said you aren't human, but you certainly don't fight like an elf." I am not an elf either. Brightfire says, "Then what are you?" I am nothing you know of, and we really don't have the time for me to tell you my story. Brightfire says, "Okay, then what is the plan?" I am going to take you over to the ship and you can take charge of the elves. Meanwhile, I am going to kill all the orcs. Brightfire says, "By yourself?" "Yes, unless there are humans alive and still fighting." Brightfire says, "Aren't there still thousands of orcs left?" "Hopefully." Before she can say anything else, I spread my wings, pick her up, and carry her to the ship. Ignoring her screams, I land just long enough to drop her off and then fly back to the docks. The orcs are just milling around, since they have run out of humans to kill. That is, they are until I come down and start killing them as soon as I land. Their roars and screams bring more and more orcs pouring out of the fort and its buildings. I end up surrounded by an increasing number of orcs, but I just let myself go. My mind goes blank as I start dancing around amongst the orcs, cutting them apart. Behind me are nothing but lines of blood, flying chunks, and a lot of dead orcs. Despite the level of danger, there is a huge grin on my face as I bathe in the blood of my enemies. Chapter 662. The elves on the ship are probably watching me, but at that distance they shouldn't be able to see much. After all, I don't want the elves thinking I am some sort of bloodthirsty monster. Although, I kind of am becoming one, or at least a battle maniac like Bones. Then again, since the orcs are the enemy, it probably won't bother the elves even if they see me. In fact, they might even applaud me for massacring the orcs like this. Of course, since I already saved them from slavery, I probably don't need to worry about it. No matter what, even if I knew for a fact that it would bother them, I still wouldn't stop. Not only am I having a lot of fun, but I also want to get as much exp out of the orcs as I can. I have been fighting for about 20 minutes or so when I notice some orcs leaving. At first, it doesn't even register with me. I am used to the orcs showing no fear. After a minute, I actually realize that the orcs are running away. My XP is escaping. I force myself out of my current state and start controlling things again. I don't stop killing the orcs, but I change my direction and cut my way towards the fort. Rather than killing those closest to me, I want to kill those furthest away before they can run. This way, I can also cut off the retreat of the remaining orcs so that I can kill them all. However, as I continue cutting the orcs down, more and more of them attempt to flee. I cut down as many of them as I can reach, but I can't get them all and some get away. Soon after the first ones escape, I start smelling smoke. And soon, I can see fires in the fort. It looks like the fleeing orcs are setting things on fire, probably hoping to prevent me from following. That wouldn't work against me, but I am not interested in chasing them. I would much rather stay here with the bigger group of orcs. Otherwise, I might miss even more, letting the majority escape just to chase down the few. That would truly be a mistake. It is a good thing I am not a berserker that would just attack anything that moves. So I ignore the fleeing orcs and continue massacring the large group of orcs. About the time I have killed half of them, the rest of the orcs suddenly break and run. The orcs scatter in every direction. Some of them even run towards the water. I start dashing around at full speed to kill as many as I can before they spread out. Unfortunately, there are still too many for me to be able to catch all of them. However, that certainly doesn't stop me from trying, but I am unable to. Again, those that manage to run away start fires as they flee, and soon the entire fort is burning. When it was just a few fires, I would have still chased them and just counted on my fire resist. Now that the entire place is on fire, it is a different story. It is not worth the risk. I could probably still survive the fire, but I have already accomplished both of my main goals. The humans are completely wiped out, and the elves are safe and sound. Even if a few orcs manage to get away, this plan has worked out very well. I quickly finish off the few remaining orcs that got trapped by the fire before they find a way to escape. 2711. Orcs defeated. 27-11000. XP gained. That is what I was looking for. Such nice XP. Turning away from the fire, I walk back down onto the docks before I fly over to the ship. The few orcs that made it into the water have all drowned, and the elves have finished off the humans. They are all standing on the ship's deck watching when I fly over and land. Brightfire says, "That was insane. How are you so strong? Just what are you?" "Well, if everyone promises not to freak out, I will drop my disguise and show you." Seeing all the elves nodding with eager looks on their faces, I take a few steps backward. This is mainly so that when I grow larger, none of the elves feel crowded and freak out. Luckily, I remember to remove the knight's armor first. Busting out of it Hulk style would hurt. Since I don't care about the armor, I just toss it on the deck when I am done removing it. Then I end my shapeshift and return to my normal form. The elves all take a step back. I can see looks of shock and fear on their faces, but the fear quickly fades. Brightfire says, "Half human, half cat? I've never seen anything like you before." "Not exactly, but that is close enough for now. We should get moving. The orcs may return once the fires die down." Brightfire says, "Can't you just kill them all?" "Sure I can. The question is whether or not I can protect all of you." Brightfire says, "I see your point. Okay, what should we do? We need to get to shore, preferably to the south of the fort." Brightfire says, "Do you know how to make the ship move?" "Only in theory. I've never sailed before." A quick check reveals that none of the elves know anything about ships or sailing, so getting the ship to shore ends up being a long and aggravating process. In fact, by the time we beach the ship, the fires at the fort have mostly died down. We abandon the ship and start moving towards the southern end of the mountains. Going north would be quicker, but I don't want to run into orcs with this many people to protect. I end up being glad that they are elves. Humans in this situation would be complaining non-stop. The elves, however, just deal with it. Even camping out in the wild doesn't upset them. They are very grateful for both my food pouch and endless water skin. Thanks to those, they only have to worry about walking and finding a place to sleep at night. Luckily, we don't get attacked at all during the week it takes us to get around the mountains. When we reach the elven village, there is much rejoicing, which I just watch from the side. While the rescued slaves are being welcomed back, I make my way to Stillwater's home. As I move through the village, I can see signs of things being packed up and ready to move. It looks like Stillwater was able to convince everyone, and I won't have to deal with it. Just as I reach Stillwater's home, Brightfire catches up to me and she follows me in. Stillwater says, "Welcome back, Ash. Thank you for rescuing my people. Also, thank you for bringing my daughter back safely." "You are welcome. Wait, your daughter." Brightfire says, "Hi, Dad. Oh, I honestly had no idea." Stillwater says elves don't normally make a big deal about it. We are very reserved with our emotions. However, Brightfire is the only family I have left. So, thank you. Chapter 663. You are welcome. Stillwater says, "So, other than managing to rescue some of my people, how did things go?" "Well, do you want the good news or the bad news first?" Stillwater says, let's go with the good news. The humans have been wiped out and around 10,000 orcs died. Stillwater says, that is great news. That would call for a feast even without you rescuing my people. The bad news is that none of the human ships were big enough. Stillwater says, so we are going with the second plan and building a ship. Yes, unfortunately, that is our only real option. Brightfire says, why is it so unfortunate? Because of how much time it will take. Stillwater says, all right, what can I do to help? Well, the first thing I am going to need is a tree, but it needs to be somewhat special. I need a tree that can be infused with mana. Know of any special trees? Stillwater says, I can only think of one, but it isn't going to be big enough to build a ship. Not only that, getting to it will be a problem as well. The size isn't an issue. I can make it grow. Why is the location a problem? Stillwater says, because it is in the north. It is located where we first built when we arrived here, but that was before we knew about the orcs. After the war with the orcs started, we were forced to abandon that location and move south of the orcs' territory. Don't forget, I can just fly over the orcs. Although that does remind me of something odd. The 10,000 or so orcs that attacked the humans, I didn't see any advanced orcs. Brightfire says, what do you mean by advanced orcs? Orc warriors, shamans, and champions. All the orcs I killed were all regular orcs. Brightfire says, is that why they ran away in the end? Stillwater says, what? Orcs ran. Brightfire says, yes, Dad. They ran away from him. Stillwater says, never in all our encounters with the orcs have they ever run away from anything. Under Stillwater's questioning, Brightfire and I end up having to tell him everything that happened. He refuses to talk about anything else until he is sure he has heard every single detail. It doesn't really bother me, after all. He just wants to know more about his enemies. It is something I am also curious about. Why did the orcs suddenly change? Before that last fight, I didn't think that the orcs were even able to feel fear. So them suddenly running away is also something I want explained. Now that you have heard everything, what do you think Stillwater? Stillwater says, I have no idea why they suddenly ran away. I do agree that them not having any leaders is extremely odd. Brightfire says, maybe them running away had to do with them never having encountered someone who could kill so many of them so easily. Stillwater says, maybe we will probably never know. It is not like we can ask them. That is true. In that case, can you tell me more about the tree? Stillwater says, our histories tell us we came from somewhere else, but they don't say where. They do say that the seed was brought from our first home and planted when we first settled here. Are you telling me that you don't know anything about the tree? Stillwater says, basically. Although in the thousands of years since we arrived, it has only grown into a sapling. Is that why you think it won't work for a ship? Stillwater says yes, unless you want to make a child's toy. Let me worry about that. Where can I find the tree? Stillwater says, as I said, it is in our first village, but that is also a part of the problem. The village is in some hills on the north side of the Badlands, but I don't know exactly where. No one has been back in several generations. Then how can I find it? Stillwater says, alone you can't. You will need a scout with you. Our scouts have their own kind of symbol language that will lead to the village. Brightfire says, I volunteer. Are you afraid of heights? Brightfire says, number why? As I said, we will be flying over the Badlands. Brightfire says, flying I can't wait. Stillwater says, well, that settles that. When will you be leaving? Right now. Stillwater says, no way. You are the hero of the feast. You can't just run away. Why not? Stillwater says, because it will be important later that everyone knows and respects you. You are going to be the captain of the ship, aren't you? I guess that makes sense. All right, fine. We will leave first thing in the morning. Having won the argument, Stillwater is all smiles as he leads us out to join the feast. Having already learned from the former slaves what types of foods the elves, like I start adding food to the feast. I do this because otherwise, with the limited food the elves have, it won't be much of a feast. The feast is pretty much a nightmare for me. Every single elf comes over to talk to me. With everyone taking turns to talk to me, I hardly have time to eat, let alone enjoy the food. However, Stillwater was right. I am going to need these people to listen to me. After the feast, I head to my hut to get some rest. It has been a while, so I decide to actually get some sleep. However, I have no interest in sleeping on the floor. But luckily, I still have my hammock. Once I set it up, I am able to sleep just fine and don't wake up until an hour after dawn. Once I am awake, I have some breakfast, put the hammock away, and then head to Stillwater's. When I get there, I find Brightfire is already there and waiting for me. I give her a wave and then activate my shapeshift. But I try something new. I select the eagle form, but before shifting, I attempt to make the eagle larger. It works even better than I was hoping, and when I am done shifting, I am an eagle the size of a small plane. This should be plenty big enough for me to carry Brightfire. At least that is the hope. Brightfire says, "Wow, so majestic. Am I going to be riding you?" That is the plan. We will see how well it works. Brightfire doesn't need any more encouragement and immediately climbs me. Once she is seated on the back of my neck, she grabs a hold of some feathers and then shouts, "Ready?" A few seconds later, when I launch into the air, she lets out a scream, but she doesn't sound scared. Chapter 664. As I continue gaining altitude, the noises she is making also continue and are obviously from excitement. For my part, I am finding it much easier to fly with a rider like this than carrying someone in my normal form. I am just hoping that using the bigger version of the form doesn't put too much strain on me like the Drake does. Then again, I have grown stronger since the last time I used it. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad now. Of course, if I try it and something does go wrong, the goddesses will never let me hear the end of it. Even though it has been a while since we spoke, I can still feel their gazes occasionally. It is almost as if they don't trust me to keep myself out of trouble, which is fair. Since coming to this world, I have had a lot of fun, and most of it came from getting into trouble. It is enough that it has sort of become a habit. Besides, they are both cute when they get mad. Teasing deities is obviously a bad idea, but at the same time, it is a lot of fun. Especially when the deities in question are complete hotties. It just makes it even more fun. Of course, it helps that no matter how much I might anger them, they can't hurt me because they need me. I would like to think that they wouldn't hurt me anyway because they like me. However, I am not confident enough to gamble on that, but luckily, I don't have to. It will be interesting to see how things go with them in the period between ending the war and dying. Brightfire yells, "This is amazing! You seem to be enjoying yourself," Brightfire says. "I am having the best time of my life." I am glad to hear that. "Am I just going north, or do you want to point me a certain way?" Brightfire says, "Oh, sorry, that way." After leveling off, I head the way Brightfire points and increase my speed. Since Brightfire is enjoying herself, I don't worry about keeping my speed down to what she can handle. Even once I reach top speed, she doesn't seem to be having any problems. Brightfire says, "Can you go any faster?" "No, this is my top speed unless I am diving," Brightfire says. "Then let's dive." "Not until we are across the Badlands," Brightfire says. "Oh, all right, fine." Luckily, the larger eagle form has a higher max speed, so we are covering a lot of ground. We make it across the Badlands in just a few hours, much faster than I was expecting, following Brightfire's directions. Once we are past the Badlands, we head to some forested hills. Once we are over the hills, Brightfire gets her wish as I dive down towards the ground. She shrieks in excitement, sounding just like a kid riding a roller coaster. I am aiming for a decent-sized clearing, but when I suddenly slow down to land, I feel Brightfire almost fall off. "Are you all right?" Brightfire says. "Yeah, I was just surprised. It was my own fault. I was having fun and not paying attention." "As long as you weren't hurt then, it is no big deal." As soon as I fold away my wings, Brightfire quickly climbs down and I release the shapeshift. She immediately begins searching the area until she finds whatever symbol she is looking for. Once she finds it, she starts leading the way to the village, following these hidden symbols. To be honest, I am a little doubtful at first, but change my mind when she leads me right to the village. The clearing I landed in wasn't too far away, but I could have walked right past the village. The reason is that there are no cabins or huts at ground level. Everything is built up in the trees. They are all worn down and overgrown. Even looking for them, they are hard to spot. It is in what would have been the village center that we find the tree we are looking for. It is small, only about 4 feet tall, but I can tell with just one look it is not ordinary. For one thing, the bark is a beautiful purple color and the leaves are all silver. It looks like it was planted next to a pond, but the pond has since dried up. In fact, the entire area around the tree looks dried out, and I can also sense no manna around. It would seem that the tree, in attempting to grow, has sucked the surrounding area completely dry. When I get closer to the tree, I can even feel the tree trying to absorb my manna. I don't have much manna, but I go ahead and let the tree have what I do have. Brightfire says, "Is this it?" Yeah, I would say so. Brightfire says, "It is so small. What good is it going to be?" As is, it can't be used. But it is a very special tree. It is exactly what I was hoping to find. Brightfire says, "So, what now?" "Now we take the tree and return to your village." Brightfire says, "How are we going to move the tree?" "Watch and see." Moving forward, I kneel down next to the tree and reach out to put my hand on the trunk. Then, I carefully wrap the tree in sacred power, even covering all of the roots. Once it is completely wrapped, I gently pull it out of the ground, roots and all. Brightfire says, "Okay, that is impressive. What is with that golden glow?" "It is my power. I am using it to protect the tree." Brightfire just watches as I carefully put the tree into my pouch. Then we leave the village. Once we are back in an open area, I shapeshift into the giant eagle again and wait for Brightfire to climb aboard. Once she is seated, I lift off and fly back across the Badlands in a couple of hours. As soon as we land and she climbs down, I release Shapeshift, then start looking around. Brightfire runs off to report to Stillwater, but I am looking for a good place to plant the tree. Considering how dry the area around the tree was, I need a place with a good water supply. In the end, I have to wait until Brightfire gets back since I don't know the area well enough. She then leads me south of the village where there is a small clearing with a stream running through it. After carefully planting the tree, I release it from my sacred power and then go to talk to Stillwater. Stillwater says, "Were you successful?" "Yes, the tree is replanted." "Now, about the stone that made up the gate? Do you care about them?" Stillwater says, "Not really." "Why?" "Because even in pieces, they still contain a massive amount of mana. I want to use that mana to feed the tree." Stillwater says, "Sure, go ahead." Chapter 665. Once I have permission, I grab the box of pieces from my hut and carry it to the tree. Then I sit down, take out a piece of the gate, and tap into the mana contained within it. Instead of just feeding it to the tree, I run it through my body first, which isn't pleasant. However, using my body, I am able to cleanse the mana and add a little sacred power to it. This way, no traces of the old spells will be able to affect the tree, and it will be enhanced. Thanks to previous experiments, I know exactly how much sacred power to mix in with the mana. The tree sucks up every drop I give it, and by the time the stone crumbles to dust, it has already grown. From just one stone, the tree looks to have grown about 3 feet taller. It also grew more branches and leaves. It is even better than I had hoped. The positive results encourage me, so I immediately grab another chunk of the gate. Watching the tree grow as I feed it mana gives me a very pleasant sensation. However, after the second piece crumbles to dust, I stop myself from grabbing another, while I need the tree to grow to a massive size. Doing it all at once isn't a good idea. The tree needs time to rest and get used to the changes before I continue. That is the only way that I can be sure that the tree remains top quality. While I could easily do this with a normal tree, I am going for something more special. The tree is already special, but if I make it grow too fast, it will lose what makes it special. From what I can sense from the tree, 2 pieces of the gate per Dalton Y is probably the limit right now. Brightfire says, "The tree looks amazing. Is there anything I can do to help?" "Yeah, actually. If you and the other scouts can, bring some fertilizer and bury it around the tree." Brightfire says, "What kind of fertilizer?" "Just the guts and other stuff you normally throw out after a kill." Brightfire says, "Sure, I will pass the word." "What are you going to do?" "For now, I am going to go talk to your father." Brightfire just nods and walks off, so I turn around to go find Stillwater. However, when I check his hut, he isn't there. So I start wandering around the village. I finally find Stillwater talking to the elves that I freed from the human fort. Of course, as soon as they see me, they all come over to thank me for freeing them, yet again. It is only about the 20th time, not that I can really blame them for it. Once they are finally done, I manage to steal Stillwater away for a minute. Stillwater says, "How is the tree?" "Perfect. It will take a while, but it should work exactly as I hoped." Stillwater says, "Any idea how long?" "At least a couple of weeks just to grow the tree. The construction I am not sure about yet." Stillwater says, "All right. What else do you need?" "We are going to need materials for ropes and sails." I did take some ropes off the ship we used, but I doubt they will be enough. I am also thinking I might be able to make the sails out of the tree's leaves, but I want to know what options we have. Stillwater says, "For the sails I will have to check, but the ropes are easy. We have a way to treat vines that make them into perfect ropes. They are what we use for the rope bridges between the trees." Sounds good. We will need a decent amount. Let me know what you find about the sails, but you don't need to rush. Stillwater says, "All right. Anything else?" Well, I did have an idea of using bones to reinforce the hull. "Do you know of any beasts large enough for that?" Stillwater says, "A couple of 100 feet long." "No, not on land anyway." "Not on land. So you know of something in the ocean." Stillwater says, "No may be too strong of a word, but there is a legend of such a beast." Stillwater then goes on to tell me the legend, with a description of the beast. From the description, it sounds like a crocodile with flippers, just over 400 feet long. In fact, it sounds exactly like a dinosaur I have seen in a movie. I just can't remember the name. The description is a little different than what I remember from the movie. The beast he describes has more flippers and 2 tails, but the rest is close enough. I am not sure if I want to even try fighting something like that. It would just eat me. Then again, as long as I can avoid the teeth, I can probably kill it from the inside. It is big enough that its bones would be the size I am looking for, if it has bones. I know sharks don't have bones, but I can't remember if the same applies to dinosaurs. The only real way to find out would be to kill the thing, but getting it back to shore would also be a problem. If it does have bones, then it will most likely sink to the bottom once it is dead. Something that size is going to weigh several tens of tons at least, a little much for me to drag. The only option I can think of would be to follow it to the bottom and butcher it there. Of course, it wouldn't be that simple. The blood from the thing would attract all sorts of other things. I don't really know anything about this world's oceans, or what might live in them. The obvious answer would be to go for a swim and find out, but my swimming isn't all that good. However, if I use shapeshift and turn into something that swims well, that could work. It is going to take weeks to grow the tree anyway, so I won't really be wasting any time. Last time I went swimming, it was as a drake in lava, but it worked really well. I am half tempted to make a water drake form and use that, but I don't know if it will have side effects. As much as I want to be a drake again, it is probably better if I think of another form to use. Now, I just need to think of a form. I think about it after saying goodbye to Stillwater. I continue to think about it as I shapeshift into an eagle and fly towards the ocean. The first forms that come to mind are a dolphin or an orca, but they are mammals. It would probably be better to use something that doesn't need to surface for air. Something like a shark, but not something small enough to easily be eaten. That is when I think about the movie Meg. A megalodon is probably my best bet. It has speed, maneuverability, and good attack power. It is also an almost perfect hunter. Instead of landing on the beach, I fly out to sea a ways and then land in the water. I quickly drop my shapeshift and then start building the image of a megalodon in my mind. Chapter 666. Luckily, the movie showed a lot of information about Megs, and I remember most of it. One thing I do change is the Meg's weak eyesight. I won't be able to use the Meg's other senses as well as it does. So, to make up for that, I improve the eyesight as much as I can, basing it off of a drake's eyes. Shifter shape added. Evolved Megalodon. As soon as I change form into the Meg, I panic a little because I can't breathe. Then I remember that the gills only work while in motion, so I start swimming. As soon as I am moving, I can breathe again, but it is weird since I am not controlling it. The gills work automatically as long as I am moving. But moving this body is weird. It feels nothing like any other form I have tried, and it takes a lot of getting used to. Even after a couple of hours, I still can't move around very well, but at the same time, it is amazing. Thanks to the enhanced eyes, I can see absolutely everything, even the ocean floor. There is no darkness to my eyes, and it is an amazingly beautiful world down here. For the next couple of hours, I simply practice moving around as I explore. Experiencing it for myself like this makes all those underwater documentaries look like crap. There is a ton of life down here, and I constantly have to fight the Meg's instincts to hunt. That isn't to say that I don't eat anything. This body needs constant supplies of energy. I just try to keep it to normal fishes. A lot of the things down here look weird. I make sure to avoid the colorful things the most. They are the most likely to be poisonous. That is, until I remember that I am now immune to poison, then I eat whatever comes near me. This form doesn't have taste buds, which is a good thing considering how weird some of these things look. I even end up eating one of the giant crabs, but strangely, I don't get any XP for it. Then again, when I think about it, I don't remember ever getting XP when shapeshifted. Maybe that is the penalty of using shapeshift. It is something to keep in mind in the future. For now, I spend the rest of the day swimming around and exploring. During this time, I don't see anything big enough to threaten me, let alone the legendary beast. After swimming around for the entire day, I return to the beach and shift back to the Eagle to return to the village. When I return, some of the elves I saved come over and beg me to feed them. It would seem that they have gotten addicted to the food from my pouch, since I totally can't blame them. I don't argue and just start taking out dishes of food. Other elves notice and come to join, until in the end, I basically start another feast. I don't really mind since the pouch can produce food without a problem. After eating and feeding the majority of the elves, I return to my hut for some rest. Again, I use my hammock, but before I sleep, I go into a soulscape long enough to update Miria. I figure as long as I keep everyone updated on what is going on, they won't worry as much. Miria is the one I normally contact because she gets mad if I tell someone else. After I end the soulscape, I go to sleep for a few hours. And when I wake up, I meditate for a while. I mainly just need to recover the sacred power I used when shapeshifting. To avoid a repeat of last night, I eat my breakfast in my hut. Then I head over to the tree. The tree is now around 12 feet tall. It looks like it continued growing after I left. It probably used its stored up mana to continue to grow, which makes sense. The tree is currently absorbing mana from its surroundings. It is even trying to absorb mine again. This time, I resist and take my time to thoroughly examine the tree. Its growth is fast, but I need to make sure it is developing evenly so it doesn't grow too fast. So I check all the leaves and the new branches. Then I check the trunk's bark. Everything looks good. The tree seems to be using mana to improve everything evenly. Since that puts my worries to rest, I take out a chunk of the gate and start feeding the mana to the tree. Ding, congratulations. Skill channeling has progressed to level 6. Channeling level 6 int plus 6 mana plus 60. You are very experienced at channeling mana. Wait, did that just increase my mana pool? Mana! MP 456 divided by 456, it did. I found another way to increase my mana pool. This discovery makes me excited, and so I quickly go through my entire skill list. Unfortunately, I find that channeling is the only skill I have that adds to my mana pool. This immediately kills my excitement and leaves me a little depressed. One skill isn't going to make much difference for my mana pool, especially at 10 per level. Even if I somehow get the skill up to level 10, that is only 40 more mana. While every little bit helps, the amount of effort needed wouldn't be worth it. Pushing aside my disappointment, I grab the second chunk of gate and start feeding it to the tree. As the tree is absorbing the mana, I can see its leaves growing larger and lusher. I can also feel movement in the ground below me. The tree's roots are also growing. When I finish the second gate stone, I take out a third, but then stop and have second thoughts. I still don't want to push the tree too far, but I also don't want to waste more time. So, instead of channeling the mana from it, I simply place the third stone down on the ground next to the tree. This way, the tree can slowly absorb the mana from the stone as it needs it. I am hoping that this will allow the tree to continue growing until I come back tomorrow. Slow, constant growth shouldn't cause any problems. At least, that is what I am hoping. As much as I don't want to waste time, the tree isn't going to grow to the size I need anytime soon. For what I am planning, it needs to be several 100 feet tall and maybe 100 feet around. In my mind, I am picturing it as the size of a redwood, or maybe even bigger. To be honest, I have no idea if this tree can even grow to that size, but I don't really have any other options. All I can do is feed the gate stones to the tree and see how things turn out. If it gets close enough, I might be able to make up the difference when it comes to shaping the ship. The next problem that comes to mind is the nutrients necessary for the tree to grow. As the tree grows, it is going to suck up every nutrient in the soil around it. The problem is the current level of nutrients probably isn't enough to support that much growth. Chapter 667. Even though I can tell the hunters have already started burying stuff around the tree, that won't help. It takes time for stuff like that to decompose and turn into useful nutrients. However, there might just be another way to supply the tree with nutrients. If it works, Eckertan, I summon you. A few minutes later, I can feel my mana start draining, then Eckertan takes form. To my surprise, he completely ignores me as he turns and bows to the tree. The look on his face is one of both shock and awe, something I really wasn't expecting. I am guessing that means you recognize this tree? Eckertan says. Of course I do. This tree is sacred to the elves. Oh, then you might not like my current plan. Eckertan says, what are you planning to do with the sacred tree of life? I am planning to grow it to an adequate size and then make a ship out of it. Then I will use that ship to sail the elves back to the peninsula. Eckertan says, you want to cut down the sacred tree and turn it into a boat? Are you insane? Well, yes, but this is a separate issue. I don't really have any other alternatives, Eckertan says. If that is the case, I would rather you just leave the elves to their fate. Then either the orcs or the humans will wipe them out, either of which would most likely destroy the tree anyway. Not to mention, I already told Kor I would do everything I could to bring the elves back. Eckertan says, you can't kill this tree. It very well could be the only one left in the world. What if I get a seed or something from it first? Eckertan says, this tree is very special. It only seeds once, and that is when it reaches 1,000 years old. Well, that makes things more complicated, Eckertan says. It is a moot point. It would take hundreds of years for this tree to reach that size. It was under 5 feet tall when I moved it here yesterday. Eckertan says, what? I have been pulling the mana out of pieces of the gate and feeding it to the tree. Oh, I've been adding a little sacred power in with it. Eckertan says, you are forcing the tree to grow? No, I haven't forced anything. The tree has happily gobbled down everything I have offered it. Eckertan says, then, if that is truly the case, maybe the tree agrees with your plan. Wait, are you saying that the tree is sentient? Eckertan says, all the others were, so there is no reason this one wouldn't be. It is certainly capable of stopping you from forcing it to grow. Do you think you could communicate with the tree? See if it understands my intentions and approves? Eckertan says, I should be able to. Is this why you summoned me? Number, originally I just wanted you to try to bless the earth and maybe make it easier for the tree to grow, Eckertan says. Oh, yeah, I can do that. Eckertan then moves closer to the tree and kneels down. Then he leans forward until his forehead touches the trunk. He stays in that position for several minutes as he communicates with the tree. Then he gets up and walks in circles around the tree as he chants in Elven. I catch just enough of the words to understand that it is some type of spell. When he finishes, I notice that the ground around the tree has darkened. I am guessing that he did as I asked and blessed the ground, but I have no idea how. Eckertan says, the tree understands your intentions, but asks that you take its seed before cutting it down. I can't wait around for 1,000 years. Eckertan says, you won't need to. Apparently, this tree is already old enough to produce a seed. It is just small because it was abandoned and neglected. So if I keep feeding it and helping it grow, it will be able to produce a seed, Eckertan says. It wants you to take the seed to somewhere more appropriate and plant it. Do you think planting it in the city would work? Eckertan says. Number, it needs to be somewhere with life and people. A dead city wouldn't work. It is not a dead city anymore. There are beasts living there, and if I succeed, then there will also be elves living there. Eckertan says, I didn't think of that. Sure, the city will work. Okay, then that is the plan, Eckertan says. Any other questions? You are almost out of mana. No, that was everything, Eckertan says. Then good luck and I hope you succeed. After that, Eckertan vanishes and I turn and head for the ocean to resume hunting. Once I am shifted into a Meg, I start swimming around the island looking for the beast. As I swim around, I think about the beast and where it might be. Then I realize a problem. The beast is huge, meaning it will need a lot of food and will have to hunt constantly. It will also need to hunt large creatures, not like these little fish around me now. That would mean that the beast probably hunts in the deeper waters where bigger prey lives. After circling the island, I learn that there are no deep waters between the island and the mainland. So that just leaves the other 3 sides of the island for the beast to hunt in. That doesn't mean the thing will be close to the island. Its hunting area could be thousands of miles. Yesterday, I stayed in the shallows because I wasn't confident in using this form. Now, after having some practice, I am not as worried about it, so I head deeper. As expected, the deeper the water, the bigger the critters, and the more dangerous. In the shallows, nothing dared to challenge me, but once I leave the shelf, it is a different story. The first thing that tries to eat me looks like a turtle, but has the tentacles of an octopus. It is fairly slow, so I could run away. But I decide to fight it anyway for the experience. Knowing how to swim as a Meg isn't good enough. I need to know how to fight too. For me, the hardest part to get used to is only having a bite attack. Against something bigger, my only real option is to use hit and run attacks and wear it down. The turtle thing is tough and takes a while to kill. But it is good practice. It also turns out to be a lot of fun, enough that I am reluctant to go back to shore. Despite the amount of work and effort the fight took, I don't feel tired at all. Of course, that might be because sharks don't need to sleep as far as I remember. Probably the worst thing about this form is that I can't get the Jaws theme out of my head. Of course, there are far worse things that could be stuck in my head. Chapter 668. The deeper I go, the more I appreciate my enhanced vision. Without it, this would be terrifying. I still am not used to the Meg's other senses. They feel weird and give me a headache. Being able to feel anything moving within a couple of 100 feet is too much information. Most of the time, I have no choice but to ignore all the information coming from the other senses. I get the feeling that, like the Drake, this form is too powerful for me to use for long periods. So, despite wanting to stay out longer, when the sun goes down, I return to the village. This time, I set out a small feast for everyone before anyone can even ask me to. However, I am still not feeling hungry. I haven't since I ate the turtle thing, so I head back to my hut, set up the hammock, and sleep for the rest of the night. When I wake up the next morning, the first thing I do is meditate to recover my sacred power. Then, since I am finally hungry, I eat some breakfast before heading to the tree. The tree has grown enough that it is hard to gauge the size by sight alone. It is over 20 feet tall now, but I can't tell the exact height just from looking. The stone I left by the roots is gone. There isn't any trace of it at all. Not even dust. When I get close to the tree, I am surprised to feel that the tree is welcoming me. The feeling is faint and weak, but this feeling is definitely coming from the tree. I can't help but wonder if the tree is like this because of its growth or because of what Eckertan did. Either way, it is definitely a good sign that the tree is becoming stronger. As I sit down and pull out a piece of the gate, I feel the tree establish a connection with me. It looks like the tree is really eager for its daily mana feeding, so I start channeling it. As soon as I start channeling, I can feel waves of happiness coming off the tree. The tree happily swallows every drop of mana from the 2 pieces of stone. When the second stone is gone, I again place a third by the tree's roots. As soon as I do, I see a small root come out of the ground and wrap around it. Seeing that the ground around the tree looks dry, I get some water from the river and water it. Again, the tree gives off an emotional response. At a guess, it feels like gratitude. It is something of a relief that the tree agrees with my plan. I wouldn't want to cut it down otherwise, especially when it could very well be the last of its kind. I would have to find an alternative. However, since the tree is in agreement, That means that the plan can continue without modification. With my mind set at ease, I leave and head back to the ocean to continue swimming around. First, I head out into deeper waters. Then I make my way south and around the island. When I don't find the legendary beast to the south, I decide to take the shallows between the island and the mainland. It is a much shorter path than swimming all the way back around the island. As I move through the shallows, I happen to spot the underside of a ship's hull. Since it is sailing towards the island, I surface to get a better look at it. Just from the size of the hull, I can tell it is decent sized, bigger than the ones that were at the fort. When I surface, I can see that it is a 2-mast warship. It has a catapult and several ballista. As I am checking it out, the sailors on board start running around and man the weapons. It is only when I notice them pointing at me that I remember that my dorsal fin is sticking out of the water. Soon a couple of ballista bolts come flying my way, but they don't even come close to hitting me. Not wanting to give them a chance to improve their aim, I dive down a bit and circle the ship. Now that I know it is a warship, I am seriously considering if I should sink it or not. I was expecting the humans to come back to the island. Maybe not quite this fast, though. Even if I sink this ship, the humans will just send more. Humans are tenacious. Having claimed some land on the island, they won't give it up easily. The humans returning to the island probably wouldn't affect my plans or harm the elves. It would take a while before they could send people around the mountains to harass the elves. On the other hand, the humans returning might distract the orcs from targeting the elves, so letting the humans reach the island is probably a good idea. But I really want to see what sinking a ship would be like. Attacking the ship as a Meg sounds like it would be really fun, especially a warship. They can at least try to fight back and make it a bit more interesting. As I am debating with myself, I surface again for another look at the warship. As soon as I do, several ballista bolts are fired at me, and to my surprise, a spell crashes down on me. The ballista bolts all miss, but the lightning bolt doesn't, and I end up stunned for a second, causing me to sink. Of course, the lightning bolt didn't hurt me at all. I was just really surprised. I really wasn't expecting the ship to have a mage on board since the fort didn't have any mages. It would seem the humans are being more serious about the island this time. Yet if that is the case, why would they only send a single warship? It doesn't make sense. A ship that size can probably only carry between 200 and 300. Nowhere near enough to protect and rebuild the fort, no matter how elite they might be. Maybe it is just an investigation team sent to find out what happened to the fort. If that is the case, then I probably don't want to allow them to reach the island. If they have a mage, then chances are that they would be able to find out what happened. Once my mind is made up, I immediately turn and charge at the ship at full speed. Just as I ram into the ship, the Jaws theme once again starts playing in my head. However, this time, it doesn't bother me. Instead, it makes it more fun. When I ram into the ship's hull, several boards crack, but that is all that happens. The fact that I didn't make a hole must mean that the hull is magically reinforced. So I circle back and get ready to make another run at it. As I do, arrows and ballista bolts rain down. Unfortunately, for the humans, water is great at stopping projectiles, so I don't have to worry. However, as I am charging again, ahead of me several small objects hit the water and start sinking. As soon as I see that they are a bunch of small barrels, I circle away from them. Chapter 669. The barrels sink a bit more and then explode. Just as I was expecting, depth charges. They may be primitive, probably magical, but they would still do some damage if they hit me. Once they have all exploded, I resume my charge and hit the exact same spot as before. This time, the cracked boards break fully and fold inwards, creating a decent-sized hole. As I swim away, I can see the water rushing in, so I head to the surface to see how the humans respond. By the time I take a look, the ship is already listing, and the sailors are rushing to lower boats. Then I see 2 mages take flight, each one carrying a half-dozen people with them. Instead of heading for the island, which is closer, they are headed away from it. That doesn't make much sense, so I decide to follow them and see where they are going. Of course, the mages are slower than I am, especially since they are carrying extra people. So I decide to waste some time before chasing after them, so I circle the sinking ship. The boats the ship had have already been lowered and are full of sailors, but the boats can't hold them all. So I start eating the sailors that are in the water. It is evil of me, but this body does need food. Besides, we are miles from land. They would have ended up drowning anyway. After having a bit of fun, I turn and swim in the direction that the mages went. Before long, I find out why they went this way. There are more human ships. It is a small fleet of about 20 ships, but they are not as big as the warship. They look a lot more like the ships that were at the fort, transports, and escorts. While I could probably sink all of them, I am worried that might draw too much attention. A monster sinking a single warship is one thing, an entire fleet being sunk is another. So I turn and swim north, ignoring the human fleet for now, leaving the shallows. Once I am back in deep waters, I go back to searching for the legendary beast. For the rest of the day, I swim the depths of the ocean, but I don't find any sign of the beast. Then, just as I am thinking of calling it a day, my senses suddenly scream that I am in danger. Instantly, I dive as deep and as fast as I can. I trust my senses even if I can't control them. Shortly, a shadow passes overhead, and looking up, I find it is the beast I have been looking for, except it is much larger than I was told. It is at least 500 feet from nose to tail. It is over 3 times the size of the warship I just sank, versus my meg form at a little over 70 feet. The beast just keeps swimming along, completely ignoring me as if I am no threat. Seeing that, I quickly reverse directions and start coming up directly below it. Hopefully, it is like a crocodile, and the scales on its belly will be the weakest. It ignores my charge until the last few seconds. Then it tries to dodge, but it is too late. I open my mouth as wide as it will go right before I hit its underbelly and take a huge bite. I rip out a big chunk and swallow it as I swim away at top speed with the beast right behind me. It moves really fast, especially for its size, but I am still faster than it. It is a good thing too. It could easily tear me in half with just one bite. As it chases me, I start slowing down until it is right behind me. Then, when it tries to bite me, I move. With a quick burst of speed, I move out from within its mouth. Then I quickly circle around to attack. By the time it finishes its failed bite attempt, I have already turned around and taken another bite from its side. Before I can swim away, the beast twists sideways and almost manages to bite me. It is close enough that some of its teeth scrape my side, tearing gashes in my skin. Luckily, I find that my healing spells still work in this form, and I don't have to stop to cast it. Then I take off swimming as fast as I can, with the legendary beast in hot pursuit. It is slightly better at accelerating than I am, and it can reverse directions faster than I can. My main advantage is that I can climb or dive faster, and my top speed is higher, so I have to change my tactics and turn it into more of a 3D battle to take advantage of my strengths. This is definitely going to be a long battle. The 2 bites I have inflicted so far are nothing to it. Since it is chasing me, I start leading it towards the east side of the island. That way, if I do manage to kill it, it will be easier to recover the thing's body. As it chases me, I lure it deeper. Then once we are deep enough, I climb fast. This allows me to loop above it, and while it is struggling to climb, I attack. This time, I aim for one of its flippers, hoping that the damage will slow down its reactions. Due to my odd attack angle, I don't do as much damage as I had hoped. This is where my inexperience comes into play. If I knew more, I would have done more damage. It still works out better than attacking the thicker scales on the beast's back would have. After leading the beast a bit further, I try the same move again. This time it works. My attack angle is better this time around, and I am able to properly bite into one of the flippers. While I don't manage to sever it, I do manage to take a good chunk out of it. As I continue diving past it, the beast tries to catch me by snapping a circle. However, this leaves its belly exposed, so I am able to come up under it and take another bite out of its belly. Then I run again with it chasing me. It is now bleeding out of 4 wounds and has slowed down a little. Of course, that doesn't mean it is anywhere near dying, but so far, I am winning. By this time, the sun has completely set and the water is much darker, but I can still see just fine. The beast also doesn't seem to be having any problems keeping track of me. This game of cat and mouse goes on and on for hours as I slowly do damage to the beast. By the time the sun comes up, I am completely exhausted, and the beast is still alive, although it is certainly being affected by all the damage I have done over the past 10 hours. Luckily, while my exhaustion has slowed me down, blood loss has slowed it down more. When I see how sluggish the beast is, I turn and start leading it towards the shallows. However, the beast doesn't turn to follow me, so I turn back and take another bite out of it. When I swim away after biting it, it finally turns and chases me towards the shallows. As I lead it towards shore, I make 2 more successful attacks against the beast. Chapter 670. At that point, even though I take bites out of it, the beast barely even reacts. It is as good as dead. It is just moving forwards on instinct at this point. Since it is headed straight for the shore, I move back and circle as I watch it. If it keeps going, it will beach itself, and since it has gills that will finish it off, it will also make taking care of the body a lot easier on me since I won't have to worry as much about other predators. As I watch the beast, it stops moving, just moving forward on momentum. It crashes into the sand of the beach, and once it comes to a stop, it just lays there. I stay in the water and just watch the beast for the next 15 minutes just to be sure it is dead. Once I am convinced, I leave the water and use eagle form to return to the village. This is the other advantage of the beast having beached itself. I can get some help. Besides, that much meat will feed the elves for months if it is dealt with properly. They can also probably find other things to do with the rest of the body since I only want the bones. Before I arrive at the village, I swing by the tree to feed it manna and water it. Then I return to the village and go looking for Stillwater, who I find in his hut with Brightfire. From the looks of things, they have already eaten and are just chatting. Stillwater says, "Welcome back, Ash. How are things going?" "Good. I am going to need some help, though." Brightfire says, "You need help? With what?" "Well, I killed the legendary beast and need some help with the body." Stillwater says, "You what?" Brightfire says, "What legendary beast?" "The one your father told me about." Brightfire turns and gives her dad a puzzled look, so he explains to her what he told me. Once he is done, he turns and gives me an impatient look, so I start telling him about the battle. When they hear how big the beast is, they both just stare at me with their mouths hanging open. "So, I need help butchering and skinning the beast." Stillwater says, "All right, how many people do you think you need?" Probably everyone." Stillwater says, "If it is that big, then that makes sense. All right, I will start gathering everyone." They both rush out to get things moving, so I use eagle form to return to the body. Once I land on the beach, I sit down and meditate to recover my sacred power. Then I sit and stare at the body as I try to figure out a way to bring it further on shore. Even with my strength, moving the body just isn't possible. It is just too heavy. However, there is a way for me to cheat. Magic is the ultimate cheat code. The transport barge spell I learned can only hold 10 tons, but if I cast it multiple times, it might work. Judging by the size of the beast and the area the barge covers, I can probably fit 20 or so under the body, meaning they will take the weight of about 200 tons. That might be enough. Since my divine power is full, I can cast it 20 times easily, so I decide to give it a try. After I make up my mind, I dive into the water and move under the beast's body. Once I can see the underside of the body, I start casting my spells. The first few don't have any obvious effect, but after the 10th, I start seeing the body move. As I continue casting spells, the body slowly starts lifting out of the water. Once I have covered the body with spells, it is floating above the water. Then I quickly jump up and start pushing the body up onto the beach. Once the entire body is above the beach, I let the spells end and the body drops onto the sand. Then, while I am waiting for the elves to show up, I start working on skinning the beast. When the elven scouts arrive, I set them to work building a shack for smoking meat. There is far too much meat on this thing for it to be eaten before it goes bad. Making jerky out of some of it will allow it to be kept a little longer. Other than that, I have a few of the scouts help me with the skinning. As the rest of the elves arrive, Stillwater sets some to setting up a camp, and the rest are sent to help with the work. A huge barbecue pit is dug, and a huge amount of meat is set to roasting. That will be dinner for everyone, and by the time it is done, they will have earned it. The skin from the beast's back is the only part that is intact. The rest has bite marks. Even then, there are patches big enough to make a blanket between the bites. I honestly doubt the elves will be able to use everything, but whatever they do use is better than letting it rot. This is a massive project, and it is no surprise to me that we don't finish the first day. Once the sun sets, we stop work, and everyone stuffs themselves on the cooked meat. To me, it isn't anywhere near as good as drake meat. but it is better than normal meat. The fact that it was slow cooked throughout the day certainly helps. It has loads of flavor. The elves are certainly enjoying it, and the feast turns into a beach party. The only downside is that the body has a fairly strong smell coming off of it. While everyone else is busy, I move over to the body and dig into it looking for the heart. I may not have been able to get any XP for killing the thing, but I can still eat its heart. Although, considering the heart is bigger than I am, I will just settle for eating a chunk of it. Devour activated. Strength plus 20, endurance plus 50, toughness plus 50. Well, that certainly explains why it took me so long to kill it. Once Devour has activated, I go back to eating the cooked meat and drinking mead from my pouch. Some of the elves notice what I am doing and sneakily come over to ask for some booze. Of course, they get noticed, and soon everyone is coming over to get some. Stillwater says, I still can't believe you managed to kill this thing. It was not easy. It took about 10 or 11 hours to wear the thing down. Stillwater says, so, since it has bones, does that mean you have everything you need? Yeah, I believe so. I won't know for sure until the tree is big enough for me to start building the ship. Stillwater says, how long until the tree is big enough? Based on its current growth, I would guess about 2 weeks. If the gate pieces last that long. Stillwater says, if they don't, then it will take longer. Yeah, pretty much, Stillwater says. Is there anything we can do to help? Not unless you know of another good source of mana. Stillwater says, no, I don't, but I will check the records we have, just in case. Thank you. Chapter 671. In the morning, I leave long enough to tend to the tree, and then return to butchering the beast. For the rest of the day, the elves and I spend all our time working on the beast. The elves deal with the skin and the meat while I remove the bones once they are exposed. Luckily, I can cheat and use the cleaning stone on the bones instead of doing it the hard way. Once the bones are clean, I store them in my pouch, at least until I run out of room. The problem is, I still need to figure out how I am going to use them. So far, I only have a rough idea. Until I figure that out, it is too early to start shaping the bones. So all I can do for now is store them. Those that won't fit in my pouch just get piled up on the beach for now. The amount of bones in this thing is way more than what I need for the ship. At least, it is more than what I currently have planned requires, but plans can change. In fact, since I have so much extra bone, I am trying to think of ways to make use of it. A little bit of testing shows the bones are high density and very strong. Originally, I planned to use strips of bone to reinforce the wooden hull of the ship. Now I am thinking I can use a lot more bone, and even but entire bones into the hull. I am mainly thinking of using part of the beast's rib cage, since it already has a curve to it. It should make the ship much stronger against impacts and any sort of pressure. At the same time, it will add a little bit of weight to the ship, but I feel that it is worth it. I know that there is a relationship between weight and water displacement, but I don't know how to figure it out. Basically, I am going to have to build the ship and see how it works before making changes. I just have to hope that whatever changes need to be made are things that I can manage. Whatever happens, I am only going to get one shot at this. There won't be a second attempt. Luckily, with my ability to manipulate mana, as long as there is not a major problem, I should be able to fix it. Still, I can't rely on that. I need to do everything I can to prevent problems. So, that night after dinner, I go into the Soulscape and practice building the ship. I start with the tree at the size I am hoping it will grow to and start shaping it. While I can't improve my skills in the Soulscape, I can at least see if there are any major problems, which it turns out there is one. Trying to work on the log while it is lying down is very difficult. To fix the problem, I create a cradle to hold the log while I work on it, and it works. Now I will just need to create a cradle on the beach, which shouldn't be too difficult. I also have plenty of time while the tree grows to build it, and I can even use the extra bone. With that figured out, I go back to working on the ship, shaping and hollowing out the log. There are no major problems with this part of it, just a lot of work and mana manipulation. This part, I think, will be easier outside the Soulscape, because the tree will cooperate with me. Or at least, that is what I am hoping. I won't really know until the time comes. For now, I just focus on completing the ship with the design I have in my head. However, when it is done, and I put it in the water, I encounter another large problem. Due to the cabins on the back of the ship, the weight is too uneven and the ship sinks. The first thing I try to fix it is moving the pontoons forward, but that doesn't work. It isn't enough weight, and it also looks fairly stupid, so I scrap that idea. After trying several different ideas, I finally think of the warship, mainly the weapons on it. Adding a catapult and a pair of ballista to the front of the ship balances out the weight. It is a really good idea since the ship should be armed, and I am ashamed. I didn't think of it sooner. Weapons should have been part of the design from the beginning, but I completely forgot to add them. I was too worried about making the ship big enough for the elves and didn't think about anything else. After fixing the weight balance, I immediately run into another problem. With just a single sail, the ship doesn't move at all until the wind is really strong. That just isn't going to work. Either I need to reduce the weight, or I need to add more sails. This is turning out to be even more complicated than I thought it would be. First, I try taking the bones out of the hull, but that doesn't reduce the weight enough. That means I can't fix this problem by reducing the weight. I have to add more sails. That means I need to add a second mast, which means I need to start over. However, I have spent a lot of time getting this far, so starting over will have to wait until tomorrow night. Since it is morning outside, I end the soulscape and head over to take care of the tree. This time, the feelings from the tree are much stronger, almost like it has matured. Once I place the third stone by the roots and have watered it, I head back to the elves. I was expecting them to be breaking camp and moving back to the village. However, the activity I can see seems more like they are making the camp more permanent. Stillwater says, "Morning, Ash." Morning. What is going on? Stillwater says, "What do you mean?" Shouldn't everyone be moving back to the village? Stillwater says, "You mean the village we are abandoning?" Well, yeah. But that won't be until the ship is done, Stillwater says. I figured it would be easier if we moved down to the beach now. That way we are around to help with anything you need. It also moves us farther away from the orcs and the humans. That does make sense. But are your people going to be okay with it? Stillwater says. There might be a little grumbling, but that doesn't matter. They would have grumbled anyway when it was time to abandon the village. This way they can get it out of the way now and go back to being useful. All right. Sounds good. By the way, can you spare Brightfire for a few days? Stillwater says. Sure. Do you need her for something? Yeah. I want to take a trip and need someone to care for the tree while I am gone, Stillwater says. Oh, okay. Where are you going? I want to go over to the mainland and find a human shipyard. I still don't know enough about building a ship and want to try to learn more. Stillwater says, that certainly makes sense. I will find her and send her your way. Thanks. Chapter 672. While I wait for Brightfire to show up, I start thinking about the best way to build a cradle. I don't plan to build it just yet, but there is no harm in planning it out. I can always change the plan. Besides, there shouldn't be much difference in how a cradle is built. The only real difference should be that I am building out of bone. The humans probably use wood. If the shipyard is old enough, then they might have built part of it out of stone. The main thing I am looking to learn about is the technology of shipbuilding itself. What I need is to be able to understand why certain things have to be a certain way to work. Anything I can learn that will help me make the ship better is just a bonus. The ship needs to be able to do more than just float and move slowly. For one thing, it needs to be able to survive through a storm. It also needs to be able to survive beast attacks. There are humans, and they have access to ships, so there are probably pirates as well. Thinking of that, I really can't believe that I almost forgot to put weapons on the ship. Speaking of weapons, I am going to need to either learn how to make them or steal some. Although, I can probably go back and recover the weapons from the sunken warship. They shouldn't be too badly damaged, so I should probably do that before they start to rot. Brightfire says, "My dad said you were looking for me?" "Yes. I want you to take care of the tree for a few days." Brightfire says, "Sure. What do I need to do?" "Every morning you need to place 3 of these stones by the roots of the tree. If the dirt looks dry, you can water it as well." Brightfire says, "Is that all?" "Yeah, that is it." Brightfire says, "Okay, no problem. Thank you." Using eagle form, I fly to the west side of the island and go check out where the fort used to be. As expected, the humans have reclaimed the location and are in the process of building a new fort. They seem a bit more serious this time since they are using stone for the construction. The soldiers that I can see also look to be higher quality and better equipped. They seem more like regular military rather than just a bunch of mercenaries. If I need to wipe out the humans again, it will not be as simple this time around. One of the changes is that there is a corral with a large number of horses in it. That means that the humans have a cavalry force here, possibly an elite troop. Moving the horses across to the island is much harder than just moving some troops. This is probably the humans' answer to the orcs' superior numbers. It is a decent move. Cavalry on open ground can kill a lot more than normal soldiers would, and they have higher mobility. They would totally massacre the orcs if they fight on open ground, even if they are outnumbered. There is plenty of open ground between the fort and the Badlands, perfect for cavalry. The humans seem to have put a lot of thought into how to hold this ground. It makes me wonder why they didn't put in the effort sooner. Probably something stupid. After seeing everything I can from the air, I continue flying west until I am over the ocean. Once I am in the general area that I remember sinking the ship in, I fly down and end the shapeshift. However, I don't turn into a Meg yet. I need to do some things before then. It takes me a while of swimming around before I find the shipwreck, and luckily it isn't too deep. It is a good thing that I can hold my breath for a long time. Getting the weapons off the ship isn't easy. Once the catapult and the 4 ballista are removed from the ship, I tie them all together. This way, when I shift back to Meg form, I can just grab the end of the rope and tow the weapons. However, before I do that, I go up for a breath of air and then set about searching the ship. After all, this ship was carrying the mages and other important people. They might have left something behind. It turns out to be my lucky day. Just in the captain's cabin, I find a chest full of gold. The captain didn't manage to take anything with him. I find his charts and all his navigation equipment. What is more, they are all enchanted, and the seawater hasn't done any damage to them. The only drawback is that I have to make some room in my pouch, but losing a single bone is worth it. Especially the charts. Those are worth more than everything else combined. They don't show the entire main continent, but they show a decent amount of it. It also shows the borders of some of the kingdoms that border the ocean. Between the charts and what I remember the goddesses showing me of the main continent, I can plan a route. From the information I have, I think going north around the continent will be the faster option. Even though I have already gotten plenty, I still continue to search the rest of the ship. The other cabins don't have anything of value, but the cargo hold is a different story. The entire cargo hold is completely full of cases of high-quality weapons. While they aren't enchanted, they are all made of good materials and are well crafted. While I don't have any use for them myself, the elves could probably make use of them. However, I really don't want to give up any more bones to make space for the cases. Instead, I take the time to carry them all outside and tie them to the weapons. Since I am doing it anyway, I also recover the bone from the captain's cabin and tie it on. While it might make my swim back a little slower, I feel it is worth the effort. Once I have all the cases moved out of the ship and tied onto the weapons, I shift into the Meg. Then I grab the rope and start swimming, dragging everything along behind me. It slows me down a little, but I still manage to swim around the island by sundown. When I arrive in the cove where the elves are camped, I drop shapeshift and walk onto the beach. Then I turn around and start pulling the rope until all the weapons are on the beach. Of course, the elves notice and gather around to see what I am doing. Stillwater says, "What is all this?" The catapult and ballistas are for the ship. The cases contain decent quality weapons that I thought you might find useful. Stillwater says, "We certainly will." Where did all of this come from? Chapter 673. I looted it from a human warship that I sunk. Stillwater says, "You managed to sink a human warship? How?" It was while I was still hunting for the legendary beast. I was a giant shark at the time. Stillwater says, "You are truly terrifying. I am glad we are not enemies. I am not that scary. Anyway, I am going to get back to my mission now." Stillwater says, "All right, anything we can do." Not really. Although, if you can figure out a way to improve the catapult or ballistas, that would be great. Stillwater says, "No promises, but I will have my people take a look." All right, I should be back in a few days. After shifting back to an eagle, I take off again, but I only make it to the mountains before losing the light. An eagle is not a night-flying bird, so I find a clearing, land, and set up camp. I wake up before dawn to have breakfast, and as soon as the sun comes up, I take off. Once I am in the air, I head straight towards the main continent, which takes me 3 hours. I don't bother going by the fort. It has only been a day. Not much will have changed. Thanks to the charts, I know where the ports are on the eastern part of the continent. Once I reach the coast of the main continent, I turn to follow it to the south. Out of the 2 ports closest to the island, the one to the south is slightly closer. When I reach the city, I circle for a bit to observe until I find a tower with a view of the harbor. Then I land and perch on the tower so that I can take my time to examine everything. The harbor does have a shipyard, and that is what I am paying the most attention to. Currently, there are 5 ships under construction, but they are all medium-sized. What I was hoping to find was a warship being built, since that is the closest to what I want to build. However, I want to learn as much as I can, so I spend the rest of the day watching the work on the 5 ships. Not only is there no warship being built, but I don't see any warships in the harbor. It makes me doubt whether or not this port is the one sending ships to the island. This kingdom has a larger port further to the south, but I think the port to the north might be a better option. However, for now, I keep watching the activity in this shipyard since I am here. While I don't learn anything new from observing, I at least manage to verify some of my theories. Unfortunately, the normal process of shaping the keel, building the frame, and adding planks doesn't help me. I will be skipping all of those steps and directly shaping the ship from the tree. After spending the day watching, I camp out for the night on the tower, and in the morning I fly north. The port in the north is much bigger than the one in the south. It is also a different kingdom. As soon as I cross the kingdom's border, I know this is the one sending troops to the island. That is because the troops guarding the border are wearing the same uniform as those I saw at the fort. According to the map, the Northern Kingdom is the smaller of the 2. However, the military presence of the Northern Kingdom looks to be a lot stronger. As I continue north, I spot a couple of smaller warships patrolling along the coast. From the design, I would say this is definitely the kingdom invading the island. When I see the port city, which is also the capital, I am even more sure. The harbor is crowded with ships, including one brand new warship that is identical to the one I sank. The harbor has 2 shipyards. The one on the south side is building merchant ships. From the look of the wood, it is a fairly old shipyard. The one to the north is the opposite. It is only building 3 ships, but they are all warships, and from the look of the shipyard, it is fairly new. It looks like the kingdom recently invested a lot of money into their navy. Of the 3 warships, one is nearing completion, while the other 2 are in the early stages. Judging by that, it is safe to guess that the warship I sank and the one in the harbor were recently finished in this yard. The docks next to the shipyard catch my attention because I see troops boarding a ship. When I look around, I see supplies and materials being loaded onto several ships. What bothers me the most is that the loading is being done by slaves, including elves, especially when I see them struggling to load cut stone blocks onto a ship. Stone is not something normally transported by ship. It isn't valuable enough. However, the fact that I saw the humans using stone to rebuild the fort explains it. After all, it is not like they have set up a quarry on the island, so they would have to bring them by ship. The cost of shipping over enough stone for a fort would be astronomical. This tells me that the kingdom is deadly serious about taking over the island. Whether it is because they want more land or for some other reason, I don't know. Just the amount of money they are investing tells me it won't be easy to make them give up on the idea. Luckily, I don't have to. I just need them to be kept busy until I can get the elves off the island. Although, there being elven slaves here doesn't surprise me, but now that I have seen them, I want to rescue them. The problem is how to get them to the island once I rescue them. For that, I would need a ship, and the ability to sail the ship to the island. While taking over a ship wouldn't be too hard, sailing it is another story. The other problem is, the slaves on the docks are probably not the only ones in the city. I need more information before I can try to come up with a plan. But there isn't much I can do in broad daylight. So for now, I turn my attention back to the shipyard and watch the construction. One man seems to be in charge of the entire place, and I would love to be able to talk to him. However, that won't be easy. There are soldiers at every entrance of the shipyard. They are stopping and checking everyone who enters, so sneaking in probably won't work. I could just walk up and ask for a job, but I don't know if they use any type of identification. I would also love to sneak in and take a closer look at the nearly completed warship. With the Eagle's eyesight, I can see pretty much everything that is currently going on. However, I can't see inside the ship since the deck is currently being added. It looks like both my problems are going to have to wait until it is dark. Since I still have some time before dark, I fly up and start memorizing the layout of the city. I pay special attention to alleys and any area that has a higher amount of guards. Chapter 674. Then, once the sun goes down, I land in a small park where there is no one around. Once I am on the ground, I shift into the Black Wolf form, but I don't immediately leave the park. Instead, I stay hidden in the trees and try to get used to the wolf form. Not only has it been a while since I used this form, but lately I have only been using the Eagle and Meg forms. Once I feel a bit more comfortable in the new skin, I sneak out of the park. I carefully make my way down to the shipyard and take a look around. Work has stopped, but there are still guards at every entrance, so I jump over the wall. Once I am inside the wall, I sit down in the shadows and wait for a while. But no patrols come by. Since it seems safe, I make my way over to the warship that is almost complete. Luckily, since the deck isn't complete, I have no problem getting inside the ship. The guts of the ship aren't complete, allowing me to crawl around and examine everything. Most of the techniques used won't help me, but a few of them will be very useful. Wedding congratulations! Skill woodworking has progressed to level 7. Woodworking level 7 AGI plus 7, you can make tools or structures from wood. Well, I wasn't expecting that, but it will help. Once I am done examining the ship, I climb out and leave the shipyard. Then I start sneaking my way around the docks, using my nose to locate elves. On the docks, I find 3 separate locations where elves are being held. On top of that, I locate a slave market in the city where there are elves. As I search the rest of the city, I find 5 mansions with the scent of elves around. There is also another building with the scent of elves, but I am not sure what it is. It is hidden away in the warehouse area, so it is probably not anything legal. That gives me a total of 10 locations with elven slaves. That makes it complicated. If I am going to stage a rescue, then I need to get them all at the same time. Coming back a second time would be much more difficult, and I want to avoid that. So I need to come up with a way to hit all 10 locations and get the elves away. It will be pretty difficult, but with some planning, I don't think it is impossible. After searching the entire city again to make sure I didn't miss anything, it is almost dawn. So I find a quiet spot and drop the shapeshift so I can meditate to recover my sacred power. By the time I am done, the sun has been up for a couple of hours, so I return to the eagle form. Once I am back in the sky, I once again start studying the city's layout, looking for routes. Since it is an unknown, I start my plan from the building in the warehouse area. From there, I plan a route to the 5 mansions, then the slave market, and finally the docks. That just leaves a ship to escape on. My eyes instantly swing to the warship sitting in the harbor. It is certainly big enough, and it should be the fastest thing in the harbor. I would much rather steal it than have it chasing us, especially since I don't know how to sail. However, I don't plan to try. Instead, I plan to just tow the ship in Meg form, at least for the first part of the escape. Once we aren't being chased, we can try to figure it out. In fact, having a ship for the elves to practice with is probably a good idea. Besides, stealing the warship will give me more weapons to use on my ship. Not seeing any downsides, I go ahead and make the warship the target for the plan. Now I just need to figure out the details and plan contingencies for when things go wrong. Because something always goes wrong. No plan ever goes perfectly, especially my plans. So I do my best to think of everything that could possibly go wrong and how to handle it. One of the things that puzzles me the longest is how to get the elves to trust me quickly. Not only do they need to trust me, but they also need to listen and obey me. Going in as myself would waste a lot of time explaining, but going in as a human won't work. No matter what I say, the elves have no reason to trust a human, at least not quickly. They would be much more likely to trust my beast forms, but those won't be able to remove collars and manacles. As soon as I change forms in front of them, I will be back to wasting time explaining. The only thing I can think of is to create a new form, an elf form. So I picture it in my mind and try it out. Shifter formatted, elven warrior. The new form feels just a little off, but after a few minutes, I get used to it. Just like when I use the human form, my armor stays visible and adjusts to fit me perfectly. The thing that is bothering me is, why is the form called Elven Warrior? Why not just an elf? Unfortunately, the reasons behind my forms are something I will never get an answer for. Ever since I got the ability to shapeshift, I have had lots of unanswered questions. Anyway, at least with this form, the elves should trust me on sight and listen to my orders. While I wait for dark, I meditate and recover my sacred power. Then I switch to the eagle form. Right before the sun goes down, I fly out into the harbor and land on one of the warship's masts. Then I just sit and wait until it becomes fully dark and the ship's crew has settled down. Then I shift to elven warrior form, draw a knife, and start moving quietly around the ship. The sentries on the ship are mostly just leaning on the railings, watching the rest of the harbor. They are not on guard at all, making it easy to sneak around and kill them one by one. Once the sentries are all dead, I head below decks and take care of the sailors. I feel kind of bad for killing them in their sleep, but I don't have time for anything else. Once everyone on the ship is dead, I spread my wings and fly to the warehouse district. When I enter the building, I am planning on keeping things as quiet as possible. That all goes out the window as soon as I see what kind of place it is. A brothel. Not the nice kind either. The slaves that aren't elves are all children. As soon as I see that, I draw my sword and start killing everyone who isn't wearing a slave collar. The human slaves cower and try to hide. The elves, on the other hand, start cheering. I move through the building like the wind of death. Only the slaves survive. Once everyone else is dead, I gather all the slaves and remove their collars. The problem is what to do with the humans now. They are children, so I can't just abandon them. The elves also don't look like they are willing to leave them behind, which is a problem. Chapter 675. Okay, I need one of you to act as the group's leader. Who can do that? Silverstream says, I can. My name is Silverstream. All right, Silverstream. Despite them being humans, I get the feeling you want to take the kids with us. Silverstream says, yes, we do. Their own people have abandoned them. We can't do the same. I understand the sentiment, but it is going to make this more complicated. All right, we will take them with us and see what happens. Silverstream says, thank you. All right. Now we need to move quickly and quietly. Pair everyone up. 1 elf per kid. Keep them quiet, Silverstream says. Okay, where are we headed? The docks, Silverstream says. We are escaping by ship. Yes. Once everyone is arranged, I lead the way out of the building and into an alley. Luckily, I mapped all the alleys so I know a way to the docks that avoids the main streets. When we reach the docks, I lead them to a spot close to one of the holding areas. All right, wait here, Silverstream says. Why? What is your plan? There are more elven slaves being held in that building. I want you to wait here while I free them. Silverstream says, all right, be careful. It is only then that I realize they must all think I am just a normal elf, but I don't have time to correct them, leaving them hiding in the alley. I quietly make my way over to the holding area. There are 2 guards outside the building, who I quietly take care of. When I move inside, I don't find any other guards, just cells full of slaves, both human and elven. At least this time it isn't children. They are probably convicts or something along those lines. However, that doesn't matter to me. I free them anyway, just because I don't like slavery. Besides, if they cause trouble for the kingdom, that will just be icing on the cake. Whoever they aren't fools. They disappear as soon as I free them. Soon only the elves are left, and they follow me out to meet up with the others. From the brothel, I rescued about 24 female elves with a similar number of human children. From the docks, I rescued over 30 male elves. So grouped up, we have well over 50 people. The more people there are, the harder it is to move quietly. But luckily, we are already on the docks. I lead the group onto a pier where there are some rowboats. I notice them during the day. Using hand signals, I separate some of the fitter-looking male elves and assign 2 to each boat. There are a total of 6 rowboats, and each can carry 4 passengers, so they will have to make 2 trips at least. Silverstream, take the women and children across first. Silverstream says, where are we going? That ship, Silverstream says. The warship. Are you insane? Relax. I already took care of it. There is no one alive on board. Just go slow and make as little noise as possible. Once you are on board, hide, Silverstream says. Why does it sound like you aren't coming with us? Because I am not. There are still more elves I need to rescue. So keep the rowboats ready. I will signal when I need them. We are at the south end of the harbor now. The next group will be around the middle, and the last will be at the north side. Silverstream says, 2 more groups? Is there going to be time for that? There has to be. I am not leaving a single elf behind if I can help it. A lot of the elves look scared, but not a single one tries to argue against me. Leaving Silverstream in charge, I spread my wings and fly towards the mansions. I hear numerous sounds of shock behind me as I fly away from the docks. Looks like they will no longer think of me as just a normal elf. But time is more important, so I ignore it and fly at top speed to the first mansion, then land in a quiet corner of the grounds. All 5 mansions have walled grounds, probably to make it harder for slaves to escape. Then again, if they are owned by nobles, the walls could also be to keep commoners away. Whichever the reason, it makes my job harder because I need to get the slaves out. Moving through the grounds undetected is easy for me, but it will be hard with a crowd. My first target is some sheds behind the main house. That is where the scent was the strongest. However, I couldn't get close enough to pinpoint which shed, so I have to check them one by one. In the third shed, I find 8 elven women huddled together for warmth and proceed to free them. Is this all the elves in this place? Female elf says. No, there are 2 others, but they are kept in the Lord's chambers. Where would that be? Female elf says. Top floor, far end of the hall? All right, wait here while I go get them. Before they can express any doubt or worries, I leave the shed and head for the main house. Finding the back door is easy enough, but there is a half-asleep guard standing in front of it. I feel kind of bad for him, but I still kill him before he even knows I am there. After stashing his body in some bushes, I enter the house and quietly head upstairs. There are servants and guards moving around the house, but I make it to the top floor undetected. The huge double doors at the end of the hall should be my target, so I head that way. As I approach the doors, I can hear what sounds like cries of pain from inside the room. As I open the door quietly, I am already dreading whatever I am about to see. Inside, the 2 elves I am looking for are strung up naked and being whipped. The one whipping them is an old, fat human, and from the looks of it, he is doing it for fun. My first instinct is to make him die a very slow and painful death, but that isn't possible. Any screams would attract too much attention and compromise the escape attempt. So, instead I control myself and quietly move up behind the human, who isn't paying attention. In one quick movement, I grab the back of his head and rip his head completely off his shoulders. Blood sprays everywhere, and his body twitches before falling over. Tossing the head aside, I quickly move to the 2 elven women and cut them down. As I do, I heal both of them and use the cleaning stone on them and myself. I quickly help them get dressed and then lead them carefully through the house. Once we are outside, I gather the other 8 women from the shed and then take all of them towards the wall. The women aren't going to be able to jump over the wall, so I am forced to find a gate. The gate has 2 guards, which I quietly kill. Then I open the gate and lead the women out. Chapter 676. Now comes the hard part. The area the mansions are in has very few alleys and has more patrols, so our chances of being spotted are a lot higher, but there isn't much choice. I don't have the time to take each group of women to the docks one by one. Luckily, we make it to the wall of the second mansion without a patrol spotting us. This mansion, just like the last one, has a small back gate guarded by 2 men. After I silence them, I have the women move inside and hide in the bushes. Then I start searching around the main house until I find a shed with 4 elven women inside. As I free them, they verify that there are no other elves in the mansion, so I lead them to the others. Then we leave using the back gate and start sneaking towards the third mansion. Unfortunately, this time we get spotted by a patrol, but they only spot one of the girls. Thanks to that, the 4 of them don't sound the alarm and just try to catch her. I manage to spot them before they reach her, and I kill them before they can sound the alarm. Then the elven women help me drag the bodies out of the street and hide them. We quickly continue on and make our way to the back of the third mansion. This time, there are 6 guards on the gate, 2 outside and 4 inside. It would seem that this noble, or whoever owns the place, is paranoid. Either that or they have something to hide. Either way, it makes things more difficult for me. I jump over the wall and go after the 4 on the inside of the gate first. The sounds of the scuffle attracts the 2 outside guards, who open the gate and enter. They run straight into my sword and die just like the 4 inside did. Leaving the elves to hide the bodies, I quickly move through the grounds looking for more elves. However, the only slaves I find in the sheds are human. There is no sign of any elves. Yet when I was scouting, the scent of elves around this mansion was very strong, so I keep searching. When I can't find anything on the grounds, I move to the main house and look for a door. The first door I find is small. It looks like a servant's entrance, but it still has 2 guards. After killing them, I quietly enter through the door and start looking around. The door leads into the servants' area of the house, and it ends up being really easy to find stairs down to the basement. As I head down the stairs, I smell something foul and I can sense a lot of people. When I reach the bottom of the stairs, I find that I am not in a basement. It is a dungeon. The entire place is nothing but cells, and there are around 50 elves locked in them. There are both males and females. Every single one of them shows signs of torture. Some are even showing signs of disease. The treatment they have received makes me want to kill people. For now, I unlock the cells and go through them one at a time, freeing and healing the elves. As I do, I am able to see more of what has been done to them, and it enrages me. While I want to find whoever is responsible and kill them, it is more important to save the elves. However, that isn't going to be easy. Moving around with over 50 people is going to be difficult. Talking to the elves as I heal them, I find out that there are no servants in the house. Just slaves and guards. The master and his son don't trust anyone else. They, along with the guards, are the ones who have abused and tortured the elves. It makes me feel better that all the guards I killed weren't innocent, but I am not satisfied. Then I think of a better plan. If I kill everyone in the house, then the elves can hide here for now. I can go to the other 2 mansions and bring those elves back here before heading to the docks. That will not only reduce the danger, but allow me to kill those that deserve to die. As soon as I think it through, it becomes the new plan, and I feel a lot better. Once all the elves are freed, healed, and cured of diseases, I leave them there for the time being. Then I head upstairs and exit through the same door I used to enter the house. First, I wander the grounds killing all the guards that are patrolling. Then I circle the house and kill the guards standing at the other doors and guarding the sheds. That just leaves the guards at the front gate, but there are 20 of them, and I am not sure I can kill them all quietly. So, instead, I head into the house and start checking all the rooms. Floor by floor, on the second floor, I find that most of the rooms have been converted into barracks. Here I find over 50 guards sleeping, and now they will all sleep forever. They deserve more painful deaths, but I can't spare that much time. Unfortunately, finally I move to the 3rd floor where the master's bedroom is, with 4 guards at the door. I check the other rooms on the floor, but they are all empty, so I deal with the guards. The fight makes a little noise, but no one inside seems to have noticed. When I open the door and enter, I find the master and his son torturing an elven woman. Dark Mark! Dark Mark! As soon as I speak, the 2 of them turn to look at me, and the older one starts screaming for his guards. Soon his screams change, and his son joins him as the dark marks start having an effect. Ignoring the 2 of them, I move to the elven woman to free and heal her. Once she is healed, we stand there watching as the master and his son scream themselves to death. The elven woman has a small smile on her face the entire time, and I don't blame her at all. Even without asking what has been done to her, I have a pretty good idea. Once the father and son are dead, we head down to the basement and gather the rest of the elves. Then I have them move to the 1st floor, where they can be more comfortable. I also go and fetch those hiding in the grounds and bring them into the house. Leaving them together, I head for the front gate and kill the last of the guards. Due to the noise, I also end up having to kill 2 patrols of the city guard. I drag the bodies inside the walls, but there is no way for me to hide all the blood. I will just have to hope that in the darkness no one notices it because I am running out of time. It won't take long before the 3 patrols of city guard are missed, and the alarm is raised. So I quickly fly to the fourth mansion and directly land inside the walls. Chapter 677. After putting my wings away, I head straight to the sheds located behind the main house. Inside one of the sheds, I find 8 male elves, which surprises me a little. As I free them, they inform me that they are warriors and are kept to fight in gladiator-style matches. They also inform me that there are 10 elven women kept as slaves inside the main house. Leaving the men there temporarily, I enter the house through an unguarded door. However, they didn't know where the women are being held, so I start searching room by room. Luckily, the situation isn't as bad as the last mansion. The women are chained up but don't show signs of torture. I quickly free them and lead them outside without alerting anyone in the house. When we return to where the men are waiting, I find that they have armed themselves. It probably means there are more dead guards somewhere, but I don't really care. At this point, it is more about speed than worrying about not attracting attention. So I lead the way out the back gate and toward the 5th and final mansion. We run into and kill 2 more patrols before we reach the walls of the mansion. The 2 guards at the back gate die before I can even reach them. The warriors are venting their rage. Under different circumstances, I might even feel sorry for the humans, but not right now. This time we are in luck. There are only 5 elven slaves, and we find them in a shed. Once they are freed, we quickly leave and head back to the 3rd mansion to pick up the others. Now we just need to make it to the docks. With almost 100 people, this time, instead of trying to sneak, I just set a straight path and then move ahead of the group. Any patrols that are along the way, I deal with quickly and quietly. Despite having to deal with the patrols, I am still the first one to reach the docks. Once I reach the docks, I head straight out onto the pier to signal the ship. Using mana, I create small flashes of light until I see the rowboats leave the ship. By then, the elves have caught up to me, and I explain the plan to them before I leave. While they are waiting for the rowboats, I head towards the holding area in this part of the docks. Before I can get there, I hear a commotion, and then alarms on the south side of the harbor. From the sounds of it, they have discovered the escape from the first holding area. When I reach the second holding area, I find 6 guards instead of 2, but it doesn't change anything. As soon as the guards are dead, I rush inside and start freeing the slaves. Again, I free the humans and let them run off, hoping they will cause a distraction. As soon as the elves are freed, I lead them to join the others on the dock. With the addition of another 30 elves, it is going to take multiple trips to get them on the ship. Luckily, Silverstream comes over with the rowboats and starts organizing everyone. Silverstream, can I leave this to you? I still have 2 places to hit, and soon the entire town is going to be on alert. Silverstream says, "Go, I've got this." Taking her at her word, I turn, spread my wings, and take off towards the slave market. As I am flying, I hear more alarms going off, this time in the area of the mansions. Every patrol I see is rushing in that direction. That should help keep them busy for a bit. By the time they track us to the docks, everyone should be on the ship, hopefully. The slave market is a good distance from the mansions, so there shouldn't be any patrols nearby. However, the slave market has its own guards, and I doubt they ran off anywhere. As expected, there are around 50 guards at the slave market, but they are all grouped up. It would seem they are busy discussing the commotion in the city, which makes things easy. I drop into the middle of them, draw Blitz, and use Whirlwind Attack, which kills most of them. Then I just have to kill the few that were outside the reach of my first attack. That only takes a minute, and then I start opening cages and freeing the people inside. I don't care if they are human or elven. I free them all. At this point, I don't have to worry about traitors. Even if one of them runs off to turn us in, by the time a patrol gets here, we will be gone. A lot of the slaves in the cages are injured or sick, so I heal and cure them as I free them. Halfway through, I have to stop and pray to refill my divine power, but it is worth it. A lot of the humans stop and take weapons from the dead guards before they run off. Of course, the warriors among the elves also grab weapons, but they don't run off. In fact, once they are armed, they move ahead of me, breaking open the cages. While they can't remove the collars, it does save me a little bit of time, which helps. There are several hundred slaves in the slave market, but most of them are humans. I imagine that the capital is going to be quite chaotic for the next little while. When I have freed the slaves in what I think is the last cage, I start organizing the elves. However, before I can lead them away, I hear a strange mewling sound. When I follow the sound, I find a small cage placed off to the side, and inside is a pure white foal. While I find it strange for a foal to be in a slave market, I am not about to just leave it here. As I break the cage open, I notice the foal is injured, so I use my healing spell on it. When I do, its coat suddenly glows white for a few seconds, but the injury does heal. It is definitely curious, but right now I don't have time to figure it out, so I just pick up the foal and carry it. Then I lead the 90 or so elves out of the slave market and towards the docks. There is one last holding area left to go, and then we can finally escape this city. It is a good thing all the patrols have been lured away. It allows us to reach the docks without issue. I am planning to lead the elves onto the pier and then go get the ones in the holding area. However, it turns out there are some elven warriors already at the pier waiting for us. They immediately take charge of the elves I am leading, but I am not sure what to do with the foal. On the walk down here, it fell asleep in my arms, and I am reluctant to wake it up. One of the female elves notices and comes over to take the foal from me, allowing me to head for the holding area. Chapter 678. After dealing with the 6 guards outside the holding area, I break in and start freeing the slaves. The humans I let run off as usual. The elves I send straight to the pier once they are freed and healed. It is close enough that I am sure they can get there on their own without any issues. After healing and freeing the last of the elves, I follow them down to the pier. Things seem to be going smoothly, but I don't see Silverstream anywhere. I was expecting her to be here taking charge just like the last 2 times. Elven warrior says, "Sir, we kind of have a problem." "Of course we do. Why would everything go as planned?" Elven warrior says, What? Never mind. Just tell me what happened." Elven warrior says, "When we were on the last pier, one of the guys who worked on that pier told us they had moved some oil that morning. We decided to split up and spread the oil around. We figured a nice big fire would help cover our escape. Not to mention give you a chance at a little payback." Elven warrior says, "Well, yes. Anyway, our plan was to all meet up at this pier. Everyone else has returned, but Silverstream is missing." "All right. Which way was she headed?" Elven warrior says, "North. She should have been the first one finished." "Not if she tried to get the shipyards." "All right. I will go after her. You get everyone aboard the ship. When the last rowboat is leaving, light the oil." Elven warrior says, "If we do that, how will you get to the ship?" With a smile, I spread my wings, making his mouth drop open as he just stares at them. Once he pulls himself together and gives me a nod, I turn and head north along the docks. Now that I am looking for it, I can smell the oil everywhere. I wasn't paying attention before. Instead of flying over, I stay on the ground and follow the trail of the oil to the north. This way I am less likely to miss her, and it gives the others time to get to the ship. However, I soon hear a scream and take off running. With my speed, I cover the distance in under a minute. What I find is Silverstream surrounded by a group of guards, and it looks like they have been beating her. At least that is my guess from the line of blood coming from her mouth. There are 9 guards in total, 2 holding her and 1 questioning her while the others stand around. If I were to attack like I normally do, then Silverstream might be in danger. As I am hesitating, the guard doing the questioning punches Silverstream in the face. Instantly, I stop hesitating and step up behind him. Then I grab both sides of his helmet and squeeze. The helmet crumbles between my hands like a tin can. No need to say what happens to the guard's head. The other guards panic. A couple charge at me while the others run away. Luckily, the 2 that were holding Silverstream are among those that run away. With Silverstream safe, I don't hold back and quickly kill the guards running at me. Then I chase down the other guards and kill them all before I return to Silverstream. As I am healing her, I notice a red glow in the distance. It soon grows into a visible fire. Silverstream says, "Thank you. Thank you for coming back for me." "You are welcome. Like I said, no one is getting left behind." Silverstream says, "If they lit the fire, how are we supposed to get to the ship?" "We fly." Before she can respond, I sweep her up into my arms, spread my wings, and launch into the air. Silverstream lets out a cute little scream. Then she closes her eyes and hugs me as if her life depends on it. As I fly out to the ship, I can see that the fire is spreading fast. About half the harbor is already on fire. At the rate it is spreading, the entire capital will be in danger if they don't do something. That isn't my problem, though. For us, it is a good thing if the place burns to the ground. At the least, I doubt anyone is going to be worried about chasing us for the time being. When I land on the ship and set Silverstream on her feet, she gives me a death glare. Luckily, a bunch of elven warriors gather around us wanting to know what to do next. Everyone else is safely below deck, but there is no one who knows how to work the sails. Don't worry, I will be towing the ship, Silverstream says. What do you mean towing? Are you going to swim and pull the ship behind you? Exactly. Everyone just stares at me like I have gone insane, which just makes me chuckle, ignoring them. I walk over and start pulling up the anchor, but I don't coil up the chain. I let the chain fall back into the water, and once I have the hook in my hand, I walk around the bow of the ship. I attach the hook to the railing on the other side of the bow, with the chain in the water. This way, the chain is hanging down, and I should be able to grab it to use to tow the ship. Then, I dive into the water, and with everyone still watching, I shift to my meg form. Even in the water, I can hear the gasps and screams from the elves watching me. As I swim under the ship, I see the anchor chain hanging down beneath the ship just as I hoped. After snagging the chain with my teeth, I start swimming slowly forward. At first, the ship doesn't want to move, but it slowly starts moving after some effort. Once I get it moving, it becomes a bit easier, but it is still a lot of work. The Meg wasn't designed as a beast of burden, but at least my plan is working. The speed isn't what I had hoped, but with the harbor on fire, I doubt we will be chased. It takes me several minutes to tow the ship out of the harbor, but then it gets harder. Normally, I can ignore the waves because I am under them, but the ship isn't. Every time it gets hit by a wave, I get pulled upwards as well, which messes with my swimming. It is still working, but it is a lot harder than I thought it would be. Still, as long as I manage to get the elves away safely, then everything will be worth it. However, after a few hours, I am completely exhausted, and I have to take a break. After switching back to an elven warrior, I climb the anchor chain to get back on the ship. As soon as I climb over the railing, I just collapse on the deck, too spent to move. Silverstream says, "Tell me, just what are you?" I am a shapeshifter, among other things. Silverstream says, "What are you planning to do with us?" "Take you back to your people, just like I said." Silverstream says, "Are you even an elf?" "No, but I didn't have time to try and convince you to trust me." Silverstream says, "If you are not an elf, what are you?" Chapter 679. My race is Black Lion Beastmen. Silverstream says, "I have no idea what that is." "Why should we trust you?" "Because of my actions, or because Stillwater sent me." Silverstream says, "Stillwater is still alive. That is good news." "Yeah, he is the current elder for your remaining people." Silverstream says, "He is the elder. That means the other elders must be dead." "I don't know about that. All I know is when I arrived, there were less than 300 elves still free." Silverstream says, "So few. We have more than that on this ship. Why do you think I wanted to get everyone out at once?" Silverstream says, "Okay, so what do we do now?" "Well, I have had a busy night and need some rest. If you want, you can gather some people and try to figure out how to sail the ship." Silverstream says, "And if we do manage to get it moving, head around the north side of the island." Silverstream says, "Is our destination the village on the east side of the mountains?" "No, the elves are currently camped on the east coast." Silverstream says, "Why? Did the village fall?" "No, they are preparing for the next stage of my plan. Once I manage to build us a ship, we will all be leaving the island for good." Silverstream says, "Leaving the island? Where are we going to go?" "Back to the homeland of your forefathers." Silverstream says, "What? Haven't we always lived on the island?" "No, but it is a long story. Can I tell you about it later?" Silverstream says, "Oh, yeah, sorry. We can talk more after I get some sleep." Seeing Silverstream nod, I pull myself up from the deck and head to the aft of the ship. While the captain's cabin has a bed, I prefer to set up my hammock and sleep in it. Before going to sleep, I have some food to eat, and only then do I realize I am starving. It is probably because I used the Meg form and didn't eat anything. That form takes a lot of energy, especially trying to tow a massive ship. I didn't think things through properly. I should have taken breaks from towing to eat something and replenish my energy. Well, at least if I end up having to tow the ship again later, I will know better. Although, I am hoping we can figure out how to sail the ship so I don't have to tow it. Maybe the elves will have figured it out by the time I wake up, but I won't hold my breath. After eating enough food for 7 or 8 people, I am finally able to get some sleep. In the end, I managed to sleep for 10 hours straight without being disturbed. As soon as I wake up, I know that something is different. The ship is moving. When I exit the cabin, I see that we are slowly moving east under a single sail. It isn't much, but it is better than I was expecting, and it should mean I don't have to tow the ship. The deck is crowded with elves, both those working and those just enjoying the fresh air. Considering they have all just gained their freedom, the atmosphere is understandably happy. For a minute, I just stand there looking at all the happy, smiling faces. But I don't see Silverstream, so I head up to the steering deck, and that is where I find her. But she doesn't look happy. It is great that you got the ship moving, so why don't you look happy? In answer, she points at 2 white dots on the horizon behind the ship. So I take out my collapsible telescope and take a look at the dots, which turn out to be ships. It is 2 of the smaller warships that the humans were using as coastal patrols. Those ships are smaller and faster than ours. Even if we had full sails, they would eventually catch us. Of course, our ship has more weapons. In a fight, we would easily win, if we were able to use them. Considering we can barely get 1 sail up, a fight would probably be a bad idea. Silverstream says, "They are gaining on us. Can you tow us so we can outrun them?" I could, but they would still catch up eventually. We also can't lead them to the rest of the elves. Silverstream says, "So then, what are we going to do?" You focus on keeping the ship moving. I will go stop them from chasing us. Silverstream says, "How are you going to do that?" "How else?" "I will sink them." Silverstream says, "Won't that be difficult?" "Maybe a little, but it will also be fun." Silverstream just gives me a look I have seen from the girls any number of times. Seeing as a lecture is coming, I quickly dive off the back of the ship to escape. Once I am in the water, I shift to Meg form and start swimming towards the 2 warships. As I approach them, I stay deep underwater, that way they can't see me coming. The quickest way to destroy a ship like these is to break the keel, but it is one of the strongest points at the same time. I plan to avoid the keel and sink these 2, just like I did the first warship. When I arrive beneath the ships, I circle once and then rush up at the bottom of the left ship. The entire ship lifts up when I hit the underside, and I am sure the sailors all start panicking. This ship isn't as heavily enchanted as the first one was. The hull breaks open with just 1 attack. As I descend and circle around to attack the second ship, my senses get excited. There are multiple splashes as some sailors from the first ship jump into the water. Them splashing around is making the extra senses of the Meg react. They are prey. It is hard to ignore those instincts, but I do the best I can as I circle and descend. Then I repeat my attack on the other ship with the same results. Now that both ships are sinking, I give in to the instincts and eat some of the sailors. If I am being honest, while eating humans is a little disturbing, it is a lot of fun. As I am having fun, I have an idea, one that could save us a lot of time and effort. So, once I am done eating all the swimming sailors, I go after the lifeboats until only 1 is left. Then I come up under the last boat until it is lifted out of the water and resting on my back. Then I swim over to our boat, and once I am alongside it, I just wait. After a minute, I feel several more people land on my back and then leave shortly. Once I am sure everyone has left my back, I sink down until the lifeboat is gone. Then I return to being an elven warrior and climb up onto the warship. I see 6 terrified human sailors being held on their knees by the elven warriors. Chapter 680. Silverstream says, "What are we supposed to do with them?" "Learn from them, that is if they want to live." When I turn to look at the sailors, I find they are all staring at me as if I am the devil himself. When I ask again if they want to live, I get a few scared nods from the sailors. I highly doubt that they are going to give us any trouble. But I decide to lay things out. If you teach the elves to be sailors, then I will let you live. If you don't teach us or try to escape, then I will eat you just like the others. This gets me a bunch of terrified responses, including promises and oaths that I don't believe. At my nod, the elven warriors take the sailors over to the elves currently working on the sails. We will just have to wait and see how things go. But Silverstream doesn't leave. Is there something else? Silverstream says. Yes. The humans didn't have much fresh water on the ship, and whatever this food of theirs is, it is inedible. If this trip takes more than a day, we are going to be in trouble. Here, take this, Silverstream says. One water skin isn't going to do much. This one will. It never runs out. Silverstream says, magic? Yeah, that will help. As for food, I can provide that too. Just send everyone down to the galley in groups. By the time I am done feeding the last group of elves, the sun is setting. When I head up on deck, I am happy to see that we are now under full sail. It would seem that taking the sailors prisoner was a good idea and will save me a lot of trouble. It is just too bad that I couldn't take the human from the shipyard prisoner as well. I could have learned a lot from just an hour or two of questioning him. However, saving the elves was more important, so I don't really regret it. I still learned a bit from the shipyard and am more confident about building my ship. The main problems that I ran into in the Soulscape are most likely just in the Soulscape. I don't have enough information to create an accurate copy in the Soulscape. Mainly, the tree. I don't know enough about what it is going to be like once I shape it. The density of the wood and its weight are things I don't know, but will make a huge difference. I can't learn that information until I actually start building the ship. As the sun fully sets, I watch the elves as they climb up and partially lower the sails. This is under the direction of the prisoners who say sailing at night is dangerous. Considering the elves have decent night vision, that probably isn't as true for them. But I don't interfere. As I am watching, I notice that most of the elves are looking at me differently. They aren't hostile, but they obviously don't see me as one of them anymore. I am guessing Silverstream spread the word about me, so I go looking for her. Everyone has eaten. Any other problems I should know about? Silverstream says, number no other problems so far. That is good. If things go well, we should reach the other elves tomorrow afternoon. Silverstream says, about that, do they know you aren't an elf? Yeah, they do. I only came up with the idea of turning into an elf when I was planning the rescue. Silverstream says, oh, all right. Why? Was there a problem when you were telling the others that I am not an elf? Silverstream says, not a problem. No. There are a lot of unanswered questions, though. Such as, Silverstream says, probably the most common question, what do you look like? I'll show you. Just as I am about to drop shapeshift, I notice that every elf within earshot has turned to watch. It would seem that Silverstream wasn't kidding about the amount of interest, so under all the watchful eyes I release shapeshift and return to normal. Silverstream takes half a step back and then just stares at me with wide eyes. The other elves nearby have similar reactions, which makes me smile. No matter how many times it happens, shocking people never gets boring. Is this what you were expecting? Silverstream says. No, not even close. Her response makes me laugh, and I decide to give her a minute to collect herself. Soon, every elf on the ship is on deck looking at me, and there is a lot of whispering going on. Yet, it doesn't bother me. In fact, I feel great. It is a good feeling to be back in my own skin. Silverstream says, is this the real you? Yes, this is my true appearance, Silverstream says. I've never seen anything like you. How did you come to our island? I came through the same portal that your ancestors used. Silverstream says, okay, then why did you come here? Curiosity. Silverstream says, what is that supposed to mean? Well, I found the ancient gate, and I was curious where it went. Silverstream says, you went through the gate because you were curious? Without any idea where it went? You do know it could have just killed you, right? Now you are starting to sound like Miria. Silverstream says, who is Miria? One of my companions. She said some of the same things when I told her I planned to go through the gate. Silverstream says, she sounds like a smart woman. It figures you would say that. Remind me to make sure you never meet her. One at a time is bad enough, Silverstream says. Oh, now I have to meet her. Yeah, not going to happen. Silverstream says, wait, aren't you planning to take all of us back to where you came from? Yeah, That is the plan, Silverstream says. Then surely I will be able to meet her. Ah, I didn't think of that. Maybe I should just throw you overboard, Silverstream says. You can't do that, not after all the trouble you went through to rescue me. Yeah, I guess you have a point. Silverstream takes her win and runs off, leaving me in charge of the ship for the night shift. As she leaves, she sends the majority of the elves off to rest as well. Once things have quieted down, I call one of the human sailors over and start questioning him. Not only do I want to learn about sails and how to set them, but I also want to know about the humans. Mainly, I want to know what kind of dangers I am going to face sailing around the continent. While it would be nice if the humans left us alone, I doubt it will be that easy. Chapter 681. The ship I am planning on building is going to be too big to pass unnoticed. The human kingdoms along the way are not going to just ignore us, especially if the ship is armed. Unfortunately, according to the sailor, there's a lot of ocean trade, meaning most kingdoms have a navy. I also question the sailor about the slave trade, and where besides the capital, more elves might be. Unfortunately, since the trade has been going on for so long there could be elves anywhere, not all the elves captured on the island went to the same kingdom. They were bought by merchants. Those merchants then went to other kingdoms, so the elves could literally be anywhere. In other words, my odds of finding all the missing elves are pretty much zero. However, that doesn't mean I won't try to find more to rescue as we travel. Throughout the night, I question each of the human sailors, asking the same questions, mainly to compare the answers and see if anyone is lying or hiding something. Some know more about some things than the others, but I don't catch any lies. As long as they do a good job training the elves on how to sail, I will keep my word and let them live. Of course, they will have to walk back to the human fort, but they should survive. After that, if they make it, how the other humans treat them is not my problem. Although, now at least I have much more knowledge about sails and rigging. My original plan for the sails on my ship has already been scrapped. It was way off. While I had a basic idea of how sails worked, that is nothing to how the sails for a ship really work. The truth of the matter is that I was thinking way too simply for what my ship needs. If I stuck with my original idea, the ship would be slow and almost impossible to run. Now I am definitely going with 2 masts. I am even thinking of putting a mast on each of the pontoons. After watching how the elves move around in the rigging, I am thinking they can handle it. With just a few hours of teaching, they are moving like experts. They can even run along the ropes. So I think that no matter how complicated I make the rigging, they will be able to handle it. Not only does that mean the ship can be faster, but it takes a lot of pressure off of me. So this trip has definitely been worth it, even if I didn't save so many elves. However, not only am I doubling the population of the elves, but they are also getting training as sailors. During the night, we pass the northern part of the island and make the turn onto the eastern side. So in the morning, when the sun comes up, we are already on the last leg of the journey. Once it is bright enough, the sailors set the sails back to full and get us up to speed. When Silverstream wakes up and comes to relieve me, we are only a few hours away from our destination. Once Silverstream takes over, I head down to the galley and lay out breakfast for everyone. Then I go back on deck, lean on the railing, and watch the coast slowly roll by. We are staying in the shallows on my orders. I have seen what lives in the deep. Trying to fight off a sea monster from aboard the ship is not something I want to try. Sure, I could kill it, but probably not before it sank the ship and killed a bunch of the elves. It simply isn't worth the risk just for the hour or so it would shorten the trip by. Thanks to staying in the shallows, it is a nice, peaceful trip, and I just relax and enjoy it. After 2 hours, I go looking for Silverstream. We need to talk about what happens next. Silverstream, we should arrive in an hour or less. Silverstream says, Great! I can't wait. The cove where the elves are camped is small, but deep enough for the ship to enter. Just don't get too close to the beach before you drop anchor. Silverstream says, What? Aren't you going to be in charge? I was going to fly ahead and warn Stillwater so they don't panic seeing a human ship arrive. Silverstream says, Oh yeah, good idea. I also don't know this coast all that well, so I plan to have them start a bonfire to lead you in. Silverstream says, Another good idea. Thanks. That would make things easier. Why do you sound so surprised that I had a good idea? Silverstream says, I guess it is because of our conversation last night. Oh, yeah. Anyway, I am going to fly ahead now. Before I can get myself into any more trouble, I change into the eagle form and fly away. Flying, it only takes me a few minutes to reach the elven camp and go into land. These elves are used to me coming and going, so no one reacts to my arrival. And I head straight for Stillwater. Stillwater says, "Welcome back, Ash." "Hello, Stillwater. Good to see you." Stillwater says, "So, how did your trip go?" "It went better than expected. In less than an hour, a human warship carrying freed elves will arrive. You should warn everyone and light a fire to guide them in." Stillwater says, "Oh, great. I will prepare everything right away. Okay, I am going to visit the tree. I will be back in a little while." While Stillwater rushes off to take care of things, I return to eagle form and fly to the tree. The tree is easy to spot. It now towers over all the surrounding trees by a large margin. As I approach to land, the tree welcomes me and I spot a small campsite by the roots. Brightfire says, "Welcome back. As you can see, the tree is doing great." "Yes, it is. Thank you for taking care of it while I was gone." Brightfire says, "It was my pleasure. How did your trip go?" As I take my time and examine the tree in detail, I tell Brightfire about my rescue of the elves. Of course, after hearing about it, she wants to hurry back to the camp and greet them. So I shift into the giant eagle and let her ride me back to camp where the ship is just arriving. As soon as I land, Brightfire jumps down and rushes to join the crowd of elves waiting on the beach. The first of the elves are making their way to shore where the crowd is waiting for them. Standing in the lead boat, I can see Silverstream, and she looks really happy. As soon as she reaches the shore, while the others are greeting each other, she heads straight for Stillwater. She probably is in a rush to explain to him about the human kids before they are brought over. After all, humans aren't very welcome among the elves, with good reason. Silverstream is going to have a lot of work to do to convince everyone to accept the human children. Stillwater, I don't think will be much of a problem, but others are more stubborn. Anyway, that is totally not my problem, and I am going to keep my nose out of it. Chapter 682. I just sit back and relax as I watch the reunion between the elves I freed and those that stayed free. There is a lot of laughter and tears as families are reunited after who knows how long. It is a very emotional and moving scene, at least until I see Silverstream and Stillwater heading towards me. Stillwater says, "Are you really going to let those humans live?" "Yes, if they do a good job. I will give them enough food and water to walk back to the fort. Whether they make it or not is not my problem." Stillwater says, "Very well, we will abide by your wishes. What do you think we should do with the human children?" "You need to either take them in or give them a merciful death." Stillwater says, "Why do you say that?" "They won't survive on their own and would die a miserable death. To spare them that, you only have the two options." Silverstream says, "I agree, but my vote is to take them in." Stillwater says, "If we take them in, how can we be sure they won't betray us?" "Just treat them well. Treat them as you would your own children and they will love you." Stillwater says, "Can we even do that?" Silverstream says, "Why not? We have, and as slaves we have more reason to hate humans than anyone." Stillwater says, "I guess that is true. All right, we will take them in and see how it goes." Silverstream says, "Great. Besides, once we leave, they won't really have a way to betray you. Where we are going, most of the humans are on my side." Stillwater says humans are on your side. It is a long story, so I pull out some food for the three of us and then begin the telling. While I am at it, I may as well go all the way, so I start the story with my summoning. While the rest of the elves are having a party, the two of them sit quietly and listen to my story. Even just hitting the highlights without many details, it takes hours to tell everything. When I finish, the two of them just sit there staring at me like I am some kind of alien. Then again, to them I kind of am an alien since I am from another planet. Stillwater says, "That is an amazing tale. You sure are full of surprises." Silverstream says, "It is amazing that you have survived this long with how reckless you are. Most of the risks I take are calculated. That and I am a lot stronger than anyone gives me credit for." Silverstream says, "That is still no reason to take risks on purpose. The more risks I take, the better the rewards I get. Besides, it makes it more fun." Silverstream says, I have an irresistible urge to strangle you right now. Still Water says, no matter how irresistible, you are not allowed to strangle our hero. Silverstream says, not even just a little. I promise not to kill him. You can if you really want to. I can hold my breath for a few hours, though, so it won't really bother me. Silverstream says, oh, great. Just take all the fun out of it. Why don't you? Stillwater says, all right, that is enough. Go take care of your responsibilities. Silverstream says, fine, and leaves. Her responsibilities? Stillwater says, before she was captured, Silverstream was the head of the Scouts and Hunters. Now that she is back, she will be again, as well as an elder. In that case, who is in charge? You or her? Stillwater says, if we can't agree on the subject, then technically I outrank her. However, we try to agree on things. It gives a better impression to the people. Speaking of, you should probably go welcome back your people. Stillwater says, you are right, but we need to talk later. I have some information for you. Sure, I am not going anywhere. When Stillwater leaves, I go back to sitting back and relaxing while I watch the festivities. As I watch, I pull a tankard of mead out of my pouch and sip on it as I observe. The human kids have been brought over from the ship and are mostly being treated well. There are a few exceptions, certain elves that try to be mean to them, but the other elves protect them. There are less than 10 hostile elves that I can see, a definite minority. I am sure each of them has their reasons, but that is not my problem. I am staying out of it. My only concern right now is the tree, and all I can do is wait for it to grow. Hopefully, whatever Stillwater wants to talk about is something useful. I need something to keep me busy while the tree is growing, or I will find something. If nothing else, I can go mess with the humans or the orcs again. That is a good way to pass some time. Maybe I can even level up some more. That could come in handy later. Whatever it ends up being, I need to do something to pass the time, or I will go insane. Sitting around doing nothing is not something I can do. At least, not without a computer. This world is seriously lacking in entertainment, and boredom is not something I can tolerate. Even in my world with all the books, games, and movies, I hated being bored more than anything. That is most of the reason behind my crazy plans and reckless behavior. However, that is not really something I can explain to the people of this world. So I will just have to keep coming up with things to keep me busy, even if it involves risks. Luckily, before I get too bored of watching the elves, Stillwater finishes making the rounds and heads over. However, he doesn't come over alone. Silverstream and Brightfire are with him. As they sit down, I provide food and drinks from my pouch while I wait for Stillwater to speak. Stillwater says, while you were gone, I went through all the records we still have. I found something that might possibly be of help, but I can't be sure. I've got some time while the tree grows. What did you find? Stillwater says, in our oldest records I found mention of a sacred spring located in the mountains. All right. What is a sacred spring, and how will it help the tree? Stillwater says, according to the records, it is a natural font of mana. The water from the spring should benefit the tree, at least if the records are accurate. Sounds like it is worth a shot. Where can I find it? Stillwater says, as I said, it is in the mountains. Our ancestors marked the path to it, but there is a small problem. What problem? Stillwater says. Well, two problems, I guess. One, the path is marked in the Scout's Way, so you will need to take a scout with you. Two, the path starts from the north of the mountains, which is in orc territory now. Chapter 683. Silverstream says, both Brightfire and I have already volunteered to go with you. Whoever you choose to go with you, the other will care for the tree while you are gone. If I say that we are going to fly to the mountains, do you still want to go? Silverstream says, nope, Brightfire can go. I will care for the tree. Brightfire says, fine by me. I enjoy flying. Well, that settles that. Stillwater says, what about the orcs? They don't enter the mountains, so I will just land us in the mountains. Brightfire says, what about the things that live in the mountains? I will deal with anything that tries to eat us. Stillwater says, I trust you to keep my daughter safe. Of course. Is there anything else I need to know? Stillwater says, Number, you now know everything I do? All right, we will leave in the morning. I will tend to the tree before I leave. If we are gone more than a day, then I will trust you to care for it, Silverstream says. Sure, Stillwater says. Anything that I need to do while you are gone. Have all the elves take a turn at sailing the warship. I would like everyone to be able to help out in an emergency. Other than that, pay attention to those with the knack for sailing. They will be our crew, Stillwater says. Sure, I can do that. Make sure they learn everything they can from the humans before we set them free. Stillwater says, will do. Silverstream says, is there anything else we need to discuss? If not, we should get back to the party. No, that is everything that I can think of, Stillwater says. All right, you should join us. You are our hero after all. Thanks, but I am fine right here. They look like they want to argue with me, but in the end, they don't try and return to the party. Once they are gone, I close my eyes, create a soulscape, and update Miria on everything. When she chews me out for being reckless, I can't help but notice she sounds exactly like Silverstream. It is to be expected, though. All women seem to share an ability when it comes to lecturing. Once she is done chewing me out, I end the soulscape and get some sleep. In the morning, after breakfast, I use the giant eagle form to fly over to the tree with Brightfire. As I am landing, the tree reaches out with its feelings to welcome me. It seems excited to see me, figuring it is hungry. Once Brightfire jumps down, I drop Shapeshift and start feeding it mana. As I am channeling mana from a piece of the gate, I can feel the tree's happiness. Its feelings continue as I finish with the first piece and move on to the second. However, when I finish the second piece, the tree doesn't seem satisfied. It projects hunger. So, I grab a third piece of the gate and continue channeling it to the tree. Ding, congratulations. Skill channeling has progressed to level 7. Channeling level 7 int plus 7 mana plus 70. You are very experienced at channeling mana. Yay! More mana. Even after completely draining the third piece, the tree still seems hungry. So I go ahead and grab a fourth piece to feed to it. Only once it is gone does the tree seem satisfied. It would make sense for its appetite to grow as the tree grows, but that means I have a problem. The number of gate pieces remaining isn't even enough for a full week at this rate. Despite that, I place 2 more pieces by the tree's roots before I leave. For it to continue growing, I have to make sure it is supplied with enough mana. Without enough mana, it would take years to grow to the size I need, and I can't wait that long. True, I could sail back using the warship, but then I couldn't take all of the elves. Even with only those I rescued, the ship was overcrowded, and that wouldn't work on a long voyage. The ship also needs to be able to carry enough food and water, just in case I am not around. It shouldn't come to that, but I do plan to continue looking for more elves as we travel. Knowing me and my habit of finding side quests, it is better to be prepared. Well, as prepared as I can manage to be, considering I am guessing about a lot of things. I will just do the best I can and hope that it is enough. If it isn't, I will figure it out as I go. So, basically the same as usual for me. Follow the plan till it fails, then wing it. Once the tree is satisfied, I change back to the giant eagle and wait for Brightfire to mount up. After she does, I launch into the air and fly northwest, towards the mountains. It takes a little under 2 hours for me to reach the northern end of the mountains. Once I find a place to land, Brightfire jumps down and starts looking around for signs. When she moves away, I drop Shapeshift and follow her, keeping an eye out for danger. She wanders back and forth across the entire area I landed in, but doesn't find anything. Did I land us in the wrong area? Brightfire says. Looks like it, but we should be close. I will keep looking. Brightfire gives me a smile before turning to continue searching the area. As she does, I simply follow along and protect her. I can sense things nearby, but they don't approach. They probably caught my scent and don't want to mess with me, which is fine by me. After a few more hours of searching, Brightfire finds the sign she has been looking for. It is carved into a rock hidden under some bushes, but it points the way to the next sign. Before moving on, we stop and have some lunch, then Brightfire heads for the next sign. The signs lead us deeper into the mountains, and soon things start coming out to take a look at us. Most of them skulk away after taking a look at us, but the group of lions don't. There are over 20 of them, with 3 males, and they are eyeing Brightfire. I quickly move forward and put myself between Brightfire and the lions. The lions look a lot less confident once I am in the way. but they still growl at me. Of course, I growl back at them, which backs them off a little, but they don't leave. The 3 males let out a roar at me, but it doesn't affect me and I roar back at them. However, I get a little carried away and roar at full force without meaning to. The lions take off running, but the roar echoes throughout the mountains. Chapter 684. The echoes last for about a minute before they fade away, but then I hear another roar. It doesn't sound like a lion, and it sounds angry. It might be taking my roar as a challenge. Luckily, it sounds fairly far away, so if I stay quiet, it might just leave us alone. Brightfire says, "What is that?" "I don't know," Brightfire says. "It sounds angry." "Yeah, it does." Brightfire says, "What are we going to do?" "Hope it doesn't find us." Brightfire says, "What if it does find us?" "Then I will fight it. If it comes to that, I want you to hide and not try to help." Brightfire says, "Okay, I understand. You are not going to argue with me." Brightfire says, "Nope, I have seen you fight. I know I am not in your league." Wow. Sensible. I wasn't expecting that. Brightfire says, should I be offended?" "No, at least not for yourself. Maybe if you want to be offended on behalf of the other women I have to deal with." Brightfire says, "No, that sounds exhausting." As I am laughing, I am also watching a dot flying around in the distance. Chances are, that is what roared back at me and now it is searching for me. Luckily, it is quite far away and doesn't seem to be coming in this direction. Of course, that would change instantly if I were to roar again, but I am not looking for a fight. While I am curious about what it is, I don't want to risk Brightfire's life just for that. If I was alone, it would probably be a different story. I don't mind risking my own life. After a few minutes, Brightfire goes back to following the signs deeper into the mountains. As I follow her, I keep an eye on the dot until it is no longer visible. I was hoping to see what it was. Only after it is gone do I think of using my telescope. But by then, it is too late. The fact that I didn't think of it in time makes me want to kick myself since I could have satisfied my curiosity. However, what is done is done. So I focus on keeping watch over Brightfire. We follow the signs for hours with no end in sight, and then I spot a cave. Calling for Brightfire to stop, I enter the cave to check it out, only to find it empty. Since it is a decently safe place, I decide that we will camp here for the night. Once I am sure it is safe, I call Brightfire in, and I start setting up camp. While I can provide hot food from my pouch, I still start a fire, for comfort if nothing else. After a full day trekking through the mountains, Brightfire is exhausted, so after she eats, she immediately falls asleep, which makes me feel a little guilty. After all, this has nothing to do with her. She is just here to help me find the path. She may feel like she owes me something for saving some of her people, but I don't see it that way. Her risking her life to help me out means that I owe her, not the other way around. Even the elves I rescued don't owe me anything as far as I am concerned. After all, they didn't ask to be rescued. I did that all on my own, so they don't owe me anything. At most, I would say Stillwater owes me, but not enough to risk his daughter. I am sure if I were to state this to them, they would all argue with me, especially Brightfire. She has been eager to follow me around ever since I found her in the human fort. She would argue that I saved her life in the fort, yet without me she wouldn't have even been there. The main problem, from what I can see, is that before I showed up the elves had given up hope. As the one who gave them a reason to hope again, their emotions towards me are not normal. They give more importance to my actions than they would under normal circumstances. It would be far too easy for me to take advantage of their feelings, so I have to be careful. The last thing I want is for any of them to decide that they love me. Miria would skin me alive. Or at least try to... Who knows? By the time I get back, she might be able to. Once I am done eating, I sit facing the cave entrance, with the fire at my back, and meditate. This way nothing should be able to enter the cave and get past me to where Brightfire is. No matter what. I can't let anything happen to her. That would make me feel super guilty. Luckily, nothing happens during the night, and in the morning, after breakfast, we move out. Brightfire goes back to following the signs, and I focus on protecting her. There are plenty of creatures living in the mountains, but most of them won't face me. It makes me wonder how the elves who left this trail managed to survive. Because, unless they were much stronger than the elves I know, they would have lost a lot of people. Nothing I have spotted seems to have any fear at all of Brightfire. In fact, they see her as prey. Then again, I have seen Brightfire fight, and while she has some skill with the sword, she isn't very strong. In fact, none of the elves I have met so far live up to my image of what they should be. Then again, that image is built from movies, anime, and D&D, so it isn't very realistic. It really makes me wonder what the dwarf-like race is like, and if they will live up to my image of them or not. Honestly, if they are good craftsmen, then nothing else really matters to me. What I really want is to meet a dwarven master blacksmith that I can learn from. However, the way things are going right now, I may not get a chance to meet them. I don't know about the mainland, but on the peninsula they seem to have completely disappeared. Either they left completely, or they moved deeper underground than I want to go. If I don't get a chance to meet them in this life, I hope I can meet them in my next life. Thinking of my next life, I really need to do what the dragon said, and max out my soulscape. Then I can raise my soul level so I don't lose my memories when I die. That is becoming more important the more memories I make in this life. In my next life in this world, I don't want to have to start over from scratch. Especially since I don't think the goddesses would be very willing to tell me certain things. At least, not if I keep pissing them off the way I have been lately, which I probably will. It is just too much fun being able to tease two beautiful goddesses and get away with it. That and I didn't lie. They are both extremely cute when they are mad. So far, that is the closest thing in this life to something from an anime, and I love it. Anytime they give me those angry looks, I feel like the main character in an anime. I love that feeling, so I might be antagonizing them more than I should, but I can't help myself. Chapter 685. Of course, not all of it is intentional. I do get in trouble without meaning to. Like now, for example, I really didn't expect the portal to send me to the other side of the main continent. I also didn't expect the portal on this side to be broken and unrepairable. However, I am here now, and I just have to deal with things as best as I can. The signs keep leading us deeper into the mountains, and it is starting to worry me. The farther in we go, the stronger the things that are looking at us become. They don't worry me too much, but they are a threat to Brightfire, so I have to pay attention to them. A few things try to dash out and grab her, but I easily cut them off and deal with them. It keeps getting more and more dangerous for her, enough that I consider turning back. How long do you think it would take to teach me these scout signs? Brightfire says, if your memory is good, probably a couple of hours. Why? I am starting to doubt whether or not I can keep you alive. These mountains keep getting more and more dangerous. Brightfire says, I will be happy to teach you, but I don't think we need to. According to the signs, we are getting close. How close? Brightfire says, our destination should be somewhere on that mountain just ahead. Okay, we will keep going, but stay close. You may as well teach me as we go. It may prove useful at some point. Brightfire says, sure. At the next sign, Brightfire stops and teaches me how to read it before moving on. She was partially right. We are close, but the destination isn't on the mountain. It is inside it. At least the signs lead us to a cave entrance and instruct us to enter it. Once we enter, we find the cave turns into a network of tunnels, but the signs are still present. There is a sign at each turning telling us which way to go, and Brightfire continues teaching me to read them. The signs themselves are fairly simple to learn, but they are placed in hidden places. The hardest part is learning where and when to look for the signs. Understanding them is easy. However, since they are typically used to mark elven secrets, the knowledge could come in handy. I am assuming that the elves on the peninsula use the same signs as these elves. It is a good thing we have the signs to follow. There is a maze of tunnels down here. Without the signs, it would probably take days to search through all of them. Not to mention, we are not alone down here. I keep catching the scent of something living. The scent is all I have caught, but it is either stalking us or there is more than one beast. Luckily, the signs will also lead us back out. Otherwise, it could take even longer to find the exit. That is assuming there isn't more than one exit, which there probably is. Finally, after what feels like the 100th sign, I can see light at the end of the current tunnel. It looks like daylight, which makes me wonder if we are at our goal or just back outside. However, the tunnel doesn't lead outside. It leads to a grotto in the center of the mountain. In the middle of the grotto is a tree on a small island in the middle of a pond. The pond is surrounded on 3 sides by large moss-covered boulders. Other than that, there is a small area of grass in front of the pond and nothing else. There are no other exits at ground level, although I can see the sky above. The grotto is circular, and it goes all the way up, almost like someone drilled the core out of the mountain. It is just big enough that I think I can fly out instead of going back through the tunnels. Brightfire says, "Wow, how pretty!" She steps forward as she talks, but I grab her and pull her back before she can take a second step. I quickly push her behind me and draw Blitz at the same time because I hear something. As soon as Brightfire spoke, I heard the sounds of rocks moving. As I watch, the boulders around the pond all start moving, but it turns out they aren't boulders at all. The lines of boulders on either side of the pond turn out to be 2 heads and necks. While the massive stone behind the pond is the body, it is a 2-headed wyvern. To be honest, when I heard about them in the human fort, I didn't really believe they were real. Now that I see one, which is bigger than a drake, I wish that it wasn't real. This thing obviously hasn't moved for a long time, judging by the moss covering it. Brightfire quickly finds a spot to hide while I move forward to fight the wyvern. Its 2 heads are focused on me, despite its eyes being white, and its tail is raised up behind it ready to strike. Its long neck means it has a good attack range, and I am going to have trouble getting close to it. It opens both its mouths to roar at me, yet it doesn't move away from the pond. As soon as I step within range, one of the heads tries to bite me, but I dodge to the side. When I dodge the first bite, the second head attacks, and as I dodge that attack, the tail strikes. Instead of dodging the tail, I knock it aside using Blitz, but the first head is already attacking again. Its coordination is flawless, and I already feel like I am fighting multiple opponents. While so far I have managed to dodge all the attacks, I haven't had a single opportunity to attack. Luckily, physical attacks are not my only option, so I hit the thing with a holy shock. It works and does damage, but the wyvern pretty much just ignores it and keeps attacking. At this point, I have 2 choices. Keep dodging and hope I have enough power or trade hits with it. If I stop dodging the bite attacks, I should have a chance to attack back. The problem is that the wyvern can easily swallow me with a single bite, and I don't want to fight it from the inside, especially since Brightfire is watching. The last thing I want is someone to witness me being eaten. This is the first fight I can remember being in where I am being overwhelmed physically. The wyvern is stronger than I am, but I am still faster than it, which is why I can dodge all of its attacks. It might just come down to which of us gets tired first, but that is a gamble. With all this dodging around, I am definitely using more energy than it is in attacking. On the other hand, it looks like it is really old and hasn't moved in a long time. That probably means it has just been living off the mana from the pond and hasn't eaten in a long time. Chapter 686. If that is the case, then it should not have a large energy reserve and will get tired faster than me. At this point, that actually feels like my best option, so I focus on dodging. Anytime I see an opening, I hit it with another holy shock until I have used up all of my divine power. Then, I switch to using Lightning Wave since it uses sacred power, but does less damage. By now, the wyvern is starting to show signs of getting tired, and the spell damage has added up. However, I don't let down my guard and keep hitting it over and over. Finally, it straight up misses on its bite attack, and I get the chance to hit it in the neck with Blitz. However, Blitz barely scratches the scales on its neck. It is tougher than I expected. It looks like depending on my magic damage output was the right call to make. So, I go back to dodging and blasting away at it when I get the chance. I quickly settle into a nice steady rhythm and slowly chip away at its health. Just like that, an hour has passed since the fight started, and while I still feel fine, the wyvern isn't doing so well. Hiding, congratulations. Skill Lightning Wave has progressed to level 8. Lightning Wave level, 8 SP cost. 115 deals lightning damage in a cone in front of your sword. Area, 35 foot by 20 foot cone. Damage int X 3.5 while the level up helps a little. I am still quickly running out of sacred power. It worries me a little. If I run out of sacred power, all I will have left is my mana. I doubt that 400 or so mana will amount to anything against something this size. Since it costs less, I try using Windblade, but like Blitz, it fails to penetrate the wyvern scales. So I stick with using Lightning Wave even though it costs a lot more power. If I run out of sacred power before it dies, I will just have to figure something out. Then a crazy idea pops into my head. What if I drain the wyvern's life force? It looks fairly old, so its life force should be weak and easy to steal. Maybe. The problem is touching it without getting eaten. But luckily, it is fatigue and the accumulated damage has slowed it down. It is worth a try at least. So I put Blitz away, and then when I dodge the next bite, I try it. It works, but the wyvern moves out of my reach before I can drain very much. Luckily, Drain Touch doesn't cost me anything, so I can use it as much as I want. So I stop using Lightning Wave and just use Drain Touch, stealing a little life force each time. After a dozen or so successful attacks, the wyvern's movements become sluggish. This just makes it easier for me to drain even more life force out of the wyvern. After a few more successful attacks, the wyvern collapses, but it isn't dead yet. The amount of life force the wyvern has is surprising. I was expecting it to be dead already. Yet, it stubbornly clings to the last scrap of its life force, refusing to die even now. It makes one last attempt to bite me, using up the last of its strength. Its last desperate attack is easy for me to dodge, and I quickly use Drain Touch on it. With that, the last of its life force is absorbed by me and the wyvern finally drops dead. Once its body collapses, I check to make sure it is truly dead and then move to sit by the pond. It was a long fight, and while I am not exhausted, I am a little tired. The air in the grotto is mana-rich, and I soon feel better just from breathing. Then I take a drink. Mana Pool plus 50. Now that is some high-quality H2O. At that thought, I nearly fall over laughing, causing Brightfire to give me a strange look. She has left her hiding spot and is examining the wyvern when my sudden laughter makes her jump. Her look is a mixture of puzzlement and anger, which I find even more amusing. Brightfire says, "Why are you laughing?" Well, at first I was just happy because the pond increased my mana pool. Then you jumped and tried to glare at me, which was even funnier. Brightfire says, "Are you looking to get beaten? That thing couldn't hurt me, and you think you can?" Brightfire stares at me for a minute as her face goes red. Then she snorts at me and goes back to examining the corpse. After laughing a bit more, I take another drink from the pond, hoping to increase my mana more. Unfortunately, while the water is mana-rich, the increase to my mana pool seems to be a one-time effect. The pond is rather small. It only takes me a small jump to reach the island. The tree is rather small, but it has a lot of small green fruits that smell absolutely delicious. I pick a single one and take a closer look at it before I just pop it into my mouth and chew. HP plus 100. SP plus 100, DP plus 100, MP plus 100. The effects of the fruit are beyond my wildest dreams, and I quickly grab another to eat. Unfortunately, as expected, the boost is a one-time thing, but it was still worth the trip. Grabbing a third fruit, I whistle to get Brightfire's attention and then throw it to her. "Eat that," Brightfire says. "Ah, okay." After tossing Brightfire one, I count and find 20 fruits remaining on the tree. So I carefully pick them all and put them into my pouch. I will give them to the elves later. Then I search around the bottom of the tree to make sure there aren't any fallen fruit. Brightfire says, "Wow, this tastes amazing. Can I have another?" Nope. Its effect only works once. We should save the rest for other people. Brightfire says, "Effect? What effect?" "It improves health and mana capacity." Brightfire says, "Wow! Does that mean I can become a mage?" I wouldn't go that far, but you could probably learn some basic spells. Brightfire says, "Great. Silverstream says a scout can never learn too many tricks." I can certainly agree with that. Having finished checking the grass around the tree, I jump back over the pond. However, as I do, I catch a glint from the corner of my eye, so I land and turn around for a look. It takes a minute of searching before I spot it again. There is something gold at the bottom of the pond. While the pond isn't very deep, it is not something I can reach without getting wet. Luckily, I don't have a cat's aversion to water, so I just wade into the pond. I have to fully submerge briefly to be able to reach the item, and when I do, I find it is a ring. Putting it aside for now, since I am already wet, I search the rest of the pond just in case. However, I don't find anything else. So I climb out of the pond and use the cleaning stone to dry myself. Then I sit down and take the ring back out to examine it. It is highly magical. Chapter 687. When I manage to identify the enchantments, I end up really confused. The ring is somehow enchanted as a weapon, but I don't see how that is possible. So I put the ring on and play around with it for a while before finally figuring it out. When wearing the ring, if I shake my hand a certain way, it morphs into a dagger. In its ring form, it is completely undetectable as a weapon, making it a perfect assassin tool. While I might not be an assassin, I can easily think of situations where it would be useful, so I decide to keep it. Brightfire says, "What is that?" "Just a new toy. Are you ready to go?" Brightfire says, "What are we going to do with the body?" My pouch is almost full at the moment. I was only expecting to find a spring, not a big beast. I will have to come back for it. Brightfire says, "All right, because I would love some armor made from it." So, how are we leaving? Once I take some water, we will fly out. Brightfire says, "Okay." With Brightfire watching, I take 4 empty casks out of my pouch and fill them with water. Once I have put them back into my pouch, I shapeshift into the giant eagle. Brightfire jumps on my back and I take off. Then I spiral upwards to get outside. The grotto is deep in the mountain, and it takes several minutes of spiraling to exit the mountain. Once I am in open air, I turn east and start flying towards the elven area. It is a cloudy day, but we are flying above the clouds currently. That is how tall the mountain was. A lot of the mountains pierce the clouds, so I am fairly confident of being able to find my way back. However, Brightfire complains of having trouble breathing, so I drop down beneath the clouds. There is a slight drizzle of ice-cold water. My feathers protect me, but Brightfire is miserable. Brightfire says, "Can we please land and camp until the weather passes? Otherwise, I am going to freeze to death." Turning my head to look at her, I find her skin is turning blue, so I look for a place to land. Since neither one of us brought a tent, that means I need to find a cave. She needs shelter. Luckily, with an eagle's eyesight, I find a cave fairly quickly and fly towards it. As I land right outside the cave and drop shapeshift, I catch Brightfire in my arms. She is unconscious, which is a bad sign, so I hold her to my chest and rush into the cave. Luckily, the cave is small and uninhabited, so I put Brightfire down and wrap her with my hammock. Then, I rush outside, grab the nearest tree, and rip it out of the ground. I carry it back into the cave and easily break it apart to make a large fire. Just a little bit of mana dries it out and lights the wood. Soon the temperature of the cave is rising quickly. Once the fire is going strong, I drag Brightfire close to it and start rubbing her limbs to warm them up. At the same time, I throw a healing spell at her, hoping to undo any damage caused by the cold. As soon as she shows signs of waking up, I pull a bowl of hot soup out of my pouch and feed it to her. Between the warmth of the fire and the soup, she soon wakes up fully. However, she is still groggy and shivering, so I force her to drink another bowl of soup. After that, the fire in her eyes returns, and I feel I can stop worrying about her. Brightfire says, "Thank you. It would have been stupid for me to die from the cold." "True. Sorry about that." Brightfire says, "It is fine. If I was dressed for the cold, it wouldn't have been a problem. Next time we go on a quest, you should probably bring some." Brightfire says, "Is there going to be a next time?" "More than likely. Even once we leave the island, I don't plan to just sit on the ship all the time." Brightfire says, "Great! Next time I will be properly prepared." "Sounds good. For now, get some rest. We will head out in the morning," Brightfire says. "Okay." Brightfire curls up by the fire, using my hammock as a blanket, and quickly falls asleep. Instead of trying to sleep, I go into my meditation to recover my power and mana. While I didn't get hit during that fight, I basically used up every type of power I have. Although, I will admit that the fight was fun, it was almost like I was a mage. The only bad point was how quickly I ran out of power, but the wyvern had a lot of health. It would have gone better if I had more variety of spells, or more powerful spells. If I can continue finding ways to increase my mana pool, then I will be able to improve my spells. Then I can play around with adding sacred power into the mix and see what happens. Of course, I should probably wait until the goddesses aren't paying attention before I do that. After all, I don't need another lecture about how dangerous my experiments are. Once my powers are fully restored, I exit my meditation and put some more wood on the fire. Brightfire is still fast asleep. and it is still a few hours before dawn, so I curl up to take a nap. When I wake up, the sun is up and the rain has stopped, but Brightfire is still asleep. The fire has died down and the cave is fairly cold, so I add the last of the wood and get it going again. Once the cave warms up a bit, I try to wake up the sleeping Brightfire. Brightfire mumbles 5 more minutes. Okay then, no breakfast for you. Brightfire says, "Breakfast? I am awake." Laughing, I start taking dishes out of my pouch and share them with her. Once we are done eating, I clean everything up and head outside. It is still cloudy, but not raining. I shapeshift into the giant eagle and take off as soon as Brightfire is on my back. As I head east, I stay below the clouds. I don't want a repeat of last time. The sun is shining down through some breaks in the cloud cover, and it creates some very pretty views. However, they don't distract me enough to miss the sudden attack that comes at me. The attack comes from above. It is a flying beast that was apparently hiding in the clouds. When I get a look at it, it looks like a flying lizard, kind of like a pterodactyl. With a quick warning for Brightfire to hold on, I snap a roll to dodge the diving beast. The pterodactyl gives up after it misses, but it has friends, and they launch their own attacks. Brightfire screams each time I maneuver to avoid an attack. She doesn't seem to be enjoying this. However, I am not about to let us get hit just because she is scared of fancy flying. Chapter 688. In total, there are 7 pterodactyls that tried diving down on us from within the clouds. I managed to dodge all of them, mainly thanks to the flying combat lessons the dragon gave me. However, Brightfire isn't quite able to hold on through all the maneuvers I use. Clutching 2 handfuls of feathers that she ripped out of my neck, she goes tumbling away. Instantly, I perform a flip and go into a dive, chasing after her before she falls too far. I quickly catch up to her and grab her with my talons as gently as I can. Even once I have hold of her, she doesn't stop screaming, but I can't really blame her. Luckily, the pterodactyls, after missing their attacks, just give up and fly away. It would seem they are an ambush predator and won't fight on other terms. It makes me wonder what they do when there are no clouds, but I have no way to find out. Once I am sure there are no enemies close by, I perform a slow, gentle roll. This allows Brightfire to get back onto my back and resume her proper seat. "Are you all right?" Brightfire says. "Yes, but I don't think I like flying as much anymore." After a close call like that, I don't blame you. "Do you want me to land?" Brightfire says. "No, I can manage. Let's just return." "Okay." As soon as I fly over the last of the mountains, I can see the tree in the distance. It looks like a small green mountain at this point. It is growing faster than I thought it would, which means I can start working on the ship sooner than expected as well. It does make it a little harder to land. The clearing where I planted the tree is now covered. In the end, I find a small clearing nearby to land in and then walk to the tree. I have been feeling the tree welcoming me since even before I landed. It is getting stronger. Silverstream says, "Welcome back. How did it go? Did you find the sacred spring?" Brightfire says, "Yes, we did." "I almost got eaten by the 2-headed wyvern," Silverstream says. "What? That thing isn't just a legend." Brightfire says, "It was real. Ash killed it." As Silverstream is demanding details from Brightfire, I walk up to the trunk of the tree and pat it. The tree responds with a burst of warm feelings, and it feels quite nice. Then I take out the first cask and start pouring the water over the tree's roots. At first, all I feel from the tree is shock. Then it quickly turns to what I can only describe as bliss. The tree greedily sucks up the water just as fast as I can pour it out. By the time I empty the 5th cask, the tree is so happy that it is basically singing. Silverstream says, "Is it just me? Or is the tree actually singing?" Brightfire says, "It is definitely singing." Yeah, it seems to really like the spring water. As the tree absorbs the water, I can see an effect immediately, but not in growth. The tree doesn't get any bigger, but the leaves and bark look healthier and more vibrant. However, even if nothing happened, I would count it as worth just from how happy the tree is. All right, I am going to go check in with Stillwater. Are you two coming with me? Silverstream says. No, thank you. I will stay with the tree. Brightfire says. I think I will stay as well. Okay. Oh, before I go, Silverstream, eat this. Silverstream says, what? That is delicious. Can I have another? Sorry, only one per person. They are very limited in number. Just then, the singing stops and I get blasted by the tree's feelings of hunger and greed. Does the tree want one of the fruits? Can it even eat it? I guess there is only one way to find out. So I walk over and hold a fruit near the tree's roots. Instantly, a small root comes up out of the ground and takes the fruit from my hand. The fruit disappears under the soil and the tree blasts me with happiness and gratefulness. A few seconds later, the tree's trunk visibly grows in diameter. I guess the tree managed to eat the fruit. After that, the tree seems to settle down, almost as if it is now sleeping. Since I don't need to carry anyone with me, I shapeshift into the normal eagle and fly down to the coast. Using the eagle form to travel has become really comfortable, to the point I prefer it over flying in normal form. Before I go into land, I circle once to see what is going on with the elves. A good amount of them are on the warship, sailing around just off the coast. On the beach, the siege engines from the first warship have been completely taken apart. There are quite a few elves there. They seem to be studying the parts of the weapons. I am guessing that they are trying to figure out ways to make improvements, like I asked. Other than that, the place seems like a normal village. It doesn't look temporary at all. However, I am pleased to see that there are a number of craftsmen hard at work. From what I can see from above, they are mostly leather workers. It makes sense since they have the hide from the legendary beast to work with. Since we are on the coast, I am not surprised. I don't see any blacksmiths. After all, there are no ores for them to work with. At least not that I know of. After looking around a bit, I finally spot Stillwater. He found a quiet spot, and I land nearby. Stillwater says, "Ash, where is my daughter?" "Relax. She is back at the tree with Silverstream," Stillwater says. "Oh, sorry. For a second there I feared the worst." "Don't worry. Brightfire is perfectly fine," Stillwater says. "That is great. So, did you find the spring?" Rather than making him ask question after question, I sit down and tell the story. For once, I don't leave anything out or downplay the dangers and tell him everything. Once I am done, I take out the remaining 18 fruits and hand them to him. "You eat one, then give the rest to the most promising elves. Only one per person." Stillwater says, "All right. Anything else?" "Oh, can you throw together a storage shed for me? I need to store my stuff to make room in my pouch. I want to go back for the wyvern's corpse." Stillwater says, "Sure, that is easy enough. It should only take an hour or so." "Thanks. Anything going on that I should know about?" Stillwater says no, but we aren't sending our scouts out very far, so we don't know what is going on with the orcs or the humans. "All right, I can check on them when I return to the spring," Stillwater says. "Other than that, the elves are doing great thanks to you. With those that you have freed, our numbers have more than doubled and everyone is in great spirits." Chapter 689. That is good. Hopefully, we will be able to rescue more as we travel. Stillwater says, "How would we do that? You aren't planning to stop in human ports, are you?" "Probably not with the ship, but that doesn't mean I can't fly over to search for more elves." Stillwater says, "I didn't think of that." "That is great. Is it okay if I spread news of your plan?" "It would help with morale." "Sure, go ahead." "Of course. It won't be anytime soon. I still have to build the ship after all." Stillwater says, "I understand that. However, even the tiniest spark of hope for those still missing family will make a huge difference." "All right, I can't argue that. Just try not to let them get their hopes up too much. The odds are against them." Stillwater says, "Don't worry. I know how bad the odds are. You have already done more than I thought was possible. Maybe, but there is still a limit to what I can do." Stillwater and I chat for a few more minutes before we head back to the village. As promised, Stillwater has a storage shed built for me in a little over an hour. It isn't anything fancy, but it is just fine for what I need it for, and so I start going through my pouch. First thing I take out is all the bones from the legendary beast that I am saving for the ship. After that, I actually have to go through everything because I can't remember what is inside. The forge and all my tools are also going into the shed for the time being. But there is still a lot to go through. While I have quite a bit of gold, which I will keep, I also find silver and copper coins. Those must have been in there for ages because they are basically worthless at this point. I put them aside. I will give them to the elves. They might find a use for them. Also in my pouch, I find a lot of meat. Even some drake meat that I never got around to eating. So I go out to find the elven cooks and give all of the meat to them to cook a feast with. They are more than happy to cook the feast, especially since it is not the legendary beast meat. It would seem they have gotten tired of cooking the same thing over and over. Yet there is still tons of meat left to use up, and it would be a shame to let it go to waste. What is even worse is I am about to go get even more meat from the wyvern's corpse. Now that my pouch is empty, I put the empty water casks back in and then shift into an eagle. However, instead of flying straight to the mountains, I head north first. I plan to check on the orcs and humans to see what they are up to before returning to the spring. Flying above the Badlands, I don't find any orc activity on the east side of the mountains. This means the orcs aren't currently moving against the elves, which is good. However, when I swing around to the west of the mountains, it is a different story. A little west of the mountains, I actually spot a battle. Humans versus orcs. It seems the humans are no longer content with staying in their fort. They came north to fight. However, it isn't going very well for them. The humans are currently surrounded. On the other hand, this is good for us since it means both the humans and the orcs are distracted. Right now, it is a little under 500 humans against around 2,000 orcs. If nothing changes, the humans are going to be completely wiped out. However, that isn't the best outcome from my point of view. I want some humans to survive. If some of them survive and make it back to the fort, then they will come back even stronger. Since I want the humans to devote everything they have to fighting the orcs, that is the best bet. Now, the question is, how do I go about helping the humans without making them suspicious? If I shift into human form and help out, then they will question my sudden appearance. An elf certainly wouldn't help them. So I need to use something else. But what? An idea pops into my head, and so I start forming the image of a two-headed wyvern. However, as soon as I picture the two heads, I get a splitting headache. It is so bad that I instantly give up the idea and have to land before I crash. I guess that in order to have two heads, I would have to split my mind between them. Apparently from the pain. That is a horrible idea, and I should never try it again. So I sit on a hill still in eagle form and watch the battle while waiting for the headache to pass. The humans are fighting fairly well. They are in a defensive circle and are killing a lot of orcs. I still think the orcs will win in the end, but it is going to cost them most of their number to do so. It wouldn't take much to tip the balance in the humans' favor, but I still can't think of how to do it. Unfortunately, it is still bright out, so sneaking around like an assassin is out. Whatever I do is going to be visible to the humans, so it needs to be something they will believe. Then I have another thought. If I go as a wyvern with only one head, will the humans even notice? From what I was told, the humans are used to seeing wyverns all over the place. So me being here wouldn't be too suspicious. At least I don't think it would be. So again, I start building the image of a wyvern, but this time with only one head. Shifter formatted. Deathstrike wyvern? The wyvern that I shapeshift into is only about a quarter the size of the one I killed. Unlike the wyvern I killed, which had gray scales, my scales are a glossy black. I am fairly sure that I look absolutely terrifying, but I don't look like a normal wyvern. While it might make the humans suspicious, there isn't much I can do about it. This form feels similar to the drake form, so I think I need to be quick and get out of it. The last thing I want is to go through more backlash for using a form that is too powerful. It is kind of disappointing, though. I was hoping my strength had improved. After all, I went up a rank and have gained a couple of levels since I used the drake form. Maybe there is something I am missing. I don't know why my rank hasn't gone up. I have tried working on my core, but nothing I have done has had any effect at all. Unfortunately, it is not something I can ask anyone about either. Well, except maybe the dragon. Maybe if I haven't figured it out by the time I get back, I will go and ask him about it. Right now, I need to stop wasting time, so I raise my wings and start flapping. Then I jump into the air and attempt to fly, but it is a very ugly liftoff. The way a wyvern flies is nothing like how an eagle flies, and I have trouble adapting. Chapter 690. Luckily, it is not bad enough that I crash. But gaining altitude takes a lot more effort than it should. Instead of heading to the battle, I fly away from it. I need to get used to this form. After all, if I trip and fall on my face in front of them, The humans will know something is wrong. As much as I want to hurry, I also don't want to waste all my effort by doing something stupid. Besides, I only want some of the humans to survive the battle, not all of them. It would also be good if most of the orcs end up dead by the end of the battle as well. Once I am a decent distance away from the battle, I land and end up falling on my face. It looks like moving away for the battle to practice was the right decision. I also now know that I need to slow down more before landing. I need to practice some more. So for the next little while, I take off and land repeatedly until I am good at both. Then I practice the wyvern's attacks for a bit before I am ready to return to the battle. When I reach the battle, the numbers have been reduced by a lot. No real surprise. The humans are down to under 100, and the orcs have around 700 left. The humans are still surrounded, so I target part of the orcs' encirclement. I land amongst the orcs with a loud crash, killing several orcs that I land on. After that, I start attacking the orcs around me with my teeth, claws, and tail. Any orc touched by the stinger on my tail instantly turns black and falls over dead. It would seem that the different name of my shape is a reflection of the power of my poison. I get the feeling that this poison can kill pretty much anything that doesn't have poison immunity. It makes me really glad that the wyvern I fought wasn't this type of wyvern. If it was, I think I would have had a lot more trouble dealing with it. The orcs try to fight back against me, but their weapons cannot penetrate my scales. Once all the orcs around me are dead, I grab a few bodies with my feet in my mouth and fly away. This way, hopefully the humans will believe I am just a hungry wyvern who happened by. Of course, I have no intention of eating the orcs. Once I am out of view of the battle, I immediately drop them. Then I shift back into an eagle and circle back to see if my plan worked or not. It did. 23 humans are running south with around 400 orcs chasing them. Luckily, at least a few of the humans are faster than the orcs and will escape. A few of the slower humans show their bravery and turn to fight the orcs to buy time for their comrades. This is a good thing, because I can't interfere again without it looking extremely suspicious. Once some of the humans have a good lead, I turn to fly ahead of them. It would ruin everything if the humans I saved were to run into an orc ambush on the way. On the way to the fort, I don't spot anything that will threaten the fleeing humans. When I reach the fort, I find that a lot has changed, and there is a lot of activity. The wooden fort has been replaced with a stone one that is about 75% complete. Around it, there is a town under construction, along with an outer stone wall. The few simple docks have been replaced, and the entire bay is lined with docks and a shipyard. The shipyard isn't huge. It is mainly for repairs and maintenance, or will be when it is finished. Most of the construction is newly started, but I can still tell that this is a major project. It is a good thing the elves will be leaving. They wouldn't stand a chance if they stayed. At this rate, the humans are going to take over this entire island eventually. Once they deal with the orcs, it won't take long for them to spread throughout the island. The island is actually bigger than the area the kingdom currently controls. So once they control it, they will have doubled their territory, but that will still take years. Unless the island manages to revolt and become an independent kingdom, the balance of power will shift. If they play their cards right, this kingdom may even grow into an empire. Not that it really matters. The elves and I will be long gone before anything like that happens. Once I have studied the new fort for a bit, I turn and fly further south to see if anything else is happening. As I expected, the humans have already moved towards the south, at least a little. There is a logging camp and outpost at the edge of the jungle being constructed. I am counting on the jungle to keep the humans from spreading to the east side of the island too fast. Hopefully, it will buy me enough time to finish the ship and leave before they do. If not, then at least the distance and the terrain will make it hard for the humans to reach us. We also have the advantage in that until we release the sailors. The humans don't know where we are. The sailors will be released as promised, but their odds of surviving the journey are low. Even if they do manage to make it, the trip will take them weeks on foot. Hopefully, by then, the humans will be in a full-scale war with the orcs and won't be able to do anything to us. Whatever happens, I will just deal with it when I need to. For now, I head for the mountains. Even though I am coming from the opposite direction, I don't have any problems finding the mountain I want. Flying down into the grotto is easy since I am a normal-sized eagle this time. Everything is exactly as I left it, so I land, drop shapeshift, and get to work. First, I remove the wyvern's wings and set them aside. I have something I want to try with them. Then I start butchering the body. taking care to keep the scales and hide intact. Those, in combination with the hide from the legendary beast, should allow the elven leatherworkers to make armor. If their skills are good, then chances are it should be better than metal armor. It should go a long way towards making the elves stronger. At least I hope so. Once the hide is removed, I start butchering the body and storing the meat in my pouch. Even though there is too much meat for the elves already, I can't just let it go to waste. Besides, I have to dig deep to get the heart out. Once I do, I start eating it. Devour activated. Strength +10, endurance +20, flight speed +20. As soon as I see the stat boosts, my first thought is if the flight speed will affect my shapeshift forms. If it does, then that is awesome and will save me at least a little bit of travel time. If not, then that is just too bad since I don't fly much in my normal form anymore. Chapter 691. The eagle form is just so much easier to fly in. Not to mention, it is much faster. It is also easier to use the giant eagle form if I need to take someone with me. Once all the meat is in my pouch, I start cleaning up the bones and storing them as well. Finally, all that is left is the wings, and it is time for me to try out my latest crazy idea. First, I flip the wings around and put them back to back. Then, I trim them so they match up. Next, I start stitching them together. But I am using mana instead of thread. As I was hoping, the mana fuses the two wings together and doesn't even leave a seam. It looks like the two wings were never separate to begin with. But it is not easy. I keep having to stop and refill my mana before I can continue, so it takes a while to finish. Dine dang congratulations. Skill Leatherworking has progressed to level 9. Leatherworking level 9 AGI +9, you can craft exceptional items from leather. I really don't think that this should count as leatherworking. However, I keep working despite my misgivings about the system's choice of skill to level up. In truth, it should really have been my mana manipulation skill that leveled up. Then again, my skills leveling up is nowhere near as important as it used to be. Back when I was in the pit, every single point of stats helped me survive. Now, my stats are so outrageous that them going up doesn't really make any difference. The only two skills I actually care about are channeling and blacksmithing. Channeling, because it raises my mana pool a little, and blacksmithing, because I still need to reforge Blitz. Other than that, increasing my skills doesn't really do much for me anymore. So I push it out of my mind and go back to work on the wyvern's wings. Once they are firmly one piece, I refill my mana again and then start pouring it into the wings. I have to stop and refill my mana twice before there is enough in the wings for the first enchantment, which is a preservation spell to keep them from rotting no matter how long passes. Then I repeat the process and set the second enchantment as self-repair. Other than my limited mana, the process goes smoothly, which is a pleasant surprise. The next enchantment is a little more complicated. I want it to attract and enhance the wind. Luckily, my knowledge of wind magic is superior, so with only a few missteps I manage it. Once I correct the mistakes in the enchantment, it works just as I had hoped. That just leaves the final and most difficult enchantment that I want to try. Being made of the wyvern's wings means that it is stiff and would be hard to raise and lower. So the last enchantment, I want to try it to have command words to raise and lower the sail. By this point, I have been working on the enchantments for over an hour. This is mainly due to the amount of time I have to waste to constantly refill my mana. However, if everything works out, this will make an amazing sail for the ship. Except that, for the first time my attempt at an enchantment fails completely. Everything was going fine right up until the end when I tried to add in the command words. The same thing happens on the second try. The enchantment seems to be rejecting the command words. So on the third try, I do something different. I use the same words, but in a different language. Using Elven for the command words in the enchantment actually works perfectly. With that, the enchantments are complete, but I am confused as to why that worked. While I know Elven is a more magical language, it is not my language. The enchantment is built using my mind and thought patterns, so why didn't my language work? Anyway, I guess it doesn't matter. What matters is that the enchantment worked. That means my experiment was a success, and we now have an epic sail for the ship. Since it is a triangular sail, I plan to put it on the forward mast. But I still need another sail for the main mast. It should probably be multiple square sails, but I will see what I can come up with. The ship is going to involve a lot of trial and error, even with everything I have figured out so far. After putting the new sail in my pouch, I head over to the spring to fill the 5 casks. Once that is done, I shift into an eagle and fly out of the grotto, then head east. A little over an hour later, I arrive at the tree and find both Silverstream and Brightfire still there. Since it is almost dusk, I decide to stay at the tree tonight and visit the village tomorrow. So I sit down with the 2 elven women and provide dinner out of my pouch. While we are eating, I tell them about my trip over to scout out what the humans are doing. Brightfire says they have already progressed so far. It hasn't even been 2 weeks since the fort burned to the ground. Silverstream says, I am not surprised. Humans can be dangerously productive when they are motivated. Yeah, and nothing motivates them like gold. As long as the kingdom's gold doesn't run out, they will keep going at this pace. Silverstream says, it shouldn't be an issue for us, though, as long as you can finish the ship within the next 2 months. Well, looking at the tree, it should be ready in a week or less, but I can't really say how long the crafting will take. Brightfire says, so what are you going to do while you wait for the tree to finish growing? I am not sure. I can't just sit and wait. It is against my nature. Maybe I will explore the island some more. I might just get lucky and find something useful, Silverstream says. If not on this island, you might find something on the other islands. What other islands? Silverstream says. If you go southeast from this island, there are a ton of small islands. Brightfire says, I've never heard of that. How do you know about it? Silverstream says, no elf has ever visited them. I heard about them from the humans when I was a captive. Do you know how far away they are? I didn't see any islands when I was swimming around. Silverstream says, from what the humans said, they should be a day's sail away, however far that is. Then I should be able to fly to them in an hour or 2? That sounds interesting. Brightfire says, can I come with you? If you want to, I don't mind. But it might be dangerous, and we will be flying. Are you okay with that? Brightfire says yes. I will be better prepared this time. When are we going? There is nothing else pressing I need to do. So, let's go tomorrow after I visit the village. Brightfire says, okay. Silverstream says, I hope you find something useful. Chapter 692. In the morning, after breakfast, I water the tree with the 5 casks from the spring. Then, I shift into the giant eagle form, and with Brightfire on my back, I fly to the village. While Brightfire goes off to prepare, I first head over to the elven leatherworkers. Once I have given them all the wyvern's hide and scales, I head over to the cooks and give them the meat. Unfortunately, the elves don't have anyone who does scrimshaw, so the bones end up in the storage shed. Then I put my forge and tools back into my pouch, just in case I need them. By the time I am done, Brightfire is back and waiting for me, so I shift back to a giant eagle. Then Brightfire climbs onto my back, and I take off flying to the southeast. It only takes about an hour of flying before the first island comes into view. It is a tiny island, barely more than a sandbar. Nothing worth even stopping to look at. However, a few minutes later, several more islands come into view, and a couple of them are decent size. Most of them are nothing but a pile of rocks, but the larger ones are worth exploring. The nearest large one is covered in green, so I land on the beach and drop my shapeshift. Brightfire jumps clear just as soon as I land and is standing next to me when I return to normal. Ahead of us is a wall of green. Looks like I get to crawl through another jungle. There could be anything in there. Make sure you stay behind me. Brightfire says, got it. When she moves behind me, I push my way through the wall of green and start exploring. My senses are turned up to the maximum to try and prevent us from being ambushed. This island is big enough that it could possibly sustain a decent amount of life. For the next 2 hours, we carefully explore the jungle, but we have no luck. All we find is plants, small animals, and lots of brightly colored birds flitting about. When we reach the beach opposite of where we started, we sit down to have lunch. As we eat, I stare at the next big island. It is similar to this one, except it has a volcano. While not large, it does have a column of smoke coming from the peak. It is apparently active. I just hope it doesn't erupt while we are on the island. Once we are finished eating, I pick up Brightfire and fly over to the next island. I just carry her in my arms. It is too short of a trip to bother shapeshifting. As soon as we land, I realize this island is completely different from the last one. The air here is rich in mana. There is definitely something interesting about this island. Before we can even push into the jungle, I hear the roar of a beast from somewhere. It looks like this island has life on it. So, with Brightfire behind me, I carefully move into the jungle. It doesn't take long before I meet the beast that roared. But I find myself not wanting to kill it. It is a beautiful tiger the size of a horse. It is orange and red with a horn growing from its head. The horn is a deep red color, and I can see heat waves coming off of it. When I step into sight, the tiger turns to look at me arrogantly, but then it takes a good look at me. After that, the arrogance disappears from its eyes, and it even bows its head to me. I stand still, and after a moment, the tiger slowly walks over to me, still with its head down. Once it reaches me, it bumps me with the side of its head and then licks my hand. This is new. I've never had a cat beast react to me like this before. It is surprising. I lift my hand and start petting the tiger's head. At the same time, I scan it out of curiosity. Not only is she a max rank mana beast, but her core is full to bursting and ready to evolve. Since she is acting friendly, I go ahead and use a drop of sacred power to trigger her evolution. When her evolution starts Brightfire, and I have to step back, flames rise all around her. After the evolution process is done, the tiger has grown a bit bigger and has flames dancing through her fur. If there was any doubt about her being a fire-based beast, they are gone now. She takes a look at herself and then proceeds to start licking my face in thanks. She can't talk, but now that she is a sacred beast, she can at least project her emotions to me. Amid the gratitude, I get the feeling that she wants me to wait for a minute. Once I nod in agreement, she turns away from me and lets out a loud roar. A couple of minutes later, the greenery moves as another tiger comes into the area. This one is slightly bigger, probably her mate, and is being followed by a half-dozen cubs. There seems to be some communication going on between them, and then the male approaches me. Instead of licking my hand like the female did, the male actually drops to the ground and rolls onto his back. I know it is a sign of submission, but I just can't help myself as I kneel down. As I start rubbing his belly, I scan him, and when I find the same situation, I trigger his evolution. It is really surprising to me that the first two beasts I ran into just happened to be ready to evolve. Not only that, but they turned out to be friendly, which is even better. Flames surge up around him as the male tiger goes through his evolution. Brightfire says, "Just what is it that you are doing? How did you make friends with them so easily?" I am a sacred beast, and I am guessing they can sense that. I am helping them to also become sacred beasts. Brightfire says, "You can do that?" Yes, but only if they are ready. They have to be max rank mana beasts with their core full of energy. Brightfire says, "So it will only work on mana beasts?" Yep, they are the only things I have run into that have cores. Unless elves have cores? Brightfire says, "No." Oh, I've been meaning to ask, do elves have the ability to gain levels? Brightfire says, "Unfortunately, no. All we can do is practice our skills and count on them. We are at a huge disadvantage against the humans because of that." Yeah, the humans where I came from also don't have levels. Brightfire says, "Really? I thought all humans could gain levels?" No, it is something their gods give them. The humans where I come from don't have that. Their god with that power died. Brightfire says, "What? A god can die?" Yes, although not easily. He died fighting a horde of demons. Brightfire is about to ask another question when the male tiger finishes his evolution. As soon as he is done, the tiger lets out a happy roar and jumps to his feet. He then almost knocks me over by rubbing his body against me while projecting his happiness. Chapter 693. The male then joins his mate, but they don't leave like I was expecting them to. Instead, the female picks up one of her cubs by the neck and carries it over to me. It is the smallest of the 6, the runt of the litter, so it has the lowest chance of survival. Just as I am wondering what she is up to, the female tiger stops before me and drops the cub in my arms. The cub gives out an adorable little growl and tries to bite my arm as I hold it. By the time I get over my surprise and look up, the tigers and their cubs are gone, Brightfire says. It looks like she wanted you to have this cub. Why would she do that? He no sorry, she is cute, but why give her to me? Brightfire says, probably to thank you for your help, and at the same time increase the cub's chances of survival. Well, when you meet the girls, you get to be my witness. Brightfire says, your witness for what? That adopting this kid was totally not my fault. Brightfire says, why would you need a witness for that? Sitting down with the tiger cub in my lap, I start feeding her, and as I do, I tell Brightfire about my kids. When she hears the stories of all my kids and how they ended up with me, she starts laughing. Meanwhile, the tiger cub eats until her belly is about to explode and falls asleep in my lap. Brightfire says, when we reach your home, I really hope I can meet all your kids. Oh, I am sure you will, but I am not sure if I am keeping this one. Brightfire says, you can't abandon her. She won't survive without someone taking care of her. That is not what I meant. I am not about to abandon her. I was just thinking that when I get back, I might give her to someone. Brightfire says, oh, that is different. Who are you going to give her to? There is a fire elemental in my group called Ruby. Since this tiger cub is a fire beast, I thought it would be a good match. Brightfire says, maybe, but there is a problem. By the time you get back, months will have passed. The cub will have grown attached to you well before then. Yeah, you are probably right, Brightfire says. It might have already happened. This is probably the first time she has ever had a full belly. That is entirely possible. I guess we will find out when she wakes up. Brightfire says, so should we keep exploring? It is getting late. Let's find a place to camp. We can continue exploring in the morning, Brightfire says. Okay, it doesn't take too long before we find a cluster of trees close together. It is basically a wooden cave, but as long as it doesn't rain, it will make a decent camp. When Brightfire and I are eating dinner, the tiger cub wakes up and eats some more. She stuffs herself again and almost instantly falls back asleep. She even starts purring. Once we are done eating, Brightfire goes to sleep while I meditate with the cub in my lap. In the morning, the cub wakes up hyper and runs all over the place while I watch and smile. After a few minutes, the noise wakes up Brightfire, and we all have breakfast. This time, the cub eats normally, so I don't have to worry about limiting her food. She sits in my lap while she eats, and she constantly checks on me to make sure I haven't moved. Brightfire says, well, I think that answers our question. Yeah, it looks like I have another kid, which means I should probably name her. I used Lion King for naming Haku. Should I stick with that? Besides, the only tiger I can think of is from Jungle Book, and Shere Khan doesn't suit a female. Brightfire says, why do you look so serious? While I am thinking about what to name the cub, I tell Brightfire about naming. She doesn't seem to believe me, so I tell her about naming my other kids. The whole time I am struggling to remember the name of Simba's girlfriend, and it finally comes to me. If you don't believe me, then just watch. Brightfire says, okay, little one, come here. I am going to name you Nala. The normal flash of golden light appears and Brightfire's mouth drops open in shock. Nala seems excited by the experience, and once it is over jumps on me to lick my face. With her head being so close, it is easy to notice that her horn has developed a little. Brightfire says, wow, I am sorry for doubting you. No worries, but don't ask me to explain how it works. I don't know. Brightfire says, is this something anyone can do? As far as I know, yes, as long as you have enough power to supply it. We pack up and go back to exploring the jungle, with Nala running along at my side. She obediently stays close to me so that I can protect her, and any time I stop, she presses herself against my leg. Luckily, she doesn't do the cat thing of trying to twine between my legs and try to trip me. Not long after we move out, we come across a small clearing with more beasts. These look similar to horses, except they have 6 legs and their manes and tails are made of flames. They notice us immediately, but they don't react to us other than keeping an eye on us. I scan all of them, but when I don't find any ready to evolve, I lead the way around the clearing. While I would love to catch them and tame them as mounts, I have no way to take them with us. Horses don't do well on ships, especially for long voyages, and I would need a lot of them. As we continue on, I spot a number of strange small animals, but all of them seem to be fire-based. That makes me think that the volcano is the reason for the mana-rich environment. So as we explore the jungle, I direct our path towards the volcano, and the closer we get, the more sure I am. The mana just keeps getting richer and richer as we get closer to the volcano. There is definitely something interesting about this volcano. I just hope I can get to it. The closer to the volcano we get, the more beasts I see. I even spot more tigers. However, none of them are the pair that I got Nala from, so I ignore them. The terrain starts rising, and soon the jungle ends as we reach the slopes of the volcano. The air here is practically dancing with fire mana. It is too bad that Ruby isn't here with me. Ruby would probably be able to become more powerful just by being here for a while. Since she isn't here, I will have to be fairly careful. After all, I am not immune to fire. I could use the Drake form, but that is going to have to be a last resort. Chapter 694. Once we leave the jungle behind, I don't see any more beasts, which is odd. There shouldn't be a reason for them to avoid the volcano since they are all fire beasts. In fact, they should spend more time near it so that they can absorb the mana. As far as I can tell, the mana is flowing down the volcano, so the source should be at the top. However, I am a little worried about taking Brightfire and Nala up there. Unfortunately, I doubt I can convince Brightfire to stay behind, and I am not leaving Nala alone. So the three of us slowly make our way up the side of the volcano with me in the lead. It takes a while to climb all the way to the peak, and still there are no beasts at all. The mana has gotten so thick that I feel slightly intoxicated just from breathing. When we reach the top, I have the other two wait as I start sneaking the last few feet. As I poke my head up, I can barely believe what I am seeing in the volcano's crater. There is a battle going on in the middle of the crater where a lake of lava sits. The battle is actually going on in the lake and around it between two types of fire creatures. One side is made up of fire elementals that seem to be coming out of the volcano. The other side is made up of creatures that are half snake, half human, and covered in fire. The lower body is that of a snake, covered in orange scales that have flames dancing over them. They look like fire salamanders from D&D, and they are fighting the elementals. The salamanders are using weapons, and when they defeat an elemental, they stop to eat its core. The elementals are fighting with just their bodies and fire abilities, but they are stronger. As I watch, I notice that most of the time it is one elemental against at least 3 salamanders. When an elemental wins the fight, they also stop to eat the cores of the salamanders. Since new elementals are constantly rising from the lava, the fight shows no signs of stopping. The salamanders don't have unlimited numbers, but they have more currently. All around the crater are caves and huts built with black stone. This is their village. The presence of the salamanders also explains why the beasts all avoid the volcano. The salamanders probably hunted any beast who came close until the beasts learned to stay away. They probably didn't even do it for food. They can live off of the fire mana in the area. However, it looks like the salamanders have no interest in sharing the fire mana with anyone. What interests me, though, is where the elementals keep coming from. Something in the lava is allowing them to spawn endlessly, and I want to know what it is. I can think of 2 possibilities. Either there is a gate to the fire plane, or there is a powerful item. If it is a gate, then if it isn't closed eventually, the fire elementals will overrun the island. If it is an item, then I am very curious as to what type of item and how it got here. Either way, I am probably going to have to go into the lava to find out. I don't think either the salamanders or the elementals are just going to let me pass. Which means I am going to have to force my way through both of them. That also means I am going to have to leave Brightfire and Nala behind. So I wave Brightfire up to take a look. It is easier to let her see than try to explain the situation. While Brightfire is looking at the crater, Nala comes up and rubs against me until I start petting her. Brightfire says, "This battle is really intense. I've never seen either creature before. Should we just leave them alone?" We could, but I really want to know where all this fire mana is coming from. Brightfire says, "Coming from. Isn't it just a natural effect of the volcano?" Maybe, but I doubt it. Even if it is, the spawning of the fire elementals isn't. Brightfire says, "So, do you have a plan?" Not really. I was just going to fight my way through them. Brightfire says, "Having seen you fight, I guess that is fine. What about after that? How do you plan to find something in the lava? Oh, I have a form for that. Brightfire looks a little dubious, but she agrees to stay behind with Nala. So I climb over the edge and start making my way down into the crater. Some of the salamanders spot me when I am about halfway down, and they move to meet me. 4 spear-wielding salamanders intercept me when I reach the floor of the crater. Up close, they are a lot bigger than I expected. Each one stands around 8 foot tall. The snake half looks to be about 10 feet long, but it is hard to tell for sure since they don't stay still. One of the salamanders opens its mouth like it is trying to talk, but all I hear is gibberish. However, they don't even wait to see if I respond. All 4 attack me as soon as the one is done talking. I step to the side and 3 of the 4 spears miss, but the last one manages to hit me. As the spear hits me, there is a burst of flames. But it doesn't do much damage to me. Between my armor and my fire resist, I am able to pretty much ignore the hit. I draw Blitz and retaliate with a single slash, and the salamander tries to parry with his spear. Unfortunately for him, his spear is no match for Blitz. It goes straight through the spear and his body. Surprisingly, the salamander doesn't die. He just backs off, holding his waist. Blitz didn't quite cut him in half, and I can already see the wound being closed by the salamander's fire. No wonder these guys are able to fight against elementals toe-to-toe. They are quite tough. The other 3 salamanders attack me to keep me from finishing off the wounded one. They actually coordinate and work well together, proving they are not mindless beasts. However, they are no match for me. I just changed to targeting the head. 3 slashes later, the other 3 salamanders are dead, and the first one still hasn't finished healing. He glares at me with hatred in his eyes as I walk over and finish him off. 4 flame salamanders killed. 20,000 XP gained. They are pretty decent XP, and there are a lot of them. The rest of the salamanders haven't noticed that I killed the 4 of them yet. So I kneel down and cut the first one open. I remove his heart and then look for a core. When I find it, I am a little confused. It is small, about the size of a marble. Chapter 695. It is bright red and is giving off a serious amount of heat, but I don't get the option to absorb it. Thinking it might just be this salamander, I cut open the other 3, but theirs are the same. First I eat the heart of the salamander, then I toss the 4 cores in my mouth and swallow them. Devour activated, strength plus 20, endurance plus 20, fire resist plus 5. With that, my fire resist has improved into immunity, which will definitely come in handy. However, I see no effect whatsoever from eating the 4 cores, which confuses me. I didn't even get a message saying they had no effect or anything. What is going on with my core? I saw the fire elemental stop to eat the salamander's cores, so there must be something about them. Maybe I just need to eat more of them, or maybe some elemental cores. There has got to be a way for me to get my core to the next level so I can continue getting stronger. With that thought in mind, I get up and walk towards the lava lake and the ongoing battle. Some salamanders quickly notice I am still alive and move to intercept me. This time, there are 10 of them, all wielding spears, and they charge straight at me. It makes me wonder if spears are the only weapons they know how to make. Not waiting for them to reach me, I charge to meet them and start cutting them down. Their attacks don't hurt very much, especially since I am now immune to fire. So, for the most part, I just let them hit me since it makes it easier to cut them down as they attack. In the end, I managed to kill all of them, and I don't even need to use a healing spell. The little damage they did to me is quickly repaired by my regeneration. Seeing that no more are coming at me right now, I stopped to cut all the cores out of them. 10 flame salamanders defeated. 200,000 XP gained. Instead of eating the cores right away, I decide to collect a bunch and eat them all at once. Maybe if I shove enough energy into my core, it will trigger an evolution. In that case, I should probably wait until I have some fire elemental cores as well. Although, there is also a chance that I will eat too many at once and end up exploding. However, I can't really think of anything else I can try to get my core to upgrade, at least not without the help of a beast that has already reached the next realm, since I have no idea where to find such a beast, especially a friendly one. A gamble is my best bet. The girls and the goddesses would be furious if they knew what I was thinking about doing. Luckily, they aren't here, and even the goddesses can't read my mind, so they won't know until after. That probably means that even if it works, I am going to be in for another lecture. If it doesn't work, they will just have to settle for lecturing my corpse. Not that I think I will actually die. I might even be able to survive my body blowing up. As long as my head is intact, I might just be able to heal myself, but I really don't want to test that theory. I will worry about that later. For now, I need to focus on collecting more cores. After all, I can't experiment without enough cores, so I should get to work. After putting the cores in my pouch, I look around for another group to attack. The nearest group is a little over 20 salamanders, and instead of waiting for them to move, I charge into them. They are surprised, but react quickly and move to surround me. Their mistake. Once I am surrounded, a single whirlwind attack is enough to wipe out most of them. A few more slashes is enough to finish off the survivors, but more come to attack me. Another group of 10 or so charges at me before I can claim the cores of the first group. The first one to reach me gets lucky and hits me in the face with his spear. Before he can retract it, I bite the head off of the spear and spit it into his face. His eyes widen in surprise and stay that way as Blitz sends his head flying through the air. The other 9 don't even pause, despite the head flying past them, and come right at me. Each one of them manages to stab me with a spear in exchange for their lives. With how fast my wounds heal, I am willing to make that trade. All I suffer is a little pain. 32 flame salamanders defeated. 640,000 XP gained. After cutting out all of the cores and putting them in my pouch, I stand up and look around. The salamanders have finally realized that something is wrong and are moving. Those not fighting the elementals are all retreating towards a single cave entrance. While I have no idea what is so special about that cave, I am far more curious about the lava. So I ignore the fleeing salamanders and make my way towards the battle. I pick a group of 4 salamanders fighting against 1 elemental and come up behind them. However, when I cut the 4 of them down, something unexpected happens. The elemental gives me a nod before running over to help another elemental. I was planning to fight the elemental as well, not have it thank me and run off. With the salamanders no longer sending reinforcements, the battle starts shifting in the elemental's favor. Curious as to what might happen, I run around killing the groups of salamanders. The more elementals I free up, the faster the salamanders start getting wiped out. 16 flame, salamanders defeated. 320,000 XP gained. Once all the salamanders in the battle are wiped out, the elementals stop attacking. I was expecting them to leave the lake and attack the rest of the salamanders. It is starting to look like the salamanders are the ones who have been attacking the elementals. Even though I am standing right by the lake, the elementals don't show any hostility. They have, however, taken all the cores from the salamanders I killed and eaten them. The remaining salamanders have all retreated into the cave and are not moving. The elementals are just wandering around the lava, like absorbing fire mana. Out of curiosity, I stick my hand in the lava. It feels warm, but doesn't do any damage. However, I can't be sure that will be true if I go deeper into the lava. So the drake is my best bet. While I am a little nervous about using the drake form again, it should be fine. As long as I don't use it for an extended period of time, there shouldn't be any side effects. Besides, the side effects will be less annoying than leaving without satisfying my curiosity.